Pain dragged Li Hao awake. He pushed himself up from an unfamiliar bed, massaging his temples as he tried to remember the night before. This was not his home, and he should have been there working on a project proposal. So where was he? The instant he tried to stand, something tore through his mind. Memory fragments stabbed into him like tiny knives. Li Hao curled tightly on the mattress, gritted his teeth, and refused to cry out while his entire body trembled. The assault lasted nearly half an hour. When he could move again, Li Hao crossed to the mirror. A delicate, deathly pale boy stared back at him, 15 or 16, about 1.75 meters tall, lean and clearly accustomed to exercise. He checked from every angle. There was no illusion to dismiss. Li Hao slumped beside the bed and faced the truth. He had transmigrated, yet grief never quite came. His former self had been an orphan, a corporate worker already in his 30s with little achievement and no close tie pulling him back. Perhaps this second life was not a loss. First useful fragment supplied a name and a place. He was still Li Hao, now 15 years old, an ordinary citizen of City Number 7 and a student at Outer City Number 3 Middle School. His father, Li Dajan, was a police officer. His mother was a housewife. Those memories described a society shaped by humans controlling exotic beasts. The key was a beast taming method. Like cultivation techniques in the novels Li Hao once read, these methods had different levels. The more sophisticated the method, the stronger the beast its user could control. Federation's official ladder rose through 7 ranks: elementary, intermediate, advanced, great master, grandmaster, saint grade, and finally legendary beast tamer. The names were simple. Climbing them was not. Advancing even one stage could be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Numbers made the gap brutal. Lower-ranked beast tamers were plentiful, but the entire alliance registered only about 10,000 grandmasters. Saint-grade beast tamers numbered merely a few hundred. Above all of them stood only 10 legendary beast tamers. Power at the summit was almost unimaginably rare. Difficulty did not reduce the demand. Becoming a beast tamer meant escaping the bottom of society, so students fought desperately for places at Federal Public University. Private universities existed, backed by aristocratic families and chambers of commerce, but their tuition placed them beyond ordinary households like Li Hao's. Tuition was only the beginning. Capturing an exotic beast required money, and raising one kept consuming money afterward. Without heavy financial support, becoming truly powerful was wishful thinking. Li Hao could only sigh. Even after crossing into another world, he still had not escaped the torment of being poor. Li Hao was ready to sleep when a colder question stopped him. This body was healthy. Its father was a police officer and its mother a housewife. Why then had the original Li Hao vanished? There was only one soul inside now, his own. Where had the boy's soul gone? After a frantic search, one fragment finally surfaced. The original Li Hao faced a mysterious person whose face was hidden behind a fox mask. Without explanation, the stranger reached out and struck him hard on the forehead, the last clear action before the memory broke into something darker. Fox-masked person left one message. A great fortune had been entrusted to the boy temporarily. If he could not bear it, they would retrieve it from his grave. Then the speaker turned into a shadow and disappeared, leaving Li Hao with a promise that sounded as much like a death sentence as a gift. What fortune? What was he supposed to bear? The fragment explained neither the transmigration nor the missing soul. Li Hao searched for the masked person through every memory he could reach. Night passed in silence. By the time pale light appeared in the east, he still had no useful answer. That sleepless night followed Li Hao straight into class. Outer City Number 3 Middle School belonged to a mid-tier city and possessed equally ordinary resources. Li Hao sat among 15 and 16-year-olds with exhaustion written across his face, remembering school days lived by another body in another world. An elbow nudged him back to the present. It belonged to Xiao Miao, Li Hao's best friend and one of the rare wealthy heirs with no ambition to tame beasts. Xiao Miao's reasoning was shamelessly simple. Unless the Federation collapsed, his family's money could support generations. That confidence rested on real power. The Xiao family sold armed protection for dangerous journeys between human cities, much like mercenaries in Li Hao's old world. More than 100 primary beast tamers and over a dozen intermediate ones served them, while Xiao Miao's father, Xiao Dagang, was an advanced beast tamer. This time, however, Xiao Miao had news worth hearing. That afternoon, their famous senior Cheng Yudong was returning to her old school. More importantly to him, she was bringing her six-tailed snow spirit fox, giving the students a rare chance to see the exotic beast up close. Cheng Yudong was no ordinary alumna. A genius who had risen from the slums into the Federal Public University, she was already the Federation's youngest corporal and youngest intermediate beast tamer. Her performance during City Number 13's C-rank Beast Tide had earned her promotion from the local commander. Her principal partners were a purple vine colt and the six-tailed snow spirit fox. The fox had already reached C-rank leader while Cheng Yudong was still young and studying at the university. Even Xiao Miao, who wanted nothing to do with beast tamer battles, could understand how extraordinary that was. Federation's beast hierarchy made that achievement clear. E-rank creatures were ordinary. D-rank marked a squad leader, and C-rank a leader capable of ruling a small beast population. At B-rank, a commander could claim an entire territory. Cheng Yudong's fox had already entered that dangerous upper climb. Above commander stood A-rank overlord and S-rank dominator, beings rarely encountered outside the world's most dangerous regions. Beyond even them were SS-rank legendary and SSS-rank mythical creatures. Since the Federation's founding, humanity had essentially never seen those final two levels. The top of the ladder remained almost unimaginable. At afternoon, Cheng Yudong returned to her alma mater with the snow spirit fox. The students divided their attention predictably. The girls stared at the luxurious, graceful beast. Most of the boys stared at Cheng Yudong. Li Hao was the exception. He could not take his eyes off the fox. And translucent information appeared before his eyes. Snow spirit fox. C-rank leader, race rank, six-tailed, growth limit, B+ high-level commander, trait, calm, cultivatable directions, beast, ice, and spirit. Li Hao did not admire its beauty now. He stared because impossible knowledge had placed itself directly in his vision. Golden finger. Li Hao rubbed his eyes, but the box remained. Only when he dragged his gaze away did it slowly fade. Looking back made the truth unavoidable. This resembled the advanced appraisal skill from his old games, powerful enough to expose temperament, cultivation options, and even a creature's ultimate growth limit. Inside, the former corporate slave was ecstatic. At last, the transmigrator's missing advantage had appeared, and it was far more useful than he had dared hope. Outside, Li Hao kept himself controlled. A power this heaven-defying could never be exposed. Before celebrating, he needed to learn exactly what it could identify. While everyone else admired the beauty and the beast, Li Hao quietly retreated behind the crowd. He drew one silver coin from his pocket and fixed his eyes on it. If the power was truly appraisal rather than some special connection to exotic beasts, an ordinary object should answer him too. The answer appeared at once. Federal silver coin. Quantity 1. Exchange rate 1/100th of a federal gold coin or 100 federal copper coins. Objects worked. The ability was not merely a way to inspect exotic beasts, it could reveal practical information about ordinary possessions. Li Hao's guarded excitement surged into a foolish smile. It did attract notice. Xiao Miao had realized his friend was no longer beside him in the front row and followed him back. Finding Li Hao grinning at a single silver coin, he mocked him without mercy. Then Xiao Miao caught him around the neck, turning a secret triumph into an obvious disturbance. Chen Xiaoshan's reprimand cut through the training ground. This was supposed to be a rare chance to learn from Corporal Cheng Yudong, not a place for Li Hao and Xiao Miao to wrestle in the back. Zhao immediately released his friend's neck, and Li Hao returned to the front row. Cheng Yudong might have held everyone else's attention, but Li Hao watched her entirely white, six-tailed companion. After one focused breath, the private introduction box appeared again. This time he did not glance away. The longer he observed Little Snow, the more information assembled before his eyes. First entries named 3 cultivatable attributes, ice, beast, and spirit. Then came the fox's species potential. Little Snow currently possessed 6 tails, but its limit was 8. Li Hao was no longer looking at a simple creature profile. He was seeing the roots along which it could still grow. Next, figures exposed the real problem. Compatibility ranked ice at A-, spirit at B+, and beast at only B, yet current investment ran the opposite way. Beast 40%, spirit 35%, and ice just 25%. Little Snow's overall cultivation level stood at 30%. Li Hao compared talent with investment and reached a clear conclusion. Little Snow seemed to have advanced recently, but its cultivation direction had drifted off course. Beast possessed the weakest compatibility and the largest share, while ice possessed the strongest compatibility and the smallest. That imbalance explained the wasted effort. Cheng Yudong noticed that the front row student had not taken his eyes off Little Snow. Smiling rather than taking offense, she asked whether he had something to say. Li Hao opened his mouth, then stopped. The exact appraisal could not be exposed. If he answered, he would need to disguise certainty as ordinary observation. Li Hao began with facts any knowledgeable observer might plausibly discuss. Snow spirit foxes possessed ice, beast, and spirit attributes, but they were not lions or tigers. Beast should not dominate their development. Little Snow's aura, he added carefully, seemed especially compatible with ice. Perhaps Cheng should cultivate in that direction instead. Cheng walked to Little Snow and gently stroked the white fox's nape. She did not interrogate Li Hao. To her, he was still only a middle school student with slightly above-average grades. Even so, his observation matched her experience. Beast progress had been poor, while the ice attribute she had never deliberately cultivated had advanced rapidly. Li Hao suggested taking Little Snow to an exotic beast research institute. Every city maintained one as a gathering place for exotic beast scholars, and its technical equipment could analyze creatures properly. Among beast tamers, such institutes carried status comparable to vital defense posts. His hidden answer could therefore be checked by recognized experts. When the exchange meeting ended, Cheng stopped Li Hao before he could leave. She placed a slip of paper in his hand, the contact information for her personal optical computer. Whether or not the Institute confirmed his advice, he had reminded her of an important issue with Little Snow, and she wanted to thank him. Cheng told him to contact her whenever he had questions about Beast Tamers. Her own rank might not be high, she said, but she could still help, and he would be welcome in city number 13. Then she waved farewell and left with the six-tailed snow spirit fox. Xiao Miao immediately demanded to know when Li Hao had learned such profound exotic beast knowledge. Was he planning to become an exotic beast scholar? Li Hao rolled his eyes and claimed he had spoken casually. Zhao called that bluffing. Li Hao countered that an institute test might prove his reasoning correct. Before the two could leave the training ground, Chen Xiaoshan called Li Hao back. Li Hao sent Xiao Miao on ahead and remained with his homeroom teacher. The meeting might have ended, but the school had one more consequence waiting for him. Chen Xiaoshan produced a document. The school had worked hard to secure Li Hao a summer job at the Exotic Beast Research Institute, and the teacher urged him to cherish the chance and learn from it. In a single meeting, Li Hao's hidden gift had yielded a senior's personal contact and a formal doorway into exotic beast research. Research Institute document gave Li Hao a real opportunity, but it also sharpened the choice ahead. Becoming an exotic beast scholar required less money and carried far less danger. For poorer students unable to pursue beast taming, scholarship was often the practical road forward. Students admitted to the Federal Public University's Beast Tamer major received generous resources. The support came with a price. Every beast tamer would eventually be assigned to the city defense force, guarding human settlements against creatures pressing in from the wilderness. Threat was not limited to enormous beast tides. Smaller exotic beasts sometimes slipped into inhabited districts, and even an ordinary E-class beast could kill an unprotected citizen under the wrong conditions. That was why the defense force could never relax. Danger began before the battlefield. Officials matched recruits with suitable exotic beast cubs according to aptitude, yet the first contract could still backfire. Anyone whose beast taming method cultivation fell short risked suffering backlash at the moment of connection. Cultivation was safer once the connection existed. The final proving ground was not. Young people who had only recently been middle school students would eventually enter real combat, and the meat grinder of blood and fire maintained a frightening casualty rate. Despite the losses, Federation youths remained proud to defend humanity. Yet beast tamers did not hold up civilization alone. Exotic beast scholars analyzed creatures, developed uses for beast materials, manufactured weapons, and pursued specialized research. One path was martial, the other scholarly, and both advanced humanity. By temperament, Li Hao leaned toward scholarship. He had grown up in a peaceful world before this life and felt no hunger for fighting or killing. His hidden appraisal ability also fit research naturally, but omniscient information was not the same thing as combat strength. Li Hao wanted to travel to every corner of this world. Without real power, that freedom would be impossible, which made beast taming difficult to abandon. In a little more than a year, he would have to choose the direction of his life. After school, Li Hao walked part of the way with Xiao Miao and raised the question. Zhao's answer was uncomplicated. Li Hao should become an exotic beast scholar because it was safer. They eventually parted, and Li Hao continued toward his ordinary residential neighborhood in City Number 7's outer city. At home, the distant career debate became a family matter. How Chunmei favored the safer scholarly road. Li Dajun reacted from the opposite direction. To him, beast taming represented an opportunity his own life had placed just beyond reach. Li Dajun had once entered the Federal Public University with excellent grades. Limited innate aptitude kept him from mastering the traditional beast taming method, so he never became a beast tamer. After Li Hao was born, that unfinished ambition gradually became hope for his son. Li Dajun patted his son's back and dismissed the idea that beast taming was inherently the wrong choice. If Li Hao entered the major, his father would support him, even if the family had to sell everything it owned. Li Hao reached into his backpack and placed the Exotic Beast Research Institute contract on the table. Li Dajun picked it up suspiciously. Hao Chunmei leaned close, and the two read it together. When they finished, their expressions could not have been more different. Hao Chunmei immediately called it a precious opportunity. The institute was not a place just anyone could enter. If Li Hao performed well during the internship, the experience could strengthen his future application to the Federal Public University's Exotic Beast Scholar major. Li Dajun refused. To him, exotic beast scholars spent their days among bottles and jars, researching like lunatics. Li Hao should spend the summer at the police station with him instead, learning martial arts that would help when he became a beast tamer. His palm struck the table. Hao Chunmei's anger came from fear, not contempt for Li Hao's ambition. She knew he had always wanted to become a beast tamer. If the profession were not so dangerous, she would agree. But she could not calmly send her son toward a life where one failure might kill him. Their concern moved Li Hao. He promised to think carefully. If he chose beast taming, he would become the fastest runner alive. If he chose scholarship, he would become the scholar with the strongest combat power. His solemn absurdity broke the tension, and his parents exchanged a smile. After dinner, the care behind Li Dajun and Hao Chunmei's argument lingered with Li Hao. In his previous life, he had been an orphan. Only now, in this unfamiliar world, did he understand the warmth of coming home to parents who worried about his future. The talk turned to school and police work. This world still had many ordinary professions, but Li Dajun's own path carried an old regret. He had graduated near the top of Federal Public University, yet failing to master the traditional beast taming method barred him from the Federal Army. Li Dajun had ultimately been assigned to an outer city police station close to home. His experience was common. Beast tamers made up less than 20% of humanity, because even the supposedly simple traditional beast taming method was difficult to cultivate. Li Dajun still hoped his son could become a beast tamer, but he knew its risks. Taking a gentle sip of tea, he told Xiao how not to burden himself. If he could get in, good. If not, another profession could still make a decent life. In the dishes, Hao Chunmei rolled her eyes. A minor officer buried in trivial work and rarely home was hardly her definition of success. With Li Hao's brain, she declared, their son would become a famous exotic beast scholar. Her teasing made the disagreement feel unmistakably domestic. Li Hao could only sigh inwardly. Whatever world he lived in, parents still dreamed of sons becoming dragons and daughters becoming phoenixes. With final examinations approaching, he excused himself to study and returned to his room. Li Hao opened the Institute's webpage and discovered why it ranked so highly. City number 7 lay between a dense eastern forest, a boundless western lake, and the northern snow ranges. In the language of his old world, the region possessed extraordinary biodiversity. At the Institute's center stood Director Su Yusheng, the Federation's premier authority on exotic beast cultivation. Unofficial beast tamers crossed thousands of miles to seek his help. Some were willing to wait a year or even 18 months for a consultation. Many of those beast tamers settled in City number 7. The city ranked only in the middle tier on paper, yet whenever beast tides attacked, these residents fought to protect the Institute and the home they had built around it. Su's presence had accidentally made the city almost impregnable. By the time Li Hao finished reading, excitement had replaced uncertainty. He stood, stretched, and dropped onto his bed with his eyes on the ceiling. Summer vacation and his chance to enter this extraordinary institute suddenly felt far too distant. Meanwhile, Su Yusheng wanted the identity of the expert who had seen the snow spirit fox's cultivation problem at a glance. Cheng Yudong supplied the answer. Li Hao, a student from outer city number 3 middle school. Su could scarcely believe the expert was still in middle school. Su happened to have a vacancy for a private assistant. Without knowing that Li Hao already held an ordinary summer internship invitation from the same institute, he issued a personal offer. One successful diagnosis had unexpectedly upgraded Li Hao's summer from routine work to direct access to the director. At 3rd middle school, the private assistant invitation arrived with 3 glistening Alliance gold coins. Chen Zishan could barely contain his delight. A renowned authority had noticed his own student. Li Hao, however, stared at the 2 invitations in his hands and felt a headache coming on. Chen patted Li Hao's shoulder and explained that Su had investigated his family's limited means. The 3 coins were research funding. Since the private post replaced the ordinary internship, Li Hao could transfer that spare invitation, but only to another 3rd middle school student. Former corporate slave inside Li Hao understood the subtext at once. He possessed the right to sell the internship opportunity, provided the buyer came from 3rd middle school. Chen had spoken loudly enough for the class to understand, but Li Hao's attention settled on one particular desk. With the decision made, Li Hao took the ordinary invitation and slowly crossed the classroom. He stopped beside someone whose head rested at a desk, then placed the letter down with deliberate gentleness. The valuable opportunity had found its recipient, but the classmate did not even look up. The ordinary invitation still lay before the sleeping recipient. Li Hao finally lost patience, raised one hand, and slammed the desk. Han Yijuo shot upright, wiped drool from her mouth, and stared at the surrounding class as if an earthquake had struck. Li Hao pushed the invitation toward her. Xiao Miao came over wearing naked jealousy and announced that Li Hao had ignored his own brother to bring Han Yijuo a huge opportunity. Han only rubbed her eyes, read the letter, and looked unimpressed. And Yijuo refused outright. Summer vacation was for sleeping, not working, and someone destined to become a beast tamer had no reason to report to a research institute. Xiao Miao nearly stamped through the floor. He had offered money for this chance, and she was complaining. Li Hao smiled and offered to return the letter himself, after telling Captain Han Qing that his daughter had rejected the institute. The threat landed instantly. Han Yijuo's defiance vanished. Rather than test how her father would react, she snatched the invitation back. The answer began with an ugly academic gap. Li Hao earned full marks while Han Yijuo could manage 30. Tutor after tutor quit within 3 days. Eventually, Captain Han Qing asked his straight-A godson to help, then transferred his daughter into Li Hao's class so he could watch over her. And Yijuo hardly needed protection. Behind the dark brows, large eyes, and dimpled smile of a friendly younger neighbor was a body already comparable to a primary beast tamer. Older delinquents once approached her with bad intentions. 2 missing front teeth later, 3rd middle school had crowned her the lowly war god. Federal admission offered 2 roads. The academic examination ranked students by their scores, much like the tests from Li Hao's previous life. The martial examination ranked them by combat power. Han Yijuo had almost no hope on the first road, but real potential on the second. That was why Li Hao chose her. Giving Han Yijuo the institute position fulfilled his godfather's request to care for her, but it also put her near knowledge that might strengthen her before next year's martial examination. He kept that reasoning to himself. Explaining it to her would only waste breath. Xiao Miao finally admitted he would probably be too lazy to attend anyway. His father planned to take him to city number 2 to watch exotic beast fighting skills. Li Hao rolled the 3 Alliance gold coins in his palm and sighed at the freedom of wealth. When Zhao offered to buy the invitation after all, Li Hao told him to get lost. By the time Li Hao reached home, night had fallen. He opened the door expecting an ordinary evening and found Captain Han Qing's entire family waiting with his parents. Han Yijuo had already carried news of the invitation home, and the visit was plainly meant as thanks. Captain Han Qing sprang up, caught Li Hao with a heavy hand on the shoulder, and thanked his godson for finding Duo such a useful summer position. The force of the greeting nearly said as much as the words. Han Qing considered Li Hao's help a serious family favor. And Qing had not come with thanks alone. At the family table, he produced 2 objects tied directly to Li Hao's ambition, an old beast taming method book and an unhatched exotic beast egg covered in strange patterns. The room's easy warmth sharpened into attention. And Qing explained the obstacle first. Taming a juvenile or adult exotic beast required a beast taming method. An egg offered a second route. If Li Hao hatched it himself and dripped his blood onto it during hatching, the emerging beast could accept him without that method. And Han Qing made his intention explicit. The accidentally obtained egg was for Li Hao. Li Dajun immediately stood and refused. Du had not tamed any exotic beast herself. How could her father give this chance away before giving it to his own daughter? And Qing would not withdraw. Du was his daughter, but Xiao Hao was his godson, and even the academic examination still judged combat strength. At that weakness, the other adults exchanged worried looks. Han Yijuo kept eating, lifted her eyes, and calmly settled her own claim. Give it to Li Hao. She would enter public university through the martial examination. And Qing's determination did not waver, and Han Yijuo still showed no resentment. Faced with that calm certainty, Li Dajun finally sighed and nodded. Only then did Li Hao reach across the table and formally accept the patterned exotic beast egg and the yellowed ancient book. Before Li Hao could thank him, Han Qing planted a heavy hand on his shoulder. His message was simple. His godfather believed in him. Han Qing drained a toast to Li Dajun, and the long meal finally ended with both fathers thoroughly drunk. Back in his bedroom, Li Hao stopped suppressing the curiosity that had burned through dinner. He lifted the egg, fixed his gaze on its strange patterns, and waited. The familiar information window appeared with a name at last. Purple Gold Mysterious Bee. Several fields remained hidden. Current rank, race rank, and traits were all unknown. The visible lines were enough to stun him. Growth potential A rank, Lord rank. Cultivation paths, bug type and metal type. Li Hao tightened both hands around the egg, scarcely containing his excitement. Because it had not hatched, the missing details made sense. More importantly, successful hatching would make C rank Chieftain growth or even B rank Commander growth practically certain. If Li Hao nurtured it properly, the little life in his palms might one day reach A-rank Lord. As Li Hao stroked the shell, he felt the living aura inside and briefly imagined emerald-bright compound eyes. There was nothing repulsive in the impression. They seemed beautiful. He still did not know how to hatch the egg, but his summer post offered an answer. He could ask director Su Yusheng. Second gift looked far less cooperative. Age had blurred its writing, diagrams alternated with broken symbols, and only the character for method survived clearly on the faded cover. Li Hao appraised it anyway. The answer struck like thunder. Heaven and Earth Beast Taming Art. Grade, Heaven. Description deepened the shock. The first master of the Heaven and Earth Beast Taming sect, the Beast Taming Elder, had created it to control exotic beasts of different attributes. Rarer still, a controller could gain some of a controlled beast's abilities. In the cultivation era, everyone had known its name. And reality dragged his excitement down. Knowing the book's identity did not make its broken ancient symbols readable, and missing material still scarred the pages. But one appraisal image matched the outline of an empty section exactly. Omniscience was not merely describing the treasure. It could restore what the book had lost. Li Hao steadied his roller coaster emotions and began immediately. He copied the ancient book word by word. Whenever a character had faded or an image had vanished, he focused on that gap and supplied the missing content from Omniscience. Page after page, a complete version began to exist beside the ruined original. Dawn found Li Hao still at the desk. After a whole night of work, every surviving and restored character and image had been recorded in the new manuscript. He stretched, looked over the completed pages, and felt no fatigue at all. Translation was the only barrier left, and the school library could solve it. Li Hao rested for only an hour. Dark circles followed him through breakfast and into school, but his enthusiasm never dimmed. Because he ranked among the best students, homeroom teacher Chen Xiaoshan accepted his request to research materials and wrote the leave slip without pressing him for details. Li Hao plunged into the school library and began hunting through every source he could find on the cultivation era. Reconstruction had preserved the symbols, but preservation was not understanding. The ancient writing resisted him, turning his expected final step into a slow search through scattered references. Xiao Miao noticed the strange patterns on Li Hao's pages. His casual remark cut through the dead end. His family had ancient books connected to symbols like these. Li Hao looked up at once. If Xiao Miao was right, the key to translating a heaven-grade inheritance might be sitting inside his best friend's home. Xiao Miao's claim reached Li Hao at exactly the right moment. A full day among the library's ancient script references had produced less than 1/10 of a translation. Yet carefree, Xiao Miao had never lied to him. Li Hao immediately abandoned the thought of waiting until tomorrow and demanded to know whether the Xiao family truly owned matching texts. Lead was real. Xiao Miao's father had shown him an ancient book inherited from their ancestors, though neither his father nor grandfather had deciphered it after years of study. Li Hao grabbed his friend's hand and asked to borrow it. Xiao Miao recoiled. His father treated that book like a treasure. Stealing it out would bring disaster down on him. Xiao Miao offered a safer compromise. He would photograph the original and send Li Hao the images, provided they never reached anyone else. Li Hao slung an arm around him and swore secrecy. Xiao Miao shoved him off with theatrical disgust and revived his grievance over Li Hao giving an invitation to Han Yiduo. The bargain still stood. Work that followed would have broken the patience of most students. Li Hao was different. In his previous life, years as an overworked corporate employee had trained him for all-nighters and numbing research. Now that endurance met a world with its own buried sequence of ages, including the lost cultivation era whose traces survived in ruins and scattered texts. Modern scholars had already recovered one major inheritance from that era, the federal traditional beast taming method. It could have served as Li Hao's ideal translation key, but it was the foundation of federal beast tamers' livelihood, and private teaching was strictly forbidden. Unless he entered Federal Public University next year, that route remained closed. Li Hao worked the hard way, searching his optical computer while matching every copied pattern against the day's notes. The process twisted through false starts, but the preface slowly took shape. By the time he understood 8 or 9/10 of it, only a few gaps remained. The victory was real, and so was the exhaustion dragging down his eyelids. Xiao Miao kept his promise and supplied the photographs. Li Hao's excitement made him say more than he intended, and he caught himself too late. Scratching his head, he claimed the research would merely improve his chances of entering Federal Public University. Xiao Miao curled his lip. He did not believe that excuse, but he chose not to press his friend. Lunch ended, Xiao Miao left. Only Li Hao and a dozing old librarian remained. The photographs were enough to confirm that the Xiao family's book truly came from the cultivation era. Its characters suggested a record of ordinary daily life rather than a grand inheritance. For Li Hao, that was no disappointment. Everyday language could still provide priceless missing comparisons. Li Hao printed the photographs through the library's optical computer and focused his omniscient appraisal on the sheets. A description appeared at once: ordinary paper, generally used for writing with no special features. Li Hao stared at it in disbelief. Of course he knew it was paper. He had asked about the ancient object captured in the image. Useless answer clarified an important rule. Li Hao's so-called omniscience could identify a physical object before him, but it could not reach through a photograph or image to inspect the thing represented there. Without the Xiao family's original book in his hands, there would be no miraculous appraisal. The shortcut had closed as quickly as it appeared. Li Hao sighed, but he did not discard Xiao Miao's work. The ability could not appraise the pictured book. His own eyes could still compare its characters. The photographs remained a reference, nothing more and nothing less. He spread them beside the reconstructed art and returned to the slow undertaking, flipping rapidly through library materials for every matching pattern. The old man who had seemed to be dozing was not as oblivious as Li Hao assumed. His attention settled on the strange writing. Li Hao was surprised that a school librarian could recognize cultivation-era characters, but quickly found a harmless explanation. The era was publicly known, and an elderly scholar might naturally have studied its script. Li Hao smiled and called it nothing more than random research. The old librarian answered with an enigmatic smile of his own. Then he asked why the manuscript looked like a rather good beast taming method. Every hair on Li Hao's body lifted. Cold raced down his back, and one drop of sweat slid from his temple. The stranger had seen straight through him. For an instant, a sharp light flashed in the white-haired librarian's eyes. Then it vanished. He waved gently and told Li Hao not to be nervous. He had only noticed the boy scratching his head over the strange manuscript and come closer out of curiosity. Li Hao forced down the turmoil in his chest and watched without answering. His defenses surprised the elder. This was far too much caution for an ordinary 15-year-old student. The old man reasoned that a thief would not approach openly, especially under the library's surveillance. And the elder said he should demonstrate his strength. Jet-black liquid slipped from his lowered sleeve, glossy as ink beneath the ceiling lights. It spread slowly across the library floor, surrounding both men before Li Hao could decide whether to run. The ink rose and sealed them inside. Its outer surface turned transparent and vanished from the library's view. To Li Hao, however, it felt like sinking into the deepest sea. Pressure crushed down from every side until his legs failed and he collapsed into the viscous darkness. Li Hao recoiled from the bright eyes in the ink, and cold little hands caught him from behind. A petite, featureless figure gently supported his back. At the elder's amused warning not to frighten the student, Xiao Miao blinked, nodded, and helped Li Hao upright. Xiao Miao puffed out its tiny belly and patted it. The whole ink sea rushed back like a receding tide, vanishing into that petite body. Clear library light returned. Xiao Miao then hopped into a small black water ball on the elder's shoulder while the crushing pressure disappeared completely. The elder chuckled that, if he and Xiao Miao meant harm, Li Hao would not still be standing. Li Hao finally exhaled, but admitted they had terrified him. Anti-Federation Beast Tamers had once infiltrated schools in City Number 24. An unknown expert appearing on campus was not something he could dismiss. Instead of retreating, Xiao Miao approached Li Hao and settled into his palm. Qin looked genuinely surprised. Lively as Xiao Miao was, it normally kept its distance from strangers. Li Hao quietly focused the Eye of Omniscience. The rank it revealed explained that crushing power and placed Xiao Miao's owner at least at the master level. Once he was sure Xiao Miao posed no danger, Li Hao tapped its forehead. The little ink ball swayed beneath his finger, joy sparkling in its eyes. Curiosity overcame the last of his fear. He poked again. Xiao Miao swayed again until Qin laughed aloud at the ridiculous rhythm. Qin finally returned to the point. The pages looked like an extraordinary beast taming method. With concealment now pointless, Li Hao said he had copied them from an ancient book obtained by chance. He had deciphered only 70 or 80% of the preface. Several stubborn characters remained beyond him. Qin asked whether Li Hao knew what he had done before becoming a school librarian. Li Hao already had an answer. The Eye of Omniscience had exposed Xiao Miao's rank, and that beast had barely shown its full strength. Without revealing how he knew, Li Hao judged the elder to be at least a master-level beastmaster. Librarian finally revealed himself as Director Qin Yuyang, a retired authority from the City Number 15 Exotic Beast Research Institute. More importantly, he had specialized in cultivation-era literature. That was why he recognized the method at a glance. Li Hao's eyes widened. Of all people to meet beside these unfinished pages, he had found the exact expert he needed. Li Hao remained in the school library with Xiao Miao resting in his palm. His transmigration, the Eye of Omniscience, the internship invitation, Han Qing's egg and ancient method, and now Qin's exact field of expertise all seemed linked. Coincidences belonged in books, but this was becoming excessive. Qin broke the silence with a question. Did the boy want to make a deal? He would translate the cultivation-era patterns. If he could recover the entire text, Li Hao would let him borrow the original ancient book. The elder's burning interest made clear that access, not ownership, was his price. Li Hao could not decide immediately. Qin merely crooked a finger. Xiao Miao obediently hopped from Li Hao's palm to the elder's shoulder. Qin said he would remain in the library for the next few days. The boy could return whenever he chose. He had no intention of forcing him. Caution was survival in a world of extraordinary powers. Li Hao remembered City Number 24, where anti-Federation agents had used exotic beasts to impersonate teachers and nearly tear the city from federal control. Qin could kill him instantly, but overwhelming strength did not prove an identity. Li Hao quietly messaged Cheng Yudong. Cheng's affirmative reply released the tension in Li Hao's chest. Before approaching Qin, he gathered the heaven and earth beast taming art material and carefully put away the Zhao family photographs he had promised not to expose. Then he crossed to the entrance and respectfully called, "Director Qin." Qin opened one eye and playfully asked whether Li Hao had decided. Li Hao nodded. Qin would keep the manuscript, check several difficult patterns against his old notes, and expected to finish in about a day. Li Hao was to bring the original ancient book the next afternoon so Qin could verify the translation. And Qin delivered the real appraisal. This method could make even a master-level beastmaster jealous. It was a hot potato. Li Hao already knew its grade through the Eye of Omniscience, yet Qin had recognized its extraordinary value from the preface alone. The elder's scholarship was every bit as deep as promised. Qin narrowed his eyes and exposed Li Hao's precautions. Sections had been removed, and the surviving material was out of order. Li Hao had designed exactly that trap so no reader could reconstruct the complete method from his notes. His surprise became satisfaction. He truly had found the right translator. Qin teased him for having so many schemes at 15. Li Hao proposed exchanging optical computer contacts. Once home from school, he would send the correct manuscript order. Qin agreed that translating incomplete, scrambled fragments could introduce errors. With the channel established, Li Hao entrusted the working pages to him. Qin's final warning changed Li Hao's estimate. The heaven and earth beast taming art was not merely unusual, its grade might surpass most modern methods. A powerless student carrying such wealth would become everyone's target. Federal interests could work through quiet pressure, while anti-Federation agents would have fewer restraints. Li Hao had lived 2 lives. He understood that wealth could make an innocent person guilty. He answered seriously. Once Qin finished translating the original, Li Hao would hand the ancient book to the government. Qin's expression relaxed. The boy understood the stakes, and the elder promised to keep his secret. Qin Yuyang had one final concern. A priceless method in the hands of a student without strength or backing was not fortune. It was an invitation to disaster. Once Li Hao firmly repeated that he would not greedily keep it, Qin put away the reconstructed manuscript and waved him out of the library. Li Hao returned for the day's final lesson, then walked out of 3rd middle school beside Xiao Miao. At home, Hao Chunmei questioned him about his studies over dinner. He gave ordinary answers, used studying as his excuse, and finally withdrew to his bedroom, where his far less ordinary future waited. Inside its cardboard box, the purple-gold mysterious bee egg was alive. Through the thin shell, Li Hao could just make out an unfinished embryo twitching in a steady rhythm. Acting on an impulse from his previous life's knowledge, he crossed the outer city for a soft, warm lamp and positioned it carefully above the egg. Satisfied that the egg was stable, Li Hao retrieved Captain Han Qing's ancient book from beneath his bed. He photographed the original preface page by page, restored the proper order, and sent everything to Qin. The reply came quickly. Had Li Hao himself filled in the book's missing patterns and text? The question gave him an immediate headache. Li Hao searched for a safer explanation, and for anything else the optical network could teach him about the cultivation era. The result was disappointing. Public records were far too scarce. With a frustrated stretch, he admitted that he would have to depend on Elder Qin's translation after all. His hand clipped the forgotten plate. The juicy northern fruit rolled across the desk, flooding the open ancient book. Li Hao swore, snatched it up, shook it gently, and pressed tissues over the soaked pages. At least the optical computer was waterproof. Once the desk was clean, however, the book's damp back cover felt strangely different. Texture was not water damage alone. Beneath the back cover, Li Hao felt a thin, deliberate layer. Surprise sharpened into excitement. He took a utility knife from the corner of the desk, traced the concealed edge with painstaking care, and opened the interlining. Something flexible had been hidden inside the ancient book all along. Silk contained the real heaven and earth beast taming art. Better still, its writing was familiar to Li Hao, Chinese characters from his previous world. Its author had also transmigrated, but into the distant cultivation era. Across an age and an entire world, Li Hao had found the work of someone who had once stood where he stood now. Predecessor's explanation reframed the entire world for Li Hao. Spiritual qi existed here, and a beast taming method was a form of cultivation. It did not grant the impossible feats of old fantasy novels. Its true purpose was subtler. Establish a contract link with an exotic beast, joining human and beast through a connection of minds. An average method created only a weak link, limiting both cultivation and control. Higher-grade methods joined the two sides far more deeply. Through them, a beast tamer could even receive part of an exotic beast's abilities. Li Hao immediately understood the implication. The method he chose would shape not only his beast's growth, but his own power. Talent still mattered. Two people using the same traditional beast taming method might stop at entirely different ranks. Yet the predecessor's conclusion was uncompromising. The method determined the upper limit. To create this art, the transmigrator had combined miraculous texts remembered from a previous life with the traditional method and several higher-grade methods obtained in this world. Familiar Chinese characters raised a new question. Li Hao knew what they meant, but what did this world know about them? Acting on that curiosity, he selected only a few characters and sent them to Qin. It seemed like a harmless test, especially compared with revealing the silk itself. Qin was deep in translation when the interruption arrived, and his first reaction was annoyance. He picked up the optical computer, ready to scold the sender. Then he saw Li Hao's characters. Qin froze. The device slipped from his hand and struck the floor with a clatter. One phrase escaped him: sacred script. After one stunned heartbeat, Qin scrambled down, recovered the optical computer, and typed with trembling hands. The reply that reached Li Hao was no calm scholar's explanation. It was an alarmed demand. Why do you know the sacred script? Sacred script? The phrase made Li Hao pause over his optical computer. He could almost picture Qin panting on the other end. Keeping his own alarm out of his voice, Li Hao cautiously asked whether Qin meant the few characters he had just sent. After several deep breaths, Qin stopped typing and called him directly. His first words were an interrogation. Where had Li Hao seen those characters? Caught off guard, Li Hao stammered out a cover story about a traveler who had once shown him a strangely written book. Qin did not forget their bargain. Li Hao had promised to let him examine the classic containing a top-tier beast taming method. In exchange, Qin would explain the characters. Sacred script, he said, had first been found carved into an age-worn stone tablet inside a cultivation-era ruin. Qin tested him next. When had beast taming methods appeared? Li Hao correctly answered that the traditional system was defined about a century into the technological age. Before then, Qin explained, people did not tame exotic beasts. They enslaved them. The sacred script discovery belonged to the turning point that followed. That history was not freely available. Qin warned that the federal government, great families, and powerful organizations guarded sacred script thoroughly. Almost none circulated outside their control, and only a tiny number of people could even recognize it. Li Hao's harmless-looking sample was anything but harmless. Qin admitted that his cultivation-era research gave him only a superficial grasp of sacred script. More importantly, federal prohibitive clauses barred him from translating it for Li Hao. If law enforcement caught him interpreting those characters privately, even an elderly master-level researcher could be sent to prison. Li Hao still struggled to believe the danger was that extreme. Qin answered with a wound more than a decade old. One prize student had found a bamboo slip bearing sacred script and studied it privately. While Qin was away from city number 15, federal law enforcement took the student. He never came back. Qin urged him to surrender anything connected to sacred script at once. Unease tightened in Li Hao's chest. The silk hidden inside the ancient book's interlining contained the authentic heaven and earth beast taming art, and the authorities could never be allowed to trace it to him. He needed to separate what he would surrender from what he must keep. Li Hao's answer was characteristically cautious. When the time came, Qin could turn in the ancient material for him. The old researcher immediately saw through it. Li Hao wanted him standing at the front, where Qin's reputation and expertise could absorb the government's first scrutiny instead of a 15-year-old student. Qin laughed and accepted anyway. He would turn it in when the time came and try to secure a reward for Li Hao. Li Hao thanked him with impeccable respect. Qin answered by telling the troublesome kid to get lost 3 times, then ended the call so he could return to his literature and data. Li Hao spread his hands, dropped back onto the bed, and released a long breath. He had muddled through. But the scare left one rule sharper than ever. His transmigration and the Eye of Omniscience could never be exposed. Not to Qin, not to the government, not even to the people closest to him. Now he took stock. First, the Eye of Omniscience could identify exotic beasts and items. Second, the hidden silk held the authentic heaven and earth beast taming art. Third, the purple-gold mysterious bee egg possessed a growth limit at the Lord level. Anyone would stun an ordinary student. Li Hao had all 3. Path seemed almost impossible to derail. He would cultivate the heaven and earth beast taming art, use omniscient appraisal to guide his choices, and hatch the purple-gold mysterious bee. Then, 1 year from now, he would win admission through his own effort and step fully onto the road of a beast tamer. Yet mere admission was not the limit of what Li Hao wanted. This second life had given him too much and shown him too much danger to settle for an ordinary future. His answer burned clear in the darkness, strong. He would become strong enough to do what he wanted to do. Vow Li Hao had made in the darkness would not let him rest. A fire seemed to burn in his chest. At last, he sprang from the bed, drew out the hidden silk bearing the heaven and earth beast taming art, and sat cross-legged. If strength was the answer, he would begin tonight. Calmed his mind and reached for the energy described by the art. The response was immediate. Whether the cause was the method, his talent, or the strange advantage of transmigration, Li Hao suddenly felt suspended in a boundless space filled with drifting bubbles of red, green, blue, yellow, and countless mixed shades. Silk gave order to the spectacle. Red was fire. Green was wood, blue was water, and yellow was earth. Light blue, deep yellow, and other mixed shades marked further variations. This was not decoration. Every color represented an elemental force that could shape a beast tamer's future path. Most of the bubbles were transparent and colorless. This was basic, attribute-free spiritual energy, the crucial medium through which humans formed links with exotic beasts. The better the beast taming method, the more efficiently it could absorb this invisible energy. Li Hao had not merely found power. He had found the bridge to his future companion. Mesmerized, Li Hao touched the colorless bubble. It burst beneath his fingertip, and its energy answered his cultivation method. Guided inward and refined, that first current joined the gathering force inside him. A small vortex began to turn, the newborn core of a beast tamer's cultivation. The art also explained how that power could nurture an exotic beast. One path was to feed it materials carrying special attributes. The other was to absorb the world's energy, refine it, and transmit it through the bond. The beast tamer became a relay, so the borrowed elemental force would not linger long in the human body. Li Hao recognized the novice's trap. First-time cultivators, dazzled by the colors, often absorbed too much elemental energy and stained their new vortices. The longer those colors remained, the harder they became to remove. His own curiosity had already drawn in a few stray wisps. Specialist could deliberately keep one attribute and focus on beasts of that element. Li Hao had chosen no such road. The silk advised maintaining purity until the decision was certain, so he patiently separated the colored wisps from his newborn vortex. After several attempts, the last trace came free. Neither elemental nor attribute-free energy could simply remain in a human body. Both met a slight rejection and had to be refined through the beast taming method. Li Hao kept the purified vortex turning and completed the process correctly, but the effort accumulated behind his eyes. Power had answered him and already demanded discipline. Mechanics of creating a link were not difficult. Acceptance was. A domesticated juvenile whose spirituality had not matured could usually be reached with relative ease. An adult beast had years of accumulated energy and a will of its own. The higher its grade, the greater its spirituality, and the harder it was to tame. One scholar had measured that growing spirituality through intelligence. An E-rank common beast was comparable to a 1- or 2-year-old child, driven mainly by instinct. A D-rank leader-class beast could think like a child between 3 and 8. Even at the lower ranks, taming was already becoming a negotiation with a mind. C-rank chieftains and B-rank commanders could reach the intelligence of a 12-year-old, depending on species. At A-rank lord class and above, a beast's mind could rival a normal adult's. That was why high-grade adults were so difficult to tame, and why people risked their lives to obtain powerful beasts before they hatched. Purple Gold Mysterious Bee had not even hatched, so it possessed none of an adult lord's formidable intelligence. Li Hao followed the silk's instructions and extended his refined spiritual energy toward the egg. The true test was not whether he could make contact, it was whether the life inside would accept him. Life inside accepted him. The connection settled into place and an answering feeling crossed it, vitality, closeness, a presence that no longer seemed distant behind the shell. Li Hao stared at the egg in wonder. Beast taming was more magical than he had imagined. He could actually share feelings with an exotic beast. Li Hao activated the Eye of Omniscience. This time, 2 new entries appeared, hatching progress 75%, intimacy 100%. The first number meant 1/4 of the process remained. The second was even more reassuring. The unhatched bee already regarded him as its closest person. Betrayal was no longer a concern. Successful session had left Li Hao's head heavy, so he returned to bed. Tomorrow after school, he would try another spiritual energy feeding and see whether the progress rose faster. If he could hatch the Purple Gold Mysterious Bee soon, he might join the City No. 7 Beast Research Institute beyond the walls during summer vacation. With that possibility ahead, he finally rested. Li Hao's first night of true cultivation ended in exhausted sleep. He had no idea that, thousands of miles from City No. 7, the death of the fox-masked stranger was already stirring 2 powerful forces. One reckoning waited in City No. 1. Another was gathering near City No. 37. Beneath the City No. 1 Church of Light, Martin Russ and Dylan Dougal had just returned from their long pursuit. They did not rest. They went straight into a hidden, gloomy chamber and laid the fox-masked man's corpse before their superior. The body had returned. The stolen sacred item had not. Slimmer Knight was Martin Russ, a great master-level beast tamer and 5-ring knight. His voice trembled as he accepted blame, but shame outweighed fear. Beside him, burly Dylan Dougal was only an advanced beast tamer and 3-ring knight. He could barely speak. Sweat covered his forehead as he pressed himself toward the floor. Andre stood over them, a majestic middle-aged man whose golden hair caught what little light reached the chamber. His fury centered on the intolerable result before him. 2 trained knights had killed the thief, yet the treasure he cared about most was still missing. Neither subordinate dared rise without permission. Russ could offer no useful identity. Fox carried no clue tying him to a known organization beyond the mask itself. Worse, he had destroyed his own face so thoroughly that the Federation database was useless. He did not appear to be a registered Federation citizen at all. The dead man had prepared to remain nameless. Andre frowned and paced the chamber 7 or 8 times while the knights stayed on their knees. Then he decided Fox had to be connected to the anti-Federation organization. The investigation would continue until the sacred item was recovered. This was personal. Possession of that treasure could determine whether Andre became a candidate for the next pope. Russ now understood that this was no ordinary relic. Andre also understood how to bind frightened men to his cause. He finally let both knights rise, then produced a document from inside his clothing, the opening chapter of the church's light beast taming method. It was a gift now, and a promise of greater reward if they succeeded. Reward did not lessen Andre's private rage. Once the knights were gone and the underground chamber stood empty around him, his roar echoed through the gloom. Somewhere outside his reach, the sacred item threatening his ambition remained missing, and City No. 7 was still the only place the broken pursuit had led. Near city number 37, the Hengduan Mountains held a sprawling camp of tents. In the largest tent, silent, sat a burly, black-haired man with arms like stone pillars. A white tiger slept beside him, enormous enough to occupy nearly half the tent. Then a panicked teenager burst through the curtain, clutching a letter. A message had returned from Fox. Wanjun quieted the teenager with a gesture and asked whether the message came from Fox. It had carried back by Fox's exotic beast. The messenger handed it over, saluted, and withdrew. Wanjun opened the letter at once. The farther he read, the worse his expression became. Then he reached for his personal optical computer. About 15 minutes later, 11 more people filed through the tent curtain. With Wanjun, 12 leaders now crowded around the sleeping tiger. A beautiful woman among them demanded to know why they had been called so urgently. Wanjun scanned every face before answering with restrained sadness. Fox was very likely dead. The announcement broke the room's discipline. Fox was supposed to be their best at preserving his own life. One leader demanded to know whether the church had sent a high-level punishing knight, or even a cardinal, to kill him. Whatever had happened, Fox's final message left them with the same urgent problem as the church. The sacred item had to be found in city number 7. Wanjun revealed the scale of the plan. He had personally sent Fox to infiltrate the city number 1 Church of Light and steal its sacred item. The treasure's power was meant to help the anti-Federation organization take another Federation city. If the Hengduan Mountains had not become so tense, Wanjun would have gone to city number 7 himself. Because he could not abandon the Hengduan Mountains, Wanjun asked the other 11 who would go to city number 7 in his place. No one answered quickly. The tent fell silent for 5 full minutes. They all understood that recovering the treasure meant walking into the Church of Light's search, and perhaps into the path of its strongest enforcers. At last, a thin, middle-aged man with a gloomy face stood. His presence carried a quiet melancholy, but his voice was light and steady. He would go. City number 7's population would make the search difficult, yet for the sake of their plan, he judged himself the most suitable person for the mission. Wanjun did not accept immediately. He warned old Su exactly what the mission could mean. A high-level punishing knight of the Church of Light might be waiting in city number 7, perhaps even a cardinal. Su only smiled. No problem. His calm answer ended the argument. Wanjun saw no point in trying to dissuade him. The assignment settled, the 12 leaders left the tent one by one. Federation News knew every one of them as wanted chiefs of the anti-Federation organization. Their leader was Tiger King Wanjun, a saint-grade beast tamer. The man now bound for city number 7 was Snakehead Su Wuming, a master-level beastmaster. Li Hao knew none of it. He did not know that the Church of Light and the anti-Federation organization were both reaching toward city number 7. He did not know that the fox-masked man had left him a genuine opportunity, or that the same opportunity carried enormous danger. For now, Li Hao simply slept, waiting for morning. Morning reached city number 7, and Li Hao remained unaware of the hunters moving toward him. After cultivating the heaven and earth beast taming art, he had slept exceptionally well. He dressed, checked that the purple-gold mysterious bee egg was unchanged, packed the yellowed ancient book, and hid the authentic Chinese character silk against his body. Chunmei noticed the difference immediately. Smiling, she told Xiao Hao that he looked exceptionally energetic. Li Hao credited a good night's sleep, then asked about his father. His mother set down breakfast and explained that Li Dajin had worked the night shift and had not returned. Li Hao ate, said goodbye, and hurried out. Sun had barely appeared, yet 3rd Avenue was already bustling. Li Hao slipped through the crowd with startling ease. His body felt lighter, his legs stronger, and fast-moving pedestrians seemed almost slow to his sharpened eyes. A trip that normally took more than 20 minutes ended in just over 10. Li Hao was the first student in the classroom. Sitting alone, he tested the changes more carefully. His thoughts were clearer and his strength had risen a little. The increase was negligible beside true beast tamer power, but Li Hao did not dismiss it. Small gains accumulated, and cultivation had only just begun. Before Han Yiduo reached him, Li Hao sensed someone enter. He could not identify her, but a blurry figure formed in his mind, creeping behind him like a thief. When she lunged to scare him, Li Hao turned first and startled her instead. He chuckled at her resentful stare, then hid the truth behind an excuse. Her footsteps had been too loud. Seats filled as class approached. In the final seconds, Xiao Miao rushed in, travel-worn and panting, then accused Li Hao of disloyalty for refusing to be late with him. Li Hao answered that he had arrived half an hour early. When Zhao joked about academic first place, Li Hao warned him to study. If Zhao failed finals, the Summer Research Institute placement would leave no time for tutoring. When Li Hao reached the school library, Qin Yuyang had already prepared a file for him. Knowing the old scholar became absorbed in research, Li Hao did not interrupt. He opened the bag himself and found several sheets covered in this world's writing. Qin had translated Li Hao's manuscript in a single night. Li Hao compared the pages line by line with the heaven and earth beast taming art in his mind. The similarity reached 90%. That result genuinely surprised him. Qin was no fame-seeking pretender like some experts from Li Hao's previous life. The old man truly deserved his standing as a leader in cultivation-era textual research. Silk recorded the art in Chinese characters. Qin's pages rendered it in the language of this world. That difference made the translation more valuable, not less. If Li Hao verified the two versions against each other, he might derive an even more complete beast taming method. He settled in to examine every line. About an hour later, Qin finally spoke. Holding the yellowed ancient book, he asked why the back looked as though something was missing, and why the stains were new. Li Hao knew exactly what had drawn his attention. The authentic silk had come from that back cover interlayer, and Qin had noticed the disturbance. Li Hao did not deny the obvious stain. He told Elder Qin that he had accidentally spilled fruit juice on the back cover the previous night. Then he added the crucial lie: he had touched nothing else. The silk remained hidden against his body, and Li Hao had no intention of revealing it, even to this trustworthy old scholar. Li Hao then made the safer part of his plan explicit. Once Qin finished translating the ancient book, he wanted the old man to submit it to the federal government on his behalf. Li Hao had no desire to keep carrying such a hot potato. The valuable secret would stay with him. The conspicuous original would enter official hands through Qin. Qin Yuyang accepted. He promised that every cent of the government's reward would reach Li Hao, and that he would keep the entire matter confidential. Those terms removed both financial uncertainty and the danger of public exposure. Li Hao bowed deeply. Calling himself Qin's junior, he thanked Elder Qin in advance. Yuyang waved away Li Hao's deep thanks. Translating the ancient text had benefited him too, he said, so their arrangement was a win-win. Li Hao knew the complete art was already hidden on his silk, but Qin's willingness to help still moved him. The old man truly was warmer than his stern face suggested. During the remaining school hours, a practical mystery bothered Li Hao. City number 7 had plenty of Beast Tamers, yet their beasts were rarely visible. With an hour and a half left before dismissal, he emailed Qin. The old man paused his translation only long enough to reply, "Come to the library after school." When classes ended, Li Hao declined Xiao Miao's invitation to walk home, shouldered his bag, and returned alone. Qin's desk had nearly vanished beneath documents and research materials. The visible evidence of the old man's effort made the coming answer feel less like casual advice and more like instruction from a true expert. Qin's answer overturned the premise of Li Hao's question. Tamed beasts were not normally left roaming beside their masters. Guided by a beast taming method, a cultivator used the elemental spiritual energies of heaven and earth to construct a subspace within the body, a small internal world made specifically to accommodate exotic beasts. The process began with cultivation. Once someone comprehended a beast taming method, the world's different elemental energies became perceptible. A tiny spiritual energy droplet formed at the chest. With deeper cultivation, that droplet could grow into a pond, then a lake. Once enough energy accumulated, it could be used to construct the internal world. Not every internal world was equal. A higher grade, more sophisticated method created a broader and more solid space capable of housing stronger beasts. A shallow method produced something narrower and weaker. Even with the same art, Qin added greater cultivation depth meant a larger, sturdier world. Li Hao silently grasped the advantage hidden in his heaven-grade inheritance. Li Hao then asked how many days introductory mastery usually required. Qin's answer was measured in months, not days. Around half a year as a general benchmark, and perhaps 3 months for someone with better talent. Li Hao went quiet. The comparison exposed just how abnormal his own progress was, even if he could not tell Qin why. Staking the silence for premature overthinking, Qin told Li Hao to wait for the top-grade method's translation and concentrate on next year's major exam. Federal Public University treated promising Beast Tamers generously. Li Hao smiled. He was confident he could earn strong results, he said, and equally certain he would become an excellent Beast Tamer. Trace of gratification entered Qin's expression. Every one of his descendants had died in a beast tide, leaving him alone, and the confident boy before him suddenly resembled the grandson he had lost too young. Qin hid the ache behind a sigh and his usual brusqueness. He ordered Li Hao home and prepared to return to the Research Institute dormitory. Li Hao hurried home before sunset, devoured dinner, and disappeared into his bedroom. Only after locking the door did he draw the Chinese character silk from his clothes. Qin's lesson had given him the missing practical context. The authentic text supplied the operation itself. 10 careful minutes later, Li Hao found the method for opening a beast taming space. Li Hao sat cross-legged and sank into introspection. At his chest, the spiritual energy vortex turned slowly, the same structure born from his earlier cultivation. Now he followed the silk's instructions with deliberate care, directing his awareness and spiritual energy toward a second creation at the vortex's center. Not merely power, but a place where life could reside. Method answered him. At the center of the turning vortex, a separate internal space took shape and held. Li Hao's awareness reached into the newborn world. It was undeveloped, but it was real, and it belonged to him. The gold Qin had described only hours earlier had already become a stable part of Li Hao's body. Implications thrilled him. With enough spiritual energy, this place could be built into almost anything. But the present limit was just as clear. He had not absorbed enough elemental energy to create varied terrain. Li Hao adjusted his plan. He would wait for the purple-gold mysterious bee to hatch and begin absorbing elemental energy before deciding how to develop its habitat. Satisfied, Li Hao withdrew his consciousness. In introspection, the result was unmistakable. A transparent, colorless bubble rested at the vortex's center, unmoved by the spiritual currents around it. Opening that world had consumed an enormous amount of mental energy. Fatigue washed across his face. The moment he left introspection, he toppled backward and fell asleep. Li Hao had fallen asleep from sheer mental energy exhaustion, but his awareness did not simply go dark. A weightless pull carried him downward until his consciousness condensed into a body of spiritual energy inside the tiny world he had just opened. Startled, he wondered whether this was a dream. Accepting the impossible for the moment, Li Hao inspected his creation. It was barely half the size of his bedroom. Gray mist erased every distant view, and from the center he needed only 3 steps to reach an unseen boundary. His 4th step met resistance. Li Hao pressed a hand against the transparent boundary. It was not a hard wall. It yielded with a strangely soft texture, yet would not let him pass. The limitation clarified his next task. Only continued cultivation of the heaven and earth beast taming art could gradually expand this place. Satisfied with the inspection, Li Hao willed himself out. His spiritual body became a stream of light and floated upward while fresh drowsiness smothered his awareness. Only after he had vanished and fallen into deep sleep did a tender green seed enter the empty beast taming space, unseen by its owner. That morning, Li Hao tried placing the purple-gold mysterious bee egg inside his new habitat. The result was immediate. The space's spiritual energy was painfully thin, and through their link, he felt the egg's displeasure. He withdrew it and accepted that the space needed improvement first. Li Hao settled the egg back into its small cardboard box lined with clothes. Then he changed into his school clothes, ate the breakfast Hao Chunmei had prepared, and left home. The extraordinary problem in his chest had to wait while an ordinary school day began. At the bottom of the stairwell, Li Hao found Xiao Miao already waiting. Proud of being early, Zhao tossed him a can of pastoral cow milk. Li Hao caught it and immediately teased that such competitive spirit in studying might earn the Zhao family another federal public university student. As they drank, the humblekin carried its own reminder of this world's tamed beasts. Pastoral cows were gentle, domesticated creatures raised for milk and meat. Zhao then turned serious. Finals were less than a month away, and he wanted to know how Li Hao's martial arts preparation was going. Zhao soon slipped back into complaining rather than planning. Li Hao had little sympathy for a wealthy friend who blamed everything except his own lack of effort. He offered one cheerful consolation. During the holidays, Han Yijuo would be at school tutoring alongside him. Zhao froze, then chased Li Hao down the road, cursing. Third middle school felt the countdown everywhere. Even at lunch, homeroom teacher Chen Zioshan kept the students in their seats reviewing subject after subject. Li Hao could not slip away to see Qin Yuyang until classes finally ended. After school, Li Hao refused Zhao's invitation to walk home and went to the library alone. The doors that should have been open were shut and locked. Disappointed, he wondered why Elder Qin had left so early, but remembered that he still had the old man's optical computer contact. At home, Li Dajun was off the night shift and had already poured a glass of liquor while waiting for dinner. Li Hao put away his backpack, washed his hands, and joined his parents. After one sip, his father asked about the ancient book and exotic beast egg captain Han Qing had given him. Li Hao did not intend to hoard what he had learned forever. When the time was right, he would share the translated heaven and earth beast taming art with those closest to him. His parents, Captain Han Qing, and Han Qing's daughter, Han Yijuo. Caution determined the timing, not greed. Li Dajun hurried to make one principle unmistakable. If the federal government rewarded the valuable material, every bit of that reward had to go back to Han Qing. They could not profit from his property, and Han Yijuo would need substantial resources after passing the martial arts exam and entering federal public university. Li Hao smiled. Did his father truly think his perspective was that narrow? Before Li Dajun could recover, Hao Chunmei forcefully set a full rice bowl in front of him. Her displeased look said enough. Did he doubt his own son's character? Li Dajun scratched his head and wisely stopped talking. After dinner, Li Hao and his father made the rare effort of cleaning the dishes together. Then Li Hao returned to his room, locked the door, and opened his personal optical computer. The closed library still bothered him, so he sent Qin Yuyang a direct message. Elder Qin, didn't you come to school today? Still alone in his locked bedroom, Li Hao sat cross-legged and cultivated the heaven and earth beast taming art while awaiting Qin Yuyang's reply. Elemental energy gathered as the technique circulated. In cultivation, an entire hour vanished as quickly as a blink. In silence was unusual, so Li Hao called him. No one answered. A message arrived moments later instead. Do not bother the old man, wait until his work is finished. Li Hao scratched his head, guessed Qin was lost in another cultivation-era translation, and backed off. The hour had not been wasted. Following the ancient method, Li Hao had absorbed water, earth, wood, and other elemental spiritual energy. He drew the Hanzi silk from his chest and read beyond the instructions for opening a beast taming space. The next passage explained how to build one. Blueprint was surprisingly direct. Attribute neutral energy would support and expand the space. Earth energy would establish land. Water could become rivers, lakes, even oceans. Wood would grow plants and fill the habitat with life chi. With those principles understood, Li Hao began building. Earth elemental spiritual energy crossed from the vortex into the cramped internal space and condensed beneath Li Hao's spiritual body. Bare land took shape. He stepped on it several times, testing the surface. It felt no different from real ground. Astonishment broke into delight. This was not merely a pocket, it was a small world. Next came wood elemental spiritual energy. A thin green current entered the space, and tender grass pushed through the bare ground, breathing life chi into it. Li Hao had prepared extra wood energy for exactly this purpose. The purple-gold mysterious bee he meant to hatch would prefer a habitat rich with plants. And every blade withered at once. The wood energy stream bent away from Li Hao's intended path and plunged toward the center of the ground, as though something buried there had seized it. His confidence vanished. On his first attempt, a process he had believed harmless had become completely unknown. Li Hao instinctively tried to cut off the wood energy stream. He could not. The attraction from the center was far stronger than he had imagined, wrenching control away from him and drawing on the elemental power he had gathered. Wood and water energy fed the hidden presence while the strain rebounded through body and mind. Li Hao caught himself with both hands and dragged in breath after breath. Blood spilled from his mouth and nose. His eyes were congested red, his face pale and soaked in sweat, and the mental pressure was nearly as punishing as the physical damage. Weakly, he mocked himself. Perhaps this was what wuxia stories called qi deviation. After resting, Li Hao forced himself to the desk and wiped the blood from his face. If his parents saw him like this, the trouble would be endless. He discarded the stained tissues, dragged himself back to bed, sat cross-legged again, and deliberately sent his consciousness inward. He needed to know what had nearly killed him. The answer was waiting at the center. Where the unseen force had swallowed his energy, a lush green sapling now stood as tall as a person. When Li Hao's consciousness appeared, its branches and leaves rustled as if greeting him. Stunned, he wondered whether this tree had consumed all that wood and water energy. As Li Hao stared, the Eye of Omniscience activated. A familiar information box appeared over the sapling and supplied the name that changed everything: Undying Tree. Unique. The tender seed that had entered his space unnoticed was no ordinary plant. It was an extraordinary living fortune hidden inside his own body. And a warning surfaced from the depths of Li Hao's memory. A voice had once called this a great fortune, but said it was only temporarily entrusted to him. If he proved unable to bear it, its owners would come to his grave and reclaim it. Before the undying tree, wonder curdled into dread. Before the person-sized undying tree, Li Hao finally caught the memory that its name had stirred. The vague warning sharpened into a figure, a mysterious person in a fox mask, appearing as silently as a ghost. The stranger had casually tapped the body's forehead, spoken of fortune, entrustment, and reclamation at the grave, then vanished as a racing black shadow. The gesture had looked effortless. Its consequences were anything but. That same night, the body's original soul had inexplicably dissipated. Only afterward had Li Hao transmigrated into it. He could not prove the tree caused either event, but the timing made one question unavoidable. Had the fox-masked person placed the undying tree on him? Tree's appetite for wood and water energy only strengthened his suspicion. A person able to obtain an SSS-ranked mythical plant might stand at this world's pinnacle. If that power returned to reclaim its fortune, Li Hao possessed neither leverage nor protection. This world contained Beast Tamers who murdered and robbed to grow stronger. Li Hao needed to know whether losing the undying tree would kill him even before a thief did. Keeping its identity secret, he contacted Senior Cheng Yudong through his optical computer. Cheng explained that a plunderer normally severs the mental connection by force. Both the Beast Tamer and the stolen beast then enter a period of weakness. The stronger and more stable their connection had been, the deeper that weakness became, and the longer it lasted. Li Hao pressed her. Would the severance itself endanger his life? Cheng found the premise strange. Ordinary Beast Tamers survived even when their beasts died. But anyone filthy enough to steal a beast might simply murder its owner afterward and eliminate the problem. Relief slipped through Li Hao. Perhaps he could break the connection before the masked power came. Then Cheng added one exception: plant-type exotic beasts. Unlike mobile beasts, they lived rooted inside the Beast Tamer's own space. If a rooted plant beast were removed or died, the damage could reach the beast taming space itself and endanger its owner. Li Hao's relief vanished. The undying tree was not treasure he could hand over to save his life. Losing it might be the thing that killed him. Only two paths remained. Li Hao could inhibit the undying tree's growth and reduce the future risk, but restraint alone would never remove the threat. His real answer was strength. enough strength that neither the fox-masked person nor any companion could take the tree by force. Silence made Cheng ask why these questions had suddenly occurred to him. Li Hao hurriedly called them idle curiosity. She did not press. Instead, she asked about his coming finals and reminded him to greet Director Su when he reported to the City 7 Beast Research Institute for summer vacation. After sending Cheng a thank you message, Li Hao turned his awareness inward. The sight awaiting him stole his words. The tender growth that had withered beneath the undying tree's ravenous absorption had returned to life. Li Hao bent and brushed the tender growth. An extraordinarily powerful life aura answered his fingertips. When he stared, the Eye of Omniscience supplied a name. Elementary Bud of Life, a tender bud created when the undying tree converted wood element spiritual power. Next entry widened the discovery. A Bud of Life could heal injuries. It could also slightly promote an exotic beast's evolution and advancement. Each use opened a different possibility, but Li Hao already carried the perfect injury on which to test the first. Bud of Life's power swept through Li Hao's battered body. In moments, the near-death damage disappeared so completely that no observer could have guessed what he had endured. Only the blood-stained tissues beside the bed remained as proof. Holding another bud, Li Hao stared and exclaimed, "This is simply heaven-defying." Still in his bedroom after the Bud of Life erased his terrible injuries, Li Hao studied the small green cluster in his hand. With the right sales channel, this much life force could become wealth, and wealth could keep his Beast Tamer path advancing even if that path was never smooth. One question remained. How could he test the claim that a bud promoted evolution and advancement when he had no hatched exotic beast? Then craving tugged through his bond. In the clothesline box, the purple-gold mysterious bee egg rocked toward the bud as if answering him. The idea was bold, but the resource was renewable. Wood element spiritual power could be converted into more buds through the undying tree. Li Hao therefore chose proof over hesitation, lifted the egg into his palm, and searched for a way to deliver life force through its sealed shell. Li Hao made himself the conduit. The bud's pure life force traveled through his body and into the hands supporting the egg. Some power was lost to his own flesh, but more than half crossed the shell. From inside came joy as intense as a desert traveler finding an oasis. When the creature stopped fussing, Li Hao set the egg down and summoned the Eye of Omniscience. The crucial number moved, 76, 77, 78, then stopped at 80%. One bud had raised, hatching progress from 75 to 80. The second effect was real. An egg becoming a larva was evolution in its most literal form. If one bud added 5%, 5 or 6 more should finish the job. Li Hao did not stop at theory. He counted 6 buds from the cluster, swallowed them, and prepared to send their gathered life force onward. The added life force drove the egg toward completion, but at 99% the advance became agonizingly slow. 99.1, then 99.2. The little creature hammered at the shell as if it could feel Li Hao's concern. He clenched sweaty fists and watched without blinking. Half an hour passed under Li Hao's fixed stare. At last, a hairline crack split the patterned shell. 2 delicate bee legs reached through, their metallic luster making them look slender and sturdy at once. They worked against the edge until the crack widened into a small opening. Small head followed. Emerald-like compound eyes caught the light while 2 antennae trembled, tasting the unfamiliar room. The juvenile wriggled until half its body was free. On its back, 2 pairs of transparent wings fluttered uncertainly, already trying to answer the open air. Hatchling gathered itself. Its hind legs pressed hard against the shell, and with one final heave the purple-gold mysterious bee pulled free. What had entered the night as an unhatched egg now stood in Li Hao's room as a living juvenile exotic beast. Li Hao opened his hand beneath it. The newborn's 4 wings vibrated. It lifted into a shaky first flight, crossed the tiny distance between them, and settled gently onto his palm. After all his anxious watching, the creature's first chosen perch was the hand that had fed it life. Now Li Hao could see it clearly. Though only a juvenile, it already measured 1/4 of his palm. 6 legs shone with metallic luster. 4 wings were thin as gauze, emerald compound eyes gleamed beneath trembling antennae, and a cold, bright stinger armed its tail. Longer Li Hao admired the small bee, the harder it became to restrain his smile. 1 juvenile stood on his palm, but in his mind, he could already glimpse a swarm surrounding him. Perhaps the undying tree was not a treasure he was destined to lose. Perhaps he could become strong enough to defend it. Patterned egg had finally hatched, and Li Hao could barely contain his delight. In one night, his future had changed twice. The tiny purple-gold mysterious bee carried A-rank commander potential, while the undying tree might one day reach the SSS-rank mythical level. Beast Tamer could sometimes borrow a bonded beast's specialties, so Li Hao opened the optical computer and searched insect-type examples. Ant bonds had produced tremendous strength. Beetle bonds could form exoskeletons. Other insects had granted regeneration, concealment, and stranger powers. B-type beasts stood out for sensory ability. That answer was useful enough to test. Li Hao offered the back of his hand, and the petite juvenile answered his intent, its two pairs of gauze-thin wings trembling as it prepared to fly. B rose, and the bond suddenly became more than emotion. Li Hao felt air streaming between its rapidly beating wings as if it brushed his own body. Then his viewpoint lifted. Through the juvenile's eyes, he could see the entire bedroom and his own body sitting motionless below. Convenience came with an ugly weakness. His breathing remained regular, but his body offered no reaction and no defense. Li Hao immediately warned himself that sensory sharing could never be used casually. A scout's vision meant little if an enemy could simply strike the Beast Tamer. Within the shared perspective, the juvenile felt like a tiny fighter jet and Li Hao its pilot. A thought sent it forward. Another drew it back, raised it, or lowered it. Every instruction was obeyed with a discipline that made the bee feel almost like an extension of himself. Li Hao sent the bee toward the door to test their connection. Just before it arrived, an inexplicable force ripped his consciousness away. The juvenile lost focus and dropped. 1 second later, its wings caught the air again, but the warning was clear. This bond had a boundary he did not yet understand. After recovering, Li Hao brought the juvenile into his beast taming space. The undying tree stood at its center, lush and person-sized. Possessing such a treasure would bring crises and trouble, but he could not call this beginning anything but fortunate. Li Hao stroked the undying tree and called the bee down onto one of its branches. The juvenile needed no persuasion. Drawn to the tree's dense life force, it folded its legs beneath itself and lay contentedly against the living green branch. Neither beast was intelligent yet. They possessed little beyond basic liking and dislike. That made Li Hao's test simple. Did either reject the other. When no hostility appeared, the tension left him. At least his first 2 inhabitants would not turn the cramped internal world into a battleground. And an emerald green drop slowly condensed on the branch. Li Hao's appraisal named it life essence, liquid containing the undying tree's purest life force, capable of greatly promoting an exotic beast's evolution. The peaceful introduction had just revealed a powerful new growth resource. Li Hao refused to drain the tree merely to force faster growth. Before the bee could act, he spoke firmly. The undying tree would be Xiao Miao. The purple-gold mysterious bee would be Xiao Zai. Xiao Miao could not give away life essence, and Xiao Zai could not consume life-rich substances without his permission. Xiao Miao's branches stirred beneath Li Hao's serious gaze, and Xiao Zai remained attentive on the branch. Their intelligence was simple, but they could feel his intent. With names, compatibility, and limits established, Li Hao's beast taming space had become more than storage. It was his first small household to protect and cultivate. Morning found Li Hao in surprisingly high spirits despite everything he had endured the day before. While dressing for school, however, he noticed something odd. His pants felt slightly short. Had replenishing all that life force actually made his body grow? He did not linger over the mystery. Li Hao ate breakfast as usual with Hao Chunmei and Li Dajun, said goodbye to both of them, and set off for Outer City No. 3 Middle School. This world still had weeks and school weekends, although every one of its 12 months lasted exactly 30 days. More importantly, the approaching summer vacation was no true holiday. For students like Li Hao, it became another form of study. Students choosing the martial exam would leave the city for nearby exotic beast habitats. 5 students formed each group, escorted by a retired City Defense Force veteran who had reached at least the intermediate Beast Tamer level. Reward justified the risk. Students who passed the martial exam and entered Federal Public University had a 70% chance of comprehending a beast taming method. Most became City Defense Force reserves. Those with superior aptitude could even enter the Federal Army. Academic exam students faced a different sorting. Average grades meant work at exotic beast farms. High grades could earn an institute internship. Fail the finals, and summer became hellish remedial school. Wealthy heirs could bypass both tracks through private family arrangements. In the classroom, Xiao Miao reacted to Li Hao's wish to leave the city as if his friend had lost his mind. Li Hao already possessed the summer position others wanted, yet he was considering danger. A gifted sophomore had died on exactly such a trip last year. Li Hao did not deny the death. He explained it. The route had been mapped for groups of E and D-rank beasts. No one could have predicted that a B-rank mountain-moving ape would intrude, and primate exotic beasts carried extreme hostility toward humans. In Li Hao's judgment, the team had suffered exceptional bad luck. A different B-rank beast might have allowed a retreat, and veteran leaders normally kept students away from truly dangerous territory. He understood the risk. He simply did not consider one disaster the whole equation. Xiao Miao rolled his eyes. Rare or not, staying in the city was safer. Then he offered a compromise. The Research Institute regularly sent teams beyond the walls to collect materials, and those teams traveled with far stronger protection. Xiao Miao's father had mentioned something even better. Director Su supposedly kept a master-level beastmaster beside him year-round. If Li Hao could accompany the director's collection team, he could leave the city under exceptional protection. Li Hao repeated the rank in disbelief. Before the coming physical test, Han Yijuo raised a hand and reminded Li Hao of his body's disgraceful record. Last time he had claimed illness, hidden in the school infirmary, and earned a 0. Her father had ordered her to supervise him, and she threatened to whip him if he fled again. Xiao Miao burst out laughing. Li Hao's face heated at the previous owner's so-called achievement. He had not committed that embarrassment, but for now he had to carry it. After a small cough, he promised that he had been training hard and would not escape this test. Xiao Miao immediately understood why Li Hao had been sending him home first. The kid had been training alone. He loudly demanded to see the results today. Li Hao told him to lower his voice and insisted he had always trained. Xiao Miao simply answered with a disdainful tusk. And Yijuo was simply pleased that her father would not need to order more supervision. When Xiao Miao asked how she could believe Li Hao so easily, she only chuckled, returned to her seat, and lay down to sleep. Li Hao declared the two equally hopeless. And the bell rang. Conversations broke apart, chairs shifted, and students streamed from the classroom in 2s and 3s toward the martial arts field. Li Hao went with them, carrying secret strength that Xiao Miao now expected him to prove. Bell carried Li Hao straight from the classroom into a much larger crowd. Outer City No. 3 Middle School had 10 second-year classes, and every one of them had gathered on the training ground. Li Hao stood with Class 1, still carrying the secret strength Xiao Miao expected him to prove. Principal Song Mulin, a kind-looking little old man, stood above them with a microphone and a smile that narrowed his eyes. Once the whispers faded, he announced his prize. After using every connection he could, he had brought staff from the Exotic Beast Research Institute to test all the second-year students. Song told the future martial exam students to find and repair their weaknesses. The academic exam students should identify the abilities that gave them an edge. This was not next year's decisive examination, but it was still a chance to close gaps, and part of the data would be folded into this year's final results. Nobody could dismiss it. Principal Song stepped down, and a burly teacher replaced him with a roster. More than half of Class 1 was called for the north side of Training Ground No. 1. Han Yijuo and Xiao Miao were among them. Li Hao remained with the academic exam students, separating from the two friends who had pressed him hardest about this test. Huge precision instruments waited for Li Hao's group. Chen Xiaoshan explained that Principal Song's connections had brought specialists from the City 7 Beast Research Institute. Their work went beyond studying exotic beasts. They could analyze a beast tamer's own abilities and produce detailed personal data. For ordinary students, access to that kind of testing was rare. Excitement erupted. Some students had heard ordinary beast tamers rarely received this analysis. Detailed results could make every later training session more targeted and perhaps improve their chances at Federal Public University. Li Hao saw another side of the opportunity. After cultivating the heaven and earth beast taming art and absorbing so much life force yesterday, even he did not know his actual limit. Should he truly go all out? And told the Institute's lead staff member that these students had chosen the academic exam, so their physical scores might be average. Then he left to instruct the martial exam group on the north side. The badge-wearing man introduced by the exchange was Director Zheng. With an easy smile, he promised that Director Su had ordered the staff to make every measurement as accurate as possible. As the line began moving, Yang Ling spoke quietly to Li Hao. She thanked him for helping her before. Li Hao had nearly forgotten and waved the debt away. Classmates were supposed to help one another. Gathering her courage, Yang Ling looked up with her large, watery eyes and urged him to do his best. Li Hao smiled, told her to do the same, and faced forward again. Director Zheng stopped the students before a huge upright target. The first test combined accuracy and strength. Red points would flash at different positions, and each student could punch, kick, or use any other method to strike them. The machine would judge how precisely the attack landed and how much force it delivered. At Director Zheng's call, staff member Cheng stepped up. A red point flashed. Cheng's fist snapped forward like the wind and struck it hard enough to make the target tremble. The readout came back at 92% accuracy and 300 kilograms. That was not an ordinary adult's strength. Cheng had recently become an elementary beast tamer and tamed an iron-armed ape. Director Zheng brought the numbers back to student level. For boys, 80 kilograms was excellent, 60 was good, and 40 passed. For girls, the lines were 60, 45, and 30 kilograms. Accuracy used one scale for everyone, 75% for excellent, 60 for good, and 50 to pass. The students answered together that they understood. First attempts quickly produced 3 names worth remembering. Qin Hao scored 80% accuracy and 81 kilograms of force. Yao Qingxiao reached 75% and 83 kilograms. Among the girls, Siyu delivered 80% accuracy and 61 kilograms. All 3 cleared both excellent lines, giving this supposedly average academic exam group results worthy of the martial exam. Director Zheng found the result almost amusing. Those 3 were already around the middle level of martial exam students. He guessed they came from substantial outer city families. With family resources behind them, they could choose the safer academic exam path into Federal Public University without worrying about receiving fewer cultivation resources there. Their scores were not accidents. They reflected strategy and backing. And the staff called, "Next, Li Hao." He stepped forward and planted himself steadily before the test machine. The name changed Director Zhang's attention at once. This was the student who had accepted an invitation from Director Su's assistant, and Zhang himself had issued that letter. Now he wanted to see exactly what was so unusual about this middle school student. Director Zhang did not leave Li Hao's test to the staff. He strode over, patted the operator's shoulder, and took the analysis instrument himself. "I'll handle the remaining students. Go rest." Then he called Li Hao forward, making it clear that this attempt would receive his full attention. Li Hao had been weighing this moment before his name was called. The heaven and earth beast taming art had changed him, and he now commanded 2 low-ranked beasts with exceptional racial potential. But this was only a sophomore final, not the decisive exam. Showing everything would buy little and invite suspicion. 50% would be enough. Calmed his mind. The spiritual energy vortex in his chest spun, sending a thread of pure energy through the beast taming space to the newly hatched purple-gold mysterious bee. Sensory synchronization engaged. At once, the world seemed to slow. Tiny motions and shifting expressions became easy to follow through the bee's innate dynamic vision. Director Zhang tapped the panel. Instead of placing the red point on the chest, waist, limbs, or another convenient surface, he made it appear on the back of the humanoid target's neck. It was an awkward angle chosen for one purpose, to see what exactly made Li Hao special. To his borrowed perception, the opening looked almost generous. Li Hao pivoted and snapped a whip kick into the difficult point. The strike carried enough force for an excellent rating, but its precision was the real shock. Roughly 90% accuracy, achieved in an instant against a position no ordinary middle school student should have handled so cleanly. Score pleased everyone except Li Hao. He had aimed for 50%, yet his leg had released closer to 70. His strength had grown faster than his ability to measure it. That made the flaw obvious. Before the major exam, he needed serious work on coordination and fine bodily control. As Li Hao passed him on the way to the next venue, Director Zhang spoke just loudly enough for him to hear. "Student Li Hao, you hid quite a lot this time, didn't you?" Shock flickered through Li Hao's eyes. His restraint had not escaped notice. It had made the director more curious. Zhang had assumed Li Hao's theoretical brilliance explained the institute internship. Now the physical evidence contradicted that simple answer. Correcting for the awkward target, he estimated a full whip kick near 240 kilograms. The corresponding punch was already around 100, and Li Hao's unused reserve might push his real punch strength close to 120. Next revelation came from someone Li Hao had never considered physically imposing. Yang Ling's result appeared in Zhang's hand. 88% accuracy, 70 kilograms of force, excellent overall. The students and staff stared at her petite frame in disbelief. Red-faced under the attention, she hurried past Li Hao toward the second test. A retreat left Li Hao with a useful warning. A top-tier cultivation method and 2 beasts of extraordinary racial rank did not make him untouchable. This world was full of hidden talents. Several more students earned excellent first test ratings afterward, though none produced the same shock. Even Zhang surveyed the overall results and judged them merely average. Second station tested reaction ability, much like tests from Li Hao's previous life. Sensory synchronization made it easy for him, even while he restrained himself, and he secured another excellent. The same rating went to Yao Qingxiao, Yang Ling, and Si Yu. Qin Hao, despite his excellent first result, only barely managed good here. Reaction test also exposed talent the first machine had missed. Wu Ziaxiao and Su Hankui had earned only good ratings before, but both now delivered eye-catching excellent performances. Their names began circulating among the institute staff. Yang Ling's surprise was no isolated accident. Different tests were revealing different kinds of strength. Li Hao counted the progress for himself. 5 tests in total, and the first 2 had both ended in excellent ratings. He had preserved some of his strength, confirmed the value of the bee's perception, and found a weakness in his bodily control. With those lessons in mind, he moved on toward the remaining physical tests. As the cohort moved on, Yang Ling stayed close to Li Hao without quite meeting his eyes. She softly congratulated him on earning 2 excellent ratings. Li Hao smiled and turned the praise back on her. No one had expected so much strength from someone with such a petite frame. They arrived with the crowd at the third test. To Li Hao, this endurance trial and the speed test still to come resembled the physical fitness exams of his previous life. The difference was the machine waiting at the center. It would test strength, stamina, and will under increasing gravity. Director Zhang ordered everyone into student number order. Inside the instrument, gravity would rise at fixed intervals, 10 kilograms per step for boys, 5 for girls. Each new level required 10 full seconds. The instant a knee or hand touched the ground, the attempt ended. Wang Lin went first. He had performed well in the earlier tests, but the rising field steadily stripped away his composure. By 70 kilograms, his eyes were bloodshot, his teeth locked, and every second demanded stubborn effort. Still, he survived the required count. Display jumped from 70 to 80. Wang Lin's legs immediately gave way. Before his knees could crash down, Director Zhang caught him and hauled him clear of the field. The verdict rang across the venue. 70 kilograms endured good. Now everyone knew exactly how unforgiving the next increment could be. Manhwa entered with a fire still burning from his merely good second test result. Instead of beginning at 40 kilograms, he asked for 60 immediately. Director Zhang warned that taking so much pressure at once could sabotage his later limit. Manhwa did not yield. He knew his own strength. 6 halos lit and 60 kilograms descended at once. Manhwa held firm. The field climbed through 70 and 80, surpassing Wang Lin's limit without breaking his posture. Even at 90 kilograms, he still looked capable of carrying more. His confidence had not been empty after all. At 100 kilograms, the change was immediate. Manhwa's breathing quickened and his one straight back bent. Li Hao caught the tiny loss of control at once. Manhwa had finally begun to struggle. Blood surged into Manhwa's eyes, veins rose beneath his skin, and he fought to straighten again. 10 seconds passed. The pressure rose to 110 kilograms, drawing amazed whispers from the students. Manhwa shut out every voice. Eyes closed and teeth clenched, he held one breath in his chest while blood crept from the corner of his mouth. His body swayed, yet still did not fall. Director Zhang knew another full 10-kilogram leap could make Manhwa collapse, so he ordered only 5. Manhwa endured 115 kilograms on will alone. Then, instead of accepting the result, he fixed his eyes on the operator and demanded another increase. The next command would bring the mountain down at 120. Manhwa stared at the operator, refusing to retreat from his demand. The operator would not risk that decision alone and looked to Director Zhang. After one tense pause, Zhang gave a slight nod. The command went in. The load climbed to 120 kilograms. New pressure struck like a mountain. Manhwa's knees folded, his back bowed, and he braced both hands against his thighs. Veins swelled across his arms and neck. He trapped one last breath in his chest as sweat and fresh blood ran down onto the instrument. Director Zhang had estimated Manhwa's limit at only 100 to 110. One mistake now could cause severe harm, so he watched for the first sign of failure. Around them, every student silently counted. 10 seconds meant success. Manhwa endured 13. The instant Manhwa reached his limit, Director Zhang shut the instrument down and caught him as he fell. Then came the verdict, 120 kilograms, excellent. Zhang wasted no time celebrating. He brought out a bottle of light blue life nutrient solution and carefully poured it into Manhwa's mouth. Yang Ling quietly supplied the numbers. An ordinary tube retailed for 5 federal gold coins. The Institute's version cost 6. In bulk, the ordinary product fell to roughly 4 gold and 50 silver, while the City 7 Institute still cost about 5 gold and 50 silver. Li Hao had not expected the timid Yang Ling to know the market so precisely. When he asked why, she kept her eyes down and worried the corner of her clothes. Her mother worked at the City 7 Beast Research Institute. Li Hao stayed calm on the outside, but inwardly he was delighted. If ordinary nutrient solution was already this expensive, the Bud of Life might let Li Hao accumulate capital quickly. But selling blindly would be foolish. First, he needed one tube to compare their effects. Only then could he estimate the bud's true value and choose an accurate price. The obstacle was money. Li Hao was still an ordinary middle school student with only 50 federal silver coins in monthly allowance. Even adding the 3 gold coins from Cheng Yudong's thank you gift left him well short of a single tube. He needed another way to obtain one. Once Manhwa was dismissed from the test area, Director Zhang repeatedly called the class back to order. The endurance assessment resumed, but nobody produced another shock like 120 kilograms. Manhwa's brutal success remained the standard hanging over every student who followed. Stronger students remained consistent across the tests. Yao Chengxiao reached 100 kilograms. Su Hankui managed 90. Among the girls, Cu reached 80. All were respectable results, but after Manhwa's 13 seconds under 120, the class no longer treated them as astonishing. Director Zhang called Li Hao forward, and his voice carried unmistakable expectation. Few liberal arts students had earned excellent grades in both earlier events, and Li Hao's circumstances made him especially interesting. Li Hao drew a breath, settled on a decision, walked into the instrument, and signaled that he was ready. The instrument started gradually. Li Hao felt his body grow heavier, but the early pressure remained manageable. Up to 50 kilograms, he could still stand with relative ease. Once the load passed 50, however, each breath became heavier, exposing the weakness his recent gains had not yet erased. Li Hao understood the problem. This body's foundation had been poor for years. Even a top-tier method like the Heaven and Earth Beast Taming art could not produce a complete transformation overnight. Raw strength alone would not carry him much farther, so he turned inward to the spiritual energy vortex in his chest. Li Hao circulated spiritual energy through his body according to the Heaven and Earth Beast Taming art. As the current accelerated through his meridians, something unexpected happened. The instrument's displayed load kept rising, yet the pressure bearing down on him began to feel weaker. His test had changed. Inside the active gravity instrument, Li Hao kept the spiritual energy vortex at his chest turning. Energy accelerated through his meridians, and the crushing load strangely receded. The display still read 80 kilograms, but to him, it now felt like less than 60. 10 seconds later, another ring ignited. The load jumped to 90 kilograms, jolting Li Hao's circulation and slowing it for a heartbeat. Then the heaven and earth beast taming art forced the current through the obstruction, restoring its speed almost instantly. Director Zhang folded his arms and watched more closely. Adapting to another 10 kilograms in one breath was not normal, and Li Hao's beast taming method was clearly unusual. Offstage, Yang Ling reached the same conclusion. Her classmate was hiding secrets. Zhang's certainty came from a special exotic beast he possessed. Through its ability, he could see spiritual energy inside a human body. Beneath Li Hao's skin, delicate threads of spiritual qi crawled with astonishing precision, and Zhang could not understand why. The instrument reached 100 kilograms. Li Hao decided the moment had come. He bent his knees, lowered his waist, furrowed his brow, and deliberately thickened those hidden energy threads. Veins rose across his forehead, neck, and arms. To everyone else, he was reaching his limit. Students declared that 100 kilograms was already excellent and wondered whether Li Hao had taken drugs to earn 3 excellent scores. Eyes shut, he heard every word and rejoiced. The act was working. He pushed the performance farther, brought blood to his face, and let himself fall. Director Zhang lifted Li Hao and pressed white gauze to his bloody face. From the safety of Zhang's arms, Li Hao whispered that he had pushed too hard, had no strength left, and might miss the 4th test. Zhang stared at him, momentarily speechless. If Zhang could not see spiritual energy flow, the trick might have fooled him completely. Instead, he knew Li Hao had targeted the nutrient solution from the start. Even so, Director Su Yusheng had ordered the institute staff to spare no restorative needed to keep injured students testing. Zhang sighed, shook his head, and made the result official. Li Hao had endured 100 kilograms and earned an excellent score. Then he drew a vial of low-level life nutrient solution from his lab coat and stuffed it into Li Hao's waiting hand. His goal achieved, Li Hao broke into a smile. He removed the gauze, wiped away the blood, and quietly promised to repay Zhang at the original price when he visited the institute during summer vacation. Zhang rolled his eyes. The institute reimbursed the vial. Li Hao owed him nothing. Zhang told him to drink it, get out, and proceed to the next event. Li Hao chuckled, opened the vial, and swallowed the light blue solution in one go. His costly benchmark was no longer an unreachable purchase. He had secured it through nerve and control. Jin Hao wanted an explanation for Li Hao's sudden qualitative leap. Li Hao could hardly reveal the truth, so he claimed Captain Han Qing had taught him to cultivate. Qin considered that answer and completed the lie for him. Li Hao must have undergone an acquired breakthrough, just like Qin himself. Li Hao observed that Qin's scores already qualified him for the martial arts exam. Unlike Li Hao, he did not need the written route. Qin answered indifferently that his family had arranged it. With nothing more to add, the two boys turned toward Yang Ling, whose test was underway. Yang Ling completed the pressure test with another excellent result. By now, Class 1 and the Institute staff were almost accustomed to being surprised by this quiet, unremarkable-looking girl. Almost. Each new success still drew another round of impressed looks. After 3 events, only 4 students had swept the board. Li Hao, Yang Ling, Yao Qingxiao, and Siyu. Qin Hao, Su Hankui, and Wu Ziaxiao followed with 2 excellent ratings each. The class now had a clear leading group, and one supposedly poor student stood inside it. When the final pressure test ended, Director Zhang led everyone to the 4th venue. This event was simpler, 50 meters testing explosive speed. Yao Qingxiao, Qin Hao, Siyu, and Yang Ling all earned excellent. Su Hankui and Wu Ziaxiao took good ratings. Different strengths reshuffled the field again. Li Hao no longer needed to impress anyone. He had obtained and consumed the nutrient solution he wanted, so he deliberately held back and scraped into good. Most classmates noticed nothing. Qin Hao's expression turned strange. Yang Ling looked confused. Yao Qingxiao and Siyu watched with open surprise. The 5th venue, Director Zhang reframed the stakes. Even students who never became Beast Tamers could be recruited by the federal government if their combat talent was strong. As technology advanced, institutes might also create weapons that let ordinary people fight exotic beasts. This final test measured that possibility. Each student would fight the robot alone. Last 2 minutes for good, last 5 for excellent. Time was not everything. The staff would judge overall performance as well. Worried whispers spread through the class until Director Zhang clarified the setting, not Beast Tamer strength, but an ordinary adult trained in real combat. Most students were wondering how to survive. Yao Qingxiao raised his hand and asked a different question. What grade would he receive if he defeated the robot? Director Zhang was not surprised. He answered with a smile, treating the challenge as bold but entirely serious. Wang Lin entered as the first clear demonstration of the test. The robot came alive and rushed him. Its metallic fist tore through the air toward his face. Wang Lin was ready. He shifted sideways at the last instant, and the straight punch flashed past his ear. Dodge was not an escape. The robot stopped its fist beside Wang Lin's head, opened the hand into a claw, and seized his shoulder. Its other hand locked onto the opposite side before he could counter. In one fluid chain, a missed punch became a two-handed grapple. And the robot exerted its strength. Wang Lin left the ground before he could react and flew toward the center like a kite with a broken string. He struck hard enough to be dazed. On ordinary ground, the impact could have broken several bones. The Institute's special surface absorbed the worst of it. Robot obeyed its safety logic. It would attack again only if Wang Lin stood. He panted, pushed against the floor, and tried repeatedly, but his body would not rise. Director Zhang assessed him, then nodded to an Institute worker. Wang Lin's attempt was over, and the waiting students finally understood the fifth test. The next student entered with results slightly worse than Wang Lin's. The moment the bout began, the metal robot rushed in and knocked them away with ease. Its control was exact, however. The student hit the arena without suffering an injury. Pattern repeated. A few students survived the fierce assault for more than a minute, but most bouts ended inside 30 seconds. With every failure, the students still waiting lost confidence. Even lasting 2 minutes for a good rating now seemed painfully distant. Director Zhang and the Institute staff showed no surprise. These were still young students. Real combat had come too early for most of them. The oppressive rhythm continued until Zhang finally called one name that pulled every eye back toward the arena: Yao Qingxiao. Yao had already warmed up and removed his top. He waited quietly at the boundary, then stepped onto the field without hesitation. The robot reacted at once, driving straight toward him and sending a metal right fist directly at his face. Yao did not flinch. He tilted his head by the smallest margin, and the metal fist grazed past his earlobe. Before the robot could recover, his left hand locked around its right arm while his other hand reached toward its neck. At the same time, Yao planted his right foot behind the robot and pulled with a sudden burst of strength. The coordination would have thrown a human opponent. Against the robot's crushing weight, it was not enough. The metal body refused to go down. Yao changed tactics and drove an almost full-power kick into the robot's left leg joint. The steel frame barely reacted. The recoil instead left his own leg numb. Retreating before it could pursue, Yao cursed inwardly and made his choice. If his secret was exposed, so be it. After several retreating steps, Yao stopped and settled into a strange posture. Faint waves began to radiate through the air around him. Director Zhang's composure broke into pleased surprise. Yao was circulating spiritual qi through the beast taming method and had hidden it even from him. Waiting students felt the faint waves as well. Li Hao stared harder. Yao had already cultivated the beast taming method. The posture and gathering aura suggested something more. Could a student their age already be capable of releasing a true martial skill? Without looking away for long, Li turned to Yang Ling and deliberately kept his voice low. Was Yao preparing some kind of move? Yang Ling, equally intent on the arena, quietly identified the posture for him. This was wind-breaking hand. Robot advanced again. Yao completed the circulation, committed to the attack, and released wind-breaking hand. Spiritual qi drove through the fierce strike. This time, the seemingly immovable metal opponent was forced backward, and the entire watching class erupted in shock. The spectators, an adolescent who had cultivated the beast taming method and mastered a martial skill, was nothing short of a genius. Yao alone understood the price. The forced strike had nearly emptied him. If the robot attacked again, he could only endure and fight for time. Before the robot could move, Director Zhang called across the arena. Yao's test was over and he could rest. The announcement caught Yao completely off guard. He had been preparing to bluff his way through the remaining time, not to be dismissed while the clock was still running. Yao protested that the time had not expired and insisted he could still fight. Zhang only smiled and reminded him of the rule. This test judged performance, not survival time alone. Yao had already shown enough. Still bewildered, he could do nothing but leave the arena. Waiting students surged toward Yao, eager to ask how he had done it. Li Hao did not join them. His attention stayed fixed on the now empty place where Yao had stood. Hanging there in his vision was the familiar shape of an appraisal information box. First line gave the technique its name, wind-breaking hand. The next classified it as an elementary martial skill, a fierce attack containing spiritual qi. At major achievement, the entry said that qi could become powerful enough to tear through raging winds. But the box held more than a description. A glowing figure moved slowly through wind-breaking hand, displaying the martial skill step by step. Li watched, fascinated. His appraisal ability had not merely named what Yao used, it had preserved a demonstration he might be able to study. Li immediately turned that discovery into a question for Qin Yuyang, messaging the elder about practicing martial skills. Qin's reply came back incredulous. The boy supposedly had not even begun cultivating the beast taming method, yet he was already thinking about martial skills. Li did not admit that he had already cultivated, much less that he had opened a beast taming space. He promised to explain when he collected Qin's translation, then ended the exchange with a convenient truth. His own test was approaching. Message sent, Li refocused on the arena. After Yao Qingxiao's display, the other strong students squeezed out nearly everything they had. Qin Hao endured the metal robot for roughly 3 minutes through sheer innate power. Si Yu used agile footwork to last about 2. Su Hengqi and Wu Xiaoxiao fell somewhat short of her mark. And director Zheng called Li Hao. Li moved quickly to the arena, removed his top, and gently set his personal optical computer beside it at the boundary. With his belongings safely outside the field, he stepped into the dirt beneath the gaze of the waiting students. 3 excellent results in the first 4 tests had transformed Li from a notorious poor student into an upper echelon contender. Qin Hao, Yao Qingxiao, and the other academic exam students were especially intent. His scores from last semester had been disastrous. Now they wanted to know how far his sudden rise could go. Li paid no attention to their speculation. He advanced slowly, calmly studying the metal opponent and turning over his own plan. Director Zheng glanced toward the operator. Commands flashed beneath flying hands, and the dormant test machine began responding. Li turned fast and fixed his eyes on the robot. The spiritual energy vortex in his chest accelerated, sending power into his hands. The machine had one order: defeat him as quickly as possible. Its strength and speed matched an adult's, but the staff had given it no martial skill. Instead of fear, Li felt an unfamiliar excitement. The robot sprang into the air and drove a metal fist toward his chest. Li clenched his reinforced fist and punched upward to meet it. Metal and flesh collided, and with spiritual energy behind him, Li fought the adult strength machine to a draw. Collision was only the first layer of the attack. Through sensory synchronization, Li caught the second punch before it arrived. He immediately withdrew his first fist. His other hand opened from a fist into a palm, changing the angle while the airborne robot still lacked room to adjust. Li's palm struck before the robot could change posture. The machine flew backward, slammed into the arena, and threw up a cloud of dust. The result was unmistakable. Li had not merely resisted the metal opponent. He had used its airborne commitment against it and knocked it down. Boundary erupted. Beautiful. Well done. Li was only the 3rd student after Yao Qingxiao and Qin Hao who had dared to meet the robot head-on. Yet this exchange looked different. He had converted that collision into a clean knockdown, giving his competitors even more reason to stare. Robot's command did not allow hesitation. Once its backward momentum was checked, it attacked again. Li welcomed the pressure. His real goal was larger than a test score. He wanted to discover whether martial techniques from his previous life could combine with this world's spiritual energy and become a unique martial skill. Among the old styles he knew, Taijiquan was the natural choice. Baijiquan and Wing Chun were famous, but Taijiquan had been the most convenient for self-cultivation, and it was the method Li had practiced most. If any familiar framework could teach spiritual energy to redirect force, this was it. Robot arrived before the puzzled crowd could understand his posture. It planted its left foot, drove power through its right metal leg, and swept toward Li's shoulder. This was not a light probe. The machine committed adult-level force to a strike that had already overwhelmed another strong student. Li crouched slightly and secured his horse stance, lowering his center before the impact. Spiritual energy gathered along both arms. He crossed them above and below, then made a small hop at the instant the metal leg struck. The reinforced guard caught the sweep instead of opposing it as a rigid wall. Sweep's immense force still shifted Li sideways, but that movement was part of the answer. Because he had prepared his stance and lowered his center, the blow displaced him without knocking him down. Raw strength traveled through the guarded frame and spent itself in lateral motion. Watching students were dumbfounded. From outside the arena, Li's defense had looked almost effortless. They had seen this exact sweep knock Qin Hao down, yet Li possessed neither Qin's physique nor his raw strength. Technique had just produced a result their ordinary comparison could not explain. Even Director Zheng's eyes widened. In his experience, simply blocking such a violent sweep should have demanded a martial exam student's strength, and should still have left that student in a miserable state. Li Hao had taken it cleanly, stayed on his feet, and turned a familiar-looking posture into something the arena could no longer dismiss. The robot did not pursue after its sweep. Its metal head trembled, its eyes flickered, and its core calculated the impossible result. Li Hao could not be defeated quickly. For the first time in the bout, machine and student held their ground and waited. Li Hao understood the balance just as clearly. Taijiquan had let him redirect force and survive a blow he could not overpower. It had even put the robot on the ground. But leverage was not victory. With his present strength, he had no answer for that steel body. Robot finally stepped forward, but no longer rushed. It advanced slowly and steadily. At the sideline, Director Zheng hugged the roster to his chest and hid a smile, delighted that an initial model machine could teach these future Beast Tamers how formidable technology had become. And the robot settled into a stance. Li Hao's eyes widened. The angle of its limbs, the measured feet, the deliberate approach, it was displaying the same Taijiquan he had just used. His experiment had worked well enough for the machine to learn from him. Li Hao gritted his teeth and watched those feet. Spiritual energy flowed from the vortex in his chest into his legs. He lowered himself, waited for one metal foot to rise, then exploded sideways like an arrow toward the side that should have been hardest for the robot to cover. The computational core had already found that route. The descending foot stopped dead. The robot twisted at the waist, drove that suspended leg onto Li Hao's path, and powered its right fist toward his face. In one mechanical sequence, the opening became a trap. Sensory sharing let Li Hao see the change immediately, but not escape it. He spun the spiritual energy vortex and reinforced both arms for the punch. Just before contact, the machine stopped again. Its fist opened, lifted over his guard, and crashed downward while he hung helplessly in midair. Force drove Li Hao straight into the dirt. Dust burst across the arena and swallowed him from view. Once he was pinned, the robot withdrew its hand and stood upright, leaving the watching students able to see only its blurred metal silhouette. Director Zheng removed the exhausted student from the arena, but Li Hao's curiosity survived the beating. Learning that newer combat robots could contend with C-class exotic beasts made his eyes widen. If enough machines existed, he reasoned, might they even stand against a B-class beast? Zheng dismissed that fantasy. Second- and third-generation combat robots could not be produced at will. Every unit needed a computational core and an energy core, and a machine strong enough to face a C-class beast required an energy source made from at least a B-class exotic beast core. Cores were only part of the problem. The components themselves were extraordinarily difficult to manufacture, making mass production impossible. City number 7 possessed exactly one combat robot capable of contending with a C-class exotic beast. Li Hao's imagined army collapsed to a single irreplaceable machine. Zheng still believed the technology mattered. Its present level was insufficient, but perhaps one day machines could replace the humans sent onto battlefields. The hope was not an army City number 7 could build now. It was a future that research might eventually make possible. That future demanded astronomical funding. Yet rebel organizations had grown increasingly active, forcing the major cities to spend most of their income resisting them. Only a tiny fraction remained for scientific research. Combat robot progress was slow not for lack of promise, but because humanity's present enemies consumed its future. Li Hao listened without interrupting until Zheng delivered him to the Class 1 students who had finished testing. Still exhausted, he recovered his discarded top and personal optical computer, dressed again, and returned to the classroom. The moment he reached his desk, the long day finally dragged him into sleep. Still drained by his battle with the test robot, Li Hao slept at his classroom desk until a hand gently patted his head. He lifted his face and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. Xiao Miao stood over him, openly suspicious that an ordinary written exam student could possibly be this exhausted. Li Hao ignored the teasing and scanned the room. Most of their classmates had returned, yet Han Yijuo's place was conspicuously empty. His sleepiness tightened into concern. He turned back to Zhao and asked why she had not come with him. Concern transformed Zhao instantly. He seized Li Hao by both shoulders, furious that his friend had missed the spectacle. According to him, Han Yijuo had challenged the steel fifth test robot with her bare hands and smashed it. Li Hao, remembering how hard that metal body had been to hurt, could only stare. Zhao admitted that smashed was dramatic, but the truth was scarcely less absurd. Han had dismantled, almost dismembered, the machine with ease. Even inner-city advanced schools rarely produced results like that. Chen Xiaoshan had laughed until his face wrinkled, and an ecstatic institute researcher had taken Han away with Chen accompanying her. Once reassured about Han, Li Hao asked how Zhao had performed. Zhao had earned 3 goods and 1 excellent. Then Li Hao quietly gave his own result, 3 excellents and 1 good. The neat reversal erased every word from Zhao's mouth. He simply stood there, staring at the friend he had just mocked for sleeping. While Zhao searched for a reply, Qin Hao addressed Li Hao. The Academic Affairs Office had ordered every sophomore with 3 excellents in the first 4 tests to assemble at number 1 training ground. Qin and Yao Qingxiao had noticed Li Hao sleeping through the broadcast, so they had come back specifically to collect him. Li Hao pushed past the dazed Zhao, stood and thanked the two. Yao waved the gratitude away. They were classmates. As the qualifiers prepared to leave, Zhao sank into Li Hao's seat and muttered that Li must have taken drugs. Li Hao and Yao burst out laughing, while Qin struggled to preserve a dignified expression. Before the 3 could go, a timid voice asked whether she could join them. They turned to find Yang Ling, the petite academic exam student who had excelled throughout the tests. Li Hao, Qin, and Yao exchanged no debate. All 3 nodded. Yang fell in beside them, leaving Zhao even more astonished than before. 5 events had run simultaneously across 3 training grounds, consuming most of the day. The larger martial exam group had taken longer and moved straight to number 1 training ground upon finishing. Li Hao's group crossed the campus to join them, entering a venue reserved for students with at least 3 excellents in the first 4 tests. 4 found the Class 1 martial exam students and settled among them. More qualifiers continued arriving from every sophomore class. Only when all 10 classes were represented did the movement finally subside. The day had separated them across different tests. Now their shared results had gathered them before one podium. Principal Song Mulin walked slowly onto the podium, and the crowd quieted around him. He cleared his throat and raised a thick folder. The sophomore physical fitness assessment was complete, including this year's newly added 5th event. But the institute had not yet finished analyzing that experimental test. First 4 results, however, were already in Song's hands. He judged this cohort stronger than last year's sophomores and told them many had real hope of reaching Federal Public University. Then his tone changed. He had another announcement, one important enough that every student should reconsider the future. The university was no longer their only option. Federal students, the major exam in Federal Public University had always defined the road ahead. Confusion spread through the training ground. Song did not prolong it. Only yesterday, after discussion in the Federal Council, City No. 7 had approved a proposal allowing the exotic Beast Research Institute to recruit outstanding high school graduates directly for training. The announcement struck so hard that No. 1 training ground became silent enough to hear a pin drop. Li Hao and the other qualifiers stared toward the podium. The exotic Beast Research Institute was not a minor alternative school. Its name alone implied a path even narrower and more coveted than the university route they had pursued all their lives. Moment later, silence exploded into chaos. Students shouted the news back at one another. The institute was recruiting, and it would train outstanding graduates directly. If entering Federal Public University was a grade difficult, this new path was S-grade. Li Hao had awakened expecting only the results of a long test day. Instead, the shape of his future had just changed. As the training ground's uproar rolled around him, Li Hao measured the new offer against the future he had already chosen. His original plan was simple: enter Federal Public University, become a Beast Tamer, and grow strong. Power would let him protect the warm little home he had found in this life. It would also let him leave the shelter of City No. 7 one day and properly see how vast this world truly was. There was also the undying tree seedling hidden inside his beast taming space, a treasure so extraordinary that it was effectively a ticking time bomb. The fox-masked stranger's warning remained engraved in him. Without sufficient power, there could be no true freedom. Federal Beast Tamers guarded humanity's cities, and Li Hao considered that duty noble. Yet their mortality rate remained above 50%. Beast tides were only one threat. Rebel organizations hunted them too. That was why his mother, Hao Chunmei, had always opposed this dream. Li Hao had already crossed the threshold of beast taming through the heaven and earth beast taming art, a method superior to the federal standard. But private cultivation was not enough. The optical network could not replace systematic instruction, and learning as a mercenary would demand blood. As the announcement faded, a formally dressed, spirited elder walked to the center of the platform. Students recognized Old Man Qin from the library, and then realized he was Qin Yuyang, deputy director of the Exotic Beast Research Institute. Qin found Li Hao in the crowd and smiled. Qin wasted no words. The institute's standards would be stricter than federal public universities, and it would recruit fewer people. Even among these qualified students, competition would only become more intense. This was not an easier substitute for the university exam. Reward matched that difficulty. Anyone admitted to the institute's training ranks would receive resources beyond the student's imagination. For Li Hao, who needed strength without exposing every secret or gambling his life as a mercenary, that promise immediately changed the calculation. Then Qin removed the offer's greatest apparent sacrifice. The institute had reached an agreement with Federal Public University. Its trainees could enter and leave the university freely and receive a university education at the same time. Li Hao would not have to surrender his original goal. Nor would the institute dictate what came afterward. A graduate could remain there as a researcher, enlist as a federal beast tamer, or work independently as a freelance beast tamer. The difficult admission did not lead to a cage, it led to options. Qin added one final material advantage. Students would pay no fees, and every resource used during their studies would be free. The qualifiers erupted at once. Voices repeated the words in disbelief. For students accustomed to measuring every opportunity against its cost, it sounded like fortune falling from the sky. Behind Qin, an ink giant revealed only a fraction of its true form. Li Hao recognized it as the spirit of the ink sea. Its pressure descended like a massive boulder, suppressing every excited student. In an instant, the roaring venue became exceptionally quiet. And the giant's two lively eyes found Li Hao. The terrifying body collapsed into a fist-sized water ball, bounced happily from the platform, and landed on his head. Qin called, "Xiao Miao," in helpless protest, but made no move to stop it. Under everyone's gaze, Li Hao gently lifted the spirit of the ink sea from his head. Xiao Miao immediately burrowed into his arms, its bright eyes full of delight. Qin straightened his expression and continued as though his overwhelmingly powerful companion had not just chosen Li Hao as a cushion. Chin made the distinction clear. The institute emphasized exotic beast research and technological development. Federal Public University emphasized the students' own strength. Institute trainees would also receive new research results first. The question was no longer which school was better, but what kind of future each student wanted. Chin told them to think carefully. Would they study quietly behind the lines or go to the battlefield and shed blood? Most had never truly asked what they wanted to become. They had only followed the crowd. Li Hao had asked, and the institute had just given him a new answer to consider. Chin ended his challenge with one final clarification. He was only the messenger. Neither his authority nor the institute's reputation could choose a future for these students. Research or battle, institute or university, the final decision and its consequences belonged to them. The institute had no reason to beg for applicants. Its name rivaled Federal Public University, and after the final exams, graduates would compete to enter. Yet Chin had left out one crucial number. No one knew how many students the institute would actually admit. With that, Chin said everything that needed saying. He asked them to consider carefully and choose a path they would not regret. Then he waved for Xiao Miao to follow and stepped down from the platform, leaving the unresolved question behind him. Before Xiao Miao could leave, a tender green bud appeared against Li Hao's supporting palm. While the surrounding students looked elsewhere, he quietly pressed it into the creature's liquid body. It was a private gift, offered with no idea how dramatically it would change his situation. Xiao Miao knew exactly what Li Hao had done. The pure life force inside the bud made its huge round eyes brighten with delight. It blinked at him as if sharing a secret, then bounced happily after Chin with the precious sprout still hidden inside. The assembly ended, but the speeches did not produce an instant answer. The students carried different possibilities back with them, and the familiar prestige of Federal Public University still weighed heavily. Li Hao returned to Class 1 without knowing that his small farewell gift had already created a far more urgent decision. Away from the students, Xiao Miao produced the green bud for Chin to inspect. Through their telepathic bond, it confessed that Li Hao had slipped it the gift. Then, before Chin could keep it, Xiao Miao formed an ink-black hand, snatched the bud back, opened a mouth in its round body, and swallowed it whole. Large bubbles rolled through Xiao Miao's ink-water body. It opened its new mouth and released 2 small burps, and its color deepened. Chin froze. Then he seized Xiao Miao, checked it again and again, and reached an impossible conclusion. One tiny bud had advanced a beast whose progress had been stagnant for nearly 20 years. Miracle carried an immediate threat. To a Beast Tamer, anything that could promote evolution was a divine treasure, certain to attract competing powers. If Li Hao possessed such a resource without the strength to defend it, discovery would not make him rich. It could dig his grave. Chin moved at once. Chin reached second-year Class 1 before the lesson had ended. Standing in the doorway with unusual severity, he called Li Hao outside. Homeroom teacher Chen Xiaoshan recognized the old director immediately and offered no obstruction. One wave sent Li Hao after him beneath the curious gaze of the entire class. Chin led Li Hao quickly to the library. There, Xiao Miao expanded around them, its ink-like liquid becoming a broad water curtain that sealed the 2 men away from outside ears. Chin assured Li Hao they could now speak safely, but his expression made clear that this was no ordinary conversation. Li Hao finally asked what was wrong. Chin answered with a demand. Where had that sprout come from? He warned Li Hao not to hide anything. Li Hao glanced resentfully at Xiao Miao, realizing his delighted recipient had exposed him, then searched for an excuse and found none that could survive Chin's scrutiny. Li Hao chose the truth, at least the part Chin needed. During the days Chin had spent translating the ancient text, Li Hao had followed the preface he previously researched and almost by accident completed a cultivation session. That success had allowed him to tame a plant-type exotic beast. Li Hao manifested a branch of the undying tree seedling, then returned it to his beast taming space. When he opened his other hand, several tender green buds lay across his palm. Chin's breathing quickened. Even Xiao Miao, now standing like a small person nearby, stared at them with naked longing. Once he steadied himself, Chin asked the decisive question, could Li Hao's plant produce these life force sprouts? Li Hao nodded. He called them buds of life, and this was not their first success. The purple-gold mysterious bee had been catalyzed and hatched with the same resource. Chin stared at Li Hao and asked whether he had given a bud of life to anyone else. For a moment, he barely seemed to breathe. Li Hao shook his head. The secret was dangerous beyond anything the boy had understood, but for now it had spread no farther than Chin and Xiao Miao. Still enclosed within Xiao Miao's water curtain, Chin finally released a breath. Then he gave Li Hao the first and most important rule. The fewer people who learned that his plant-type beast could produce buds of life, the better. The bud did not hold a vast amount of life force. That was not its miracle. Its energy was so easy to absorb that even some A-rank and S-rank materials could not compare with it. Ordinary life force resources became harder to absorb as a beast's rank rose. For a lord-level existence like Xiao Miao, even 50% was extremely rare. Yet Xiao Miao had absorbed roughly 80% from Li Hao's bud. Qin called the result inconceivable. If such a resource entered the market, Qin warned, it would cause an uproar. Li Hao had been waiting for a chance to sell one. Now cold sweat ran down his back as he imagined powerful factions tracing the bud straight to its renewable source. Fortunately, Li Hao had not sold one casually. Qin offered to become his intermediary and negotiate on his behalf. Li Hao considered the proposal, then told Elder Qin to continue. Qin valued a single bud of life at no less than roughly 200 Alliance gold coins. An auction might drive the figure even higher, but chasing the highest bid would also put the miracle before far too many eyes. The problem was their foundation. There were only two of them. Qin might be a master-level beastmaster, but before certain major forces, he said, he was no different from an ant. Federal law alone could not guarantee restraint once the production method became known. With only Qin and Li Hao involved, anyone investigating the buds could follow the vine straight to the root. Qin therefore wanted Su Yusheng to place the city's 7 Beast Research Institute between them and the market. Su would take a share, but his name could provide a shield. Li Hao did not hesitate. The size of their profit was secondary. What mattered was selling the buds safely and discreetly. Qin smiled with relief. The boy understood the principle that kept valuable secrets and their owners alive. One question remained. Why was Qin so sure Su Yusheng would cooperate? Qin answered by returning to Xiao Miao. The advanced lord had been trapped at the same bottleneck for nearly 20 years, while the needed advanced materials lay scattered through dangerous human forbidden zones. O-level materials normally offered Xiao Miao almost nothing. Li Hao's bud was different. Its usefulness did not fade as a beast's rank increased. One bud had already loosened Xiao Miao's rock-solid bottleneck. To any expert studying stalled evolution, that result was sweet dew. Qin sent for Su, and Xiao Miao kept the library hidden behind its water curtain. Roughly an hour passed before a human silhouette finally pressed through the flowing barrier. Visitor demanded to know why old Ghost Qin was acting so mysteriously. It was Su Yusheng, director of the City 7 Beast Research Institute. His silver hair was meticulously combed. Though slightly hunched, he walked with steady confidence in simple, spotless clothes. Qin merely said he had something to show him and signaled Li Hao with his eyes. Understanding at once, Li Hao approached respectfully and offered a bud of life with both hands. Su accepted it, still suspicious. As Su studied the bud, suspicion vanished. The hand holding it began to tremble. His breathing quickened, and the disciplined director's bright eyes burned with excitement. Without looking away for long, he snapped at Qin and demanded to know where it had come from. Qin did not answer. He only tipped his chin toward Li Hao. Su forced down his agitation, drew a breath, and addressed the young student more carefully. Where had he obtained this bud? Li Hao answered plainly. His exotic beast had produced it. The words struck like a thunderclap. Su's eyes widened at the 15-year-old before him, and his hard-won composure collapsed again as he surged forward and caught Li Hao by the shoulders. Su finally noticed that he was still gripping a 15-year-old by the shoulders. Embarrassment crossed his face. He released Li Hao, coughed into one hand, and rebuilt his dignity with a gentler voice. Had Li Hao truly said that his own beast could nurture more of these buds? Under that scorching stare, Li Hao gave one restrained nod. It was enough. Su looked back to the tiny green sprout in his hand, no longer treating it as one miraculous specimen, but as the first sample of a resource that might be produced again and again. Su's excitement rested on expertise, not guesswork. The bud did not hold an overwhelming amount of life force, but that power was extraordinarily easy to absorb. From years of studying beasts and materials, he judged that even an advanced beast should retain roughly 60%. Qin corrected him without ceremony, not 60. Xiao Miao could absorb as much as 80%. Su's head snapped up. He warned his old colleague not to speak nonsense, but Qin met the challenge with a stern glare. This was far too important for a joke. Su studied Qin's stern face, Li Hao's restrained nervousness, and the bud between his fingers. Then the pieces aligned. The treasure belonged to the student. Qin had summoned him because they wanted the Exotic Beast Research Institute to stand between Li Hao and the people who would buy it. Who also knew who Li Hao was. Cheng Yudong had already drawn his attention to the student, a fact that surprised Li Hao far more than he showed. Before Su could turn that familiarity into leverage, Qin cut in. Connections could wait. First, they would discuss business, and Su would not use a relationship to lower the price. Asked for his available supply, Li Hao closed his eyes and looked inward. Inside his beast taming space, a small patch of land was crowded with tender green buds. There were more than 100. It was wealth, leverage, and danger concentrated beneath the branches of Xiao Miao. Li Hao understood the value of leaving himself a way out. He opened his eyes and answered with practiced certainty. He had about 20 more. The lie did not end the negotiation. It set a safe ceiling on what the other men could expect him to surrender. Su asked how quickly the beast's energy could create replacements. Li Hao supplied another conservative number, 10 buds in 1 week. Qin glanced at him. He had recently seen a cluster of at least 40 or 50, and Li Hao had not practiced the mysterious method for long. The real output was plainly higher. Su offered 120 federal gold coins for each bud. He also understood why they had come to him personally. The Institute's name could conceal the public source, but Su himself would be another barrier between Li Hao and anyone determined to trace the resource backward. Qin judged the offer a little low, but still within reason. The difference bought discretion, institutional cover, and Su's personal involvement. He gave Li Hao a confirming nod and accepted the initial transaction on the boy's behalf. This first sale would favor safety over extracting every possible coin. Acceptance did not make Qin relax. The theft of important technology was still fresh in his memory. The Institute's public identity could shield Li Hao, but its own halls might contain people serving other factions. Su must not pass a single bud to another researcher, no matter how respectable that person appeared. Su's expression turned equally serious. He would keep the samples under his own control, conduct the research himself, and personally formulate the reagent. There would be no second researcher. In return, Qin and Li Hao also had to guard every trace of the bud's origin. One careless disclosure could destroy every layer of protection. Details took roughly half an hour to settle. All the while, Xiao Miao's ink-dark water curtain held around the table. Inside, 3 people negotiated a resource that could attract powerful factions. On the library's surveillance feed, the same room appeared perfectly empty. Their first defense was already working. At last, Su took 3 buds of life. At 120 apiece, Li Hao's first protected sale brought 360 federal gold coins. But a middle school student had no federal account of his own, so the payment had to rest temporarily in Qin's account. With the transaction settled, Li Hao noticed that Qin still seemed burdened by something. The question escaped before he could reconsider it. Why was Elder Qin helping him this much? The old man turned in surprise. Prices and secrecy were easy subjects. This one was not. As Qin looked at him, Li Hao seemed to overlap with another figure in the old man's eyes. Moisture clouded that gaze. Li Hao had lived 2 lifetimes. He knew grief when it surfaced and understood that some answers should not be forced out. He let the question remain unanswered. Qin sighed, looked away, and rubbed at his eyes as if dismissing the whole moment. "Forget it," he muttered. Then his voice hardened with an urgency deeper than instruction. Li Hao had to work hard. He had to become stronger. Whatever Qin remembered, he was determined not to watch it happen again. Li Hao had lived 2 lives, and in neither could he bear watching an old man struggle with grief. He spared Qin the question he could not answer. Instead, Li Hao gently changed the subject. Where should he go if he wanted materials to nurture his beast? Qin quickly recovered his usual manner. Exchanges and auction houses were the normal choices, he explained. But anyone hunting for unusually good items eventually looked toward the underground black market, a place where sharp eyes could uncover value that ordinary counters missed. The opportunity came with teeth. Qin warned that good and bad people mixed freely there, and even an experienced wanderer could be cheated. Worse, criminals hid behind false identities. Li Hao was not to consider entering alone. Some sewers, Qin said, always sheltered rats. Li Hao scratched his head and laughed. Even if he wanted to brave such a place, what could he buy? His money was still sitting in Qin's pocket. The joke worked. Qin laughed too, and the last strain from their earlier conversation finally loosened. Qin understood the urgency beneath the joke. Li Hao wanted Xiao Zai to gain usable combat power quickly. Yet buds of life could only encourage growth and evolution. Life force was not an elemental attribute and could not directly make her stronger. Proper elemental materials were still indispensable. Asked which attribute he would emphasize, Li Hao answered without hesitation, the bug type. Qin studied the juvenile bee and revealed the detail that made the choice far more important. Xiao Zai was female. Li Hao already knew through the eye of omniscience, but widened his eyes and asked what was special about that. Qin called him ignorant and explained. The species itself was rare but not vanishingly scarce. Its mobility and survival ability made it popular among intermediate and advanced beast tamers. The imbalance lay elsewhere. Most purple gold mysterious bees were male, and capturing a female was exceptionally uncommon. Qin remembered an advanced beast tamer who controlled a female of this species. That tamer could fight some weaker great master beast tamers to a draw. The female was not personally stronger than a male. The advantage came from what bee-type beasts relied upon above all else, numbers. Qin lifted his hand. Xiao Zai rose, circled through the air, then settled once more on Li Hao's shoulder. Her tiny size now concealed an astonishing future. Qin estimated that possessing this female was equivalent to possessing a massive swarm of roughly 500. That was why Li Hao's bug-type choice was correct. Strengthening that side would improve Xiao Zai's ability to survive and, crucially, to reproduce. Once she passed the larval stage, she could begin laying and hatching eggs. His combat force would not grow as one warrior, but as a colony. And Qin exposed the flaw in the plan. Reaching maturity would not be enough. Xiao Zai still lacked one crucial thing, a proper B-type beast nest in which the next generation could be laid and hatched. In one sentence, a future army became a present shopping problem. Chin regarded the question as painfully basic. B-type nests were plentiful in wilderness forests. Beast Tamers collected nests and honey for exchanges and auction houses because bear-type beasts prized them as food, and prolonged consumption could even promote a bear's advancement. Xiao weakly asked whether it had to be a purple-gold mysterious bee nest. Chin rolled his eyes. Bee nests shared roughly the same structure. One made by another B-type beast would work temporarily. Once Xiao produced enough descendants, her own swarm could build its proper home. Compatibility did not mean affordability. Bear-type beasts were popular for their attack and defense, so nests and honey stayed in high demand and low supply. Price depended on nest size and honey purity. A cheap specimen might cost dozens of federal gold coins. A superior one could exceed 1,000. Chin glanced sideways and caught Xiao's expression souring. A nest costing a few dozen coins was within reach. One costing more than 1,000 was another matter entirely. The promise of 500 bees now stood behind a price tag that could swallow several times Xiao's current payment. Chin did not leave him trapped between danger and expense. When the weekend came, he would personally take Xiao to the underground black market. With Chin beside him, Xiao could hunt for a suitable nest without walking alone among the hidden villains. After considering the alternatives, Xiao could only accept. Suitable bee nest might cost more than Xiao could afford, but entering the underground black market alone was worse. Chin had offered to escort him there on the weekend. After weighing expense against danger, Xiao reluctantly nodded. For now, it was the only sensible route. Chin then corrected another part of Xiao's routine. Xiao should not remain inside the beast taming space all the time. That inner space held only the spiritual energy Xiao himself absorbed. Letting the young purple-gold mysterious bee come outside and move around would help her grow. Plant-type exotic beast was different. Chin warned Xiao not to summon it casually, and above all, not to let it appear in public. Xiao needed room to move. The undying tree needed concealment. Xiao would have to satisfy both needs without exposing his greatest secret. As if remembering one more matter, Chin reached into his chest pocket and handed over a file folder. Xiao opened it, flipped through the materials, and stared in surprise. Chin had completed the translation of the beast taming method. The document Xiao had been waiting for was finally in his hands. Chin rubbed his temples and called Xiao frighteningly bold. As far as he knew, the boy had cultivated from nothing but a fragmented preface. One mistake could have destroyed his future. Chin did not know about the complete Chinese character Silk Scroll. Xiao kept that secret, scratched his head, and smilingly promised not to be so reckless again. Chin displayed the original ancient book and offered to submit it to the federal government on Xiao's behalf. Xiao agreed without hesitation. The authentic Silk Scroll already held the detailed heaven and earth beast taming art, and Chin's translation gave him another reference. The damaged original no longer needed to remain in his custody. When Xiao rejoined Xiao Miao, he explained the delay with a carefully harmless truth. He had encountered Director Chin in the library, and Chin had discussed precautions for Xiao's summer internship at the Exotic Beast Research Institute. Then Xiao noticed something unusual. Xiao, normally the first to hurry home, had stayed behind solely to wait for him. Xiao reminded Xiao of the treasured ancient book he had photographed before. The previous day, he discovered that there were actually two books with matching patterns, apparently an upper and a lower volume. The volume in his father's study had been replaced by its counterpart, so Xiao secretly photographed the new one as well. Xiao put on his backpack, pulled the already packed Xiao from the classroom, and hurried with him beyond the school. Only after they reached a dark corner did he open his backpack. With a triumphant smile, he produced a folder containing the photographs and offered Xiao the secretly copied lower volume. Xiao had once begged Xiao for the first photographs to verify the heaven and earth beast taming art. Now Chin's completed translation meant he no longer needed the Xiao text for that purpose. Instead of grabbing the new file, he left it between them and asked whether Xiao should really leak something his father treasured so deeply. At home, Li Dajun was eager to question his son about the day's assessment. Hao Chunmei stopped him with a dissatisfied glare. It was only a test, she said. Surely Xiao could eat before being interrogated. His father smiled apologetically, scratched his head, and fell silent. Watching them, Xiao felt his heart fill with warmth. Xiao told them that the Exotic Beast Research Institute had administered 5 tests. The first 4 were basic assessments, and he had earned excellent in 3 of them. The 5th result had not been released, though Xiao expected it would be only good. He presented the extraordinary outcome with an almost ordinary smile. Still shoveling rice into his mouth, Li Dajun nodded and called the results not bad. He even began a familiar little lecture. Then he stopped. 3 excellents out of 4 basic tests. His eyes lifted blankly toward Xiao, his chopsticks struck the table, and he swallowed in a rush before demanding to hear the number again. 3 excellents, Xiao repeated. Hao Chunmei froze as well. Li Dajun set down his bowl, slammed a hand on the table, and sprang up. Those marks meant Li Hao could genuinely aim for the Federal Public University. In his joy, Li Dajun declared that the heavens had finally granted the Li family a Beast Tamer. Li Hao's smile deepened at his father's comical celebration, but he refused to treat one assessment as destiny. These were tests before the final examinations, he reminded them, and no one knew whether the official judging criteria would change next year. Hao Chunmei, smiling now, reached out to tug her excited husband back toward restraint. Federal Public University was the future Li Dajun immediately imagined, but Li Hao had already chosen a different destination. His summer internship had brought that possibility within sight, and his interests pointed toward research rather than his father's inherited dream. Looking at both parents, Li Hao told them plainly, he wanted to enter the exotic Beast Research Institute. Words hung over the dinner table. Li Dajun and Hao Chunmei stared at their bright-eyed son, momentarily speechless. Federal Public University had sounded ambitious enough. The Exotic Beast Research Institute was the Federation's most authoritative research institution, and by everything they knew, even harder to enter. Hao Chunmei considered the choice and found herself hopeful. Li Hao's 3 excellent marks were astonishing, but one breakthrough did not guarantee his old martial weakness would never return. More importantly, researchers were not routinely sent to the fiercest front lines to face beast tides. She hurried to speak first. She supported him. Li Dajun objected that enthusiasm was not admission. The institute generally recruited accomplished exotic beast scholars or exceptional liberal arts students emerging from Federal Public University. Though he knew that world mostly through common rumor, he understood its exclusivity. Clearing his throat, he cautiously suggested that Li Hao prepare for the university first. Li Hao had not chosen blindly. He explained that he already possessed a summer internship opportunity at the institute. That foothold gave him a chance to prove himself from inside rather than approach its gates as an unknown applicant. His confidence did not make admission certain, but it gave his ambition a credible route. At last, Li Dajun nodded. He would not forbid the attempt, but neither would he let the internship sound like a guarantee. Li Hao would have to work hard, he warned. Reaching the Exotic Beast Research Institute would only be more difficult than entering Federal Public University. The family conversation ended on cautious support. Back in his small room, Li Hao knew sleep would not come soon. Qin Yuyang's completed translation could help him verify the mysterious hand-script silk. Xiao Miao's secretly photographed ancient volume offered something broader, another path toward understanding this world's buried history. He set the materials near his desk, ready for a long night. Li Hao's consciousness entered the beast taming space and condensed into a body. Xiao Zai immediately lifted from the undying tree's branches, darting over to circle happily above his head. Beneath her, the seedling stirred its tender leaves with a soft rustle of welcome. Both little companions were plainly delighted to see him. Li Hao stroked the undying tree's trunk, but affection gave way to concern. Qin Yuyang had advised him to let his exotic beasts spend time outside, where richer spiritual energy would smooth their growth and evolution. Xiao Zai posed no problem. The already substantial seedling could not simply be summoned into his little room. Before Li Hao could find an answer, a black shadow leaped from the seedling. He thrust out his arms and caught it. In his hand stood a half-meter-tall little tree being, cyan green, with slender but tough limbs, large expressive eyes, and a tender bud growing from the top of its head. New form solved Li Hao's immediate problem. He returned his awareness to the bedroom and released both companions. Xiao Zai entered familiar surroundings without alarm. For the little tree being, however, this was a first encounter with the outside world, a room full of unfamiliar shapes, surfaces, and objects waiting to be investigated. Xiao Zai had been outside before, and tonight she was strangely sleepy. She drifted to Li Hao's bedside, rubbed her forelimbs together, and quietly dozed off. The little tree being did the opposite. Fascinated by everything, it wandered around, reaching out with its branches to touch and poke whatever caught its eye. Mused, Li Hao gently touched the tender bud on the little being's head. It instantly raised both branch-like arms to shield the sprout, glaring up with unmistakable dissatisfaction. The protest was so clear that Li Hao withdrew his hand at once. This new form was not a doll. It had preferences and boundaries of its own. And a feeling traveled through their bond, something more specific than simple curiosity. Though the undying tree was only rank E at present, Li Hao sensed a genuine longing for knowledge. The possibility startled him. If Xiao Miao could learn autonomously, nurturing its intelligence might become as important as supplying spiritual energy. Li Hao searched the shelf until he found a picture book with patterns simple enough for a first test. He offered it to Xiao Miao. The little tree being accepted it in both small branch-like hands and opened it. As its attention settled on the pictures, Li Hao returned to his desk, ready to begin his own study beside it. With Xiao Zai asleep beside the bed and Xiao Miao studying its picture book, Li Hao began his own lesson. He opened Qin Yuyang's translation, placed photographs of the original ancient text beside it, and started transcribing every symbol stroke by stroke. Qin's expertise proved reliable. but turning that scholarship into a reference Li Hao could personally use still consumed nearly 2 hours. Ancient characters accumulated beside their modern equivalents until concentration blurred into drowsiness, and he finally pushed back from the desk to stretch. Li Hao approached Xiao Miao quietly, yet the little tree being never looked up. Thin vines formed 5 delicate fingers at the ends of its branch-like arms, gently tracing the colorful pictures. Its large eyes still held that unmistakable longing to learn. Rather than break Xiao Miao's concentration, Li Hao checked the bed. Xiao Zai was still sleeping soundly. Reassured, he returned to his desk, put Qin's translated material away, and brought out Xiao Miao's secretly taken photographs of the 2 ancestral volumes. Reference unlocked the photograph pages one phrase at a time. What Li Hao had assumed was simply an old family record began resolving into dated first-person entries. Sacred script or not, this was a diary, and the voice inside belonged to another transmigrator. The writer's weary talk of staying up late for overtime sounded close to Li Hao's own former era. After transmigrating, he discovered that this world's body also belonged to a man named Hu Dahai, a member of the Huishi tribe. Fortunately, the original Hu Dahai had rarely interacted with others. The newcomer copied that distance, spoke as little as possible, and passed unnoticed. It was an effective disguise, but one that would leave him dangerously unable to ask questions when the expedition grew tense. Diary's wonder quickly turned to fear. Hu saw birds wrapped in fire, stone giants taller than buildings, and enormous trees that could run. During one thunderstorm, something gigantic twisted through the clouds, a silhouette so vast he could only compare it to a dragon. From those conversations, Hu learned the party's destination, the Sky Sea. They were searching there for something called Jianmu. That name stopped him cold. Jianmu belonged to the classic of mountains and seas from his former world. Could its legends actually be real here? Hu closed that first entry with a precise date. July 15th, year 428 of the Yuan era, the first day of his transmigration. Li Hao checked his own translation stroke by stroke. The result held. This predecessor's familiar voice had survived inside the cultivation era. Li Hao was no longer stunned merely by proof of another transmigrator. Hu's complaint about overtime suggested a former era much like his own. Yet year 428 of the Yuan era belonged to this world's distant cultivation age, separated from the federal calendar by an unknown gulf. Even the calendar deepened the puzzle. This world used 12 months of exactly 30 days, then 24 hours, 60 minutes, and 60 seconds, almost the same structure Li Hao remembered. He had searched his optical computer before, but found no explanation for that ancient convention. Li Hao continued to the entry dated July 20th. Hu began by calling it his 5th day after transmigration, then corrected himself, the 6th. Only afterward had he learned that the traveling party itself had already been away from the Huishi tribe for nearly 2 months. The party was nearing Qingshan Rock Ridge, and the elders' conversations had become nervous. Something terrifying lived there. Hu was frightened too, but his disguise trapped him. Asking basic questions might reveal that he was not the original Hu Dahai. By listening instead of asking, Hu finally learned the truth. Qingshan Rock Ridge was occupied by the Rock Spirit Emperor, a legendary rank exotic beast. He still could not remember the world's rank system, but admitted that legendary sounded extremely high-end and extremely dangerous. The elderly man leading the expedition told everyone not to worry. He would ensure their safety through the Rock Spirit Emperor's territory, whose private response was less inspiring. He did not believe a word from the old codger. Li Hao searched for the Huishi tribe. Nothing. He entered Rock Spirit Emperor and received the same empty result. Hu had no reason to fabricate a private diary, so the silence felt deliberate. Were the tribe and Qingshan Rock Ridge part of some protected historical secret? The clock already read 1 in the morning, and Li Hao's eyes ached from reading. He stopped chasing the mystery for tonight. Qin Yuyang specialized in cultivation-era literature. The next time they met, Li Hao would ask him what he knew about the Huishi tribe. Xiao Miao was still reluctant to abandon the picture book. Li Hao softly patted its shoulder, put the book away, and sent a mental command to rest. The little tree being copied his stretch, then walked slowly toward the moonlit window. Xiao Miao stopped beside the window and stood quietly beneath the scattered moonlight, looking for all the world like a real sapling. After one last check that both Xiao Miao and the sleeping Xiao Zai were well, Li Hao slipped into bed and let the long night end. Though third middle school had no classes today, Li Hao woke just after 7. Before doing anything else, he checked that Hu Dahai's diary material and the translated photographs of the heaven and earth beast taming art had been put safely away. At the window, morning sunlight bathed Xiao Miao. Tender buds had appeared along its still slightly withered limbs, and Li Hao could feel that its vitality was stronger than the night before. Awake now, Xiao Zai flew cheerful circles around the green bud atop its head. Li Hao stretched, then waved the 2 little companions over. Once Xiao Miao and Xiao Zai reached him, he circulated his spiritual power, recalled them into his beast taming space, and sent his consciousness inside after them. The instant Xiao Miao returned, the lively presence drained from its portable body. Moving with the stiff precision of a machine, it walked step by step to the rooted, undying tree seedling, sat down, and leaned against the slender trunk. Contact triggered the exchange. Xiao Miao withered before Li Hao's eyes as the vitality and spiritual power gathered overnight left its small body in two thin streams and fed back into the rooted, undying tree. Its renewed morning energy had not vanished. It had returned home. Qin Yuyang contacted Li Hao with startling news. Su Yusheng had stayed at the Exotic Beast Research Institute all night and already turned the bud of life into a reagent ready for market. Now Su wanted Li Hao there to discuss its price. Li Hao suppressed his excitement and immediately asked when they should leave. Qin told him to be at the school gate at 9. Li Hao agreed, finished breakfast, informed Hao Chunmei, slung on his backpack, and hurried out. School was close, but Li Hao took half again as long as usual because his mind was already inside Su's negotiation room. How should he bargain for the greatest benefit? Even while calculating, he admired the researchers who had produced a sale-ready reagent in a single night. City number 7 normally allowed only permitted small or transport beasts onto public streets. Large and special creatures remained restricted. Yet today Beast Tamers seemed to be everywhere, riding all manner of exotic beasts. Li Hao even spotted rare commander rank mounts among the traffic. At the school gate, Qin Yuyang had brought a massive, snow-white four-winged golden-headed crow. He rarely released this combative beast, but reaching the Exotic Beast Research Institute quickly left him little choice. Li Hao's attention locked onto it at once. The Eye of Omniscience named it immediately, four-winged golden-headed crow. B rank intermediate commander rank. Its growth limit reached A- low-level lord rank, and its trait carried one blunt warning, impatient. Its cultivation directions were Beast and Wind. Compatibility measured Beast A and Wind C. Its current makeup was 80% Beast and 20% Wind. The final entry placed its present cultivation at 82%. Instead of retreating from those warnings, Li Hao felt compelled to touch the beautiful snow-white creature. His hand rose toward its neck. Qin knew what Li Hao did not. This crow picked fights without provocation, and a casual sweep of its claws could take the boy's arm off. Cold sweat pouring, Qin sent the crow a mental command and lunged to drag Li Hao back. "Kid Li, stop! Don't touch it!" His fingers nearly caught Li Hao's clothes, but Li Hao's hand reached the crow's neck first. Qin was already too late to recall the crow. He could only watch in despair, expecting Li Hao to lose an arm. But the strike never came. The beast's sharp gaze softened, and its great head slowly dipped beneath the boy's hand. And the crow went further. It stretched its head forward and gently rubbed against Li Hao's hand. Qin released the breath trapped in his chest, only for relief to give way to an expression of utter strangeness. This was no naturally docile mount. The crow had been impatient even as a fledgling, and Qin had labored to earn the smallest trace of intimacy. Even now, his own beast sometimes refused to give him a pleasant look. Xiao Mo's earlier affection had been surprising, but the spirit of the Ink Sea was playful and liked people. This was different. The crow refused to submit even to stronger beasts, yet on first meeting Li Hao, it had offered its neck and affection freely. Still gentle, the crow lowered its body. Qin sprang lightly onto its back, then signaled Li Hao to climb up behind him. The boy secured his backpack and settled among the snow-white feathers, trusting the same beast that had terrified Qin moments ago. "Hold tight, let's go." At Qin's command, two pairs of ink-colored wings hammered the air. A violent updraft burst across the ground, sharp claws kicked down, and the crow's massive snow-white body surged into the sky. Li Hao clutched the crow's feathers and watched the buildings shrink. He had flown in airplanes in his previous life, but a cabin had always separated him from the speed. Here there was nothing between his body and the rushing sky. The crow flew as fast as the airplanes he remembered. Wind screamed in Li Hao's ears, forced his eyes shut, and made every breath difficult. His hands tightened in the feathers as the exhilaration of flight became a struggle simply to endure it. Qin placed one hand on Li Hao's shoulder. A gentle current of spiritual energy flowed through the contact and spread into a shield around the boy. At once, the howling wind vanished from Li Hao's body. Qin told him to circulate his own spiritual energy and keep a shallow shield close to his body. It would make flying far easier, and Qin added with a smile, Li Hao would surely ride flying exotic beasts again in the future. Li Hao focused and began following the instruction. With the wind no longer blinding him, Li Hao opened his eyes fully. Boundless blue sky stretched in every direction. For a moment he forgot the lesson, the danger, and even the destination, stunned by the freedom of the view. Below them, city number 7 changed character. The outer city had resembled the bustling metropolis Li Hao knew before transmigration. The inner city looked like a science fiction future, dense technological towers, hovering cars, and people flying with powered backpacks. Crow's speed should have reduced the city to a blur. Instead, Li Hao shared Xiao Zai's powerful dynamic vision. Through his bond with the purple-gold mysterious bee, towers, vehicles, and strange devices remained clear enough for him to study as they flashed past. Qin patted his shoulder. "We're almost there." Li Hao reluctantly looked away from the city below and froze. Ahead floated an entire futuristic city, luminous against blue sky and white clouds, with aircraft and flying beasts streaming through it. Qin smiled. "Welcome to the City 7 Beast Research Institute." The crow was still carrying them toward the floating city. Li Hao had seen futuristic fortresses in films during his previous life, and he had tried to prepare himself. The real institute still left him speechless. Qin explained that every city built its institute differently. City number 15, where he had once served as director, buried its complex beneath the desert to resist sandstorms. City number 8 placed its own institute deep beneath the sea beside a giant island. City number 7 had chosen the sky. Qin revealed that Old Man Su had run between powerful families until he united enough backing to build this fortress at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Li Hao finally asked the obvious question: how could something this massive float so steadily? His previous world had developed magnetic levitation, but nothing he remembered explained an entire institute hanging a kilometer above the ground. Qin called the answer no secret. A northern ore vein contained floating stones, each carrying more or less levitation power according to its size. Countless stones embedded throughout the institute's base supplied the force holding the sky fortress at 1,000 meters. Colorful exotic beast soared in the distance. Li Hao narrowed his eyes and silently activated the Eye of Omniscience. A name appeared first: Colored Feather Spirit Cuckoo. Its rank was E, ordinary rank, while its growth limit reached C, leader rank. Cuckoo carried beast and wind cultivation potential. Its present attributes were 80% beast and 20% wind, with cultivation at 85%. Because Li Hao had already classified the cheerful creature as non-combat, even he recognized that this reading was relatively superficial. Four-winged golden-headed crow suddenly shrieked. The relaxed cuckoo jolted as though struck by lightning, found the predator behind it, and flapped with everything it had toward the institute. Qin gave his mount a reproachful look. The crow answered with several strange, triumphant cries. Directly ahead lay an enormous platform shared by flying exotic beasts and aircraft. Qin might have been the institute's deputy director, but he visited infrequently. His mount needed no introduction. Every member of staff knew Deputy Director Qin's notoriously mischievous crow. Li Hao looked up at the giant vulture waiting on the platform, and another information box opened. Ghost Vulture, rank B+, Advanced Commander, growth limit A, Intermediate Lord. Then came a single temperament trait that made the warning plain: ruthless. Ghost Vulture possessed beast, dark, and wind cultivation potential. Its compatibility was A in beast, A in dark, but only D+ in wind. Its present attributes split 45% beast, 45% dark, and 10% wind. Its cultivation had reached 87%. Middle-aged handler waved from the platform and shouted, "Teacher, make the crow land steadily. I'll call back the Ghost Vulture." Qin waved in return and patted his mount's head. Faced with that ruthless guard beast, the crow finally restrained its mischievous temper. Middle-aged man recalled the Ghost Vulture into his beast taming space. Only then did the crow beat its four wings and descend slowly. It touched down without incident, and Qin immediately recalled it as well. Li Hao had finally reached the institute itself. Handler approached looking weak and listless. He saluted Qin as teacher, then asked about the unfamiliar youth. Qin answered, "Li Hao, the summer assistant hired by Director Su." He introduced the man as Captain Qi Donglai, his half-student and the institute's guard captain. Smiling, Qi offered Li Hao his hand. Qi Donglai's position sounded demanding, but the institute floated 1,000 meters above the city center, where ordinary security problems were rare. His small squad handled routine matters. The captain only had to move when they met something beyond them, which left him free to welcome Li Hao properly. Qi told his teacher that Director Su was already waiting in the analysis room. He would take Li Hao around in the meantime. Qin agreed, but gave the fascinated teenager one firm warning: follow Qi, look wherever he liked, and do not touch things at random. Then Qin headed alone toward the central tower. He patted Li Hao and beckoned him toward another enormous circular building. Was this really his first visit? Li Hao hurried after him, eyes roaming over every unfamiliar structure. He admitted that he had only heard other people describe the institute. Seeing its strange new architecture with his own eyes was something else entirely. Qi did not mock the country bumpkin reaction. He stretched lazily and confessed that he had looked much the same on his own first day. Then he pointed toward the tower at the institute's exact center. It was the core of the complex, but Li Hao was not yet an official member, so parts of the institute remained off-limits. He chose the exhibition hall instead. It displayed research results to City Number 7's financial magnates, who naturally wanted proof that their investments produced real technology. Ordinary citizens could also visit on designated days after paying an entrance fee. They received novelty and spectacle, never the Institute's protected core secrets. The Institute was vast enough that the walk took about 10 minutes. At the dome's entrance, 2 guard team members recognized their captain and immediately cleared a path. Chi grinned at Li Hao. The hall normally opened only 3 days each month, and this was not one of them. Today, following old Chi had its privileges. A 10-minute conversation had already told Li Hao much about his guide. After Qin Yuyang rose from an unknown scholar to one of humanity's leading academic experts, he decided to accept a disciple. Qi Donglai had been the first. Whatever Qin's modest label of half-student implied, the bond between teacher and captain was unmistakable. Qi's easygoing patience suited Li Hao perfectly. The teenager still carried the social instincts of his previous life, and he knew how to meet warmth with warmth. Formal titles quickly fell away. By the time they were properly inside, the guard captain and the new summer assistant were already calling each other brothers. They unexpectedly found Director Zheng inside, bent over the exhibits and checking them one by one. Qi immediately shouted for old Zheng to come explain things to their guest. Without even turning, Zheng told him to get lost and demanded to know what sort of guest Qi could possibly have brought. Curiosity finally made Zheng turn. Li Hao was already waving with a smile. Zheng froze for a beat, recognized the youth from the school testing, and asked how he had ended up with Qi. Li Hao saluted and explained that he had come with Director Qin, then happened to join Brother Qi for a look around. The fact that Qin had personally brought Li Hao caught Zheng's interest. Since he was already checking the displays, he offered to explain them as he continued. Qi celebrated by throwing an arm around old Zheng's shoulder and complaining that the earlier insult had cost him face. Zheng brushed the arm away in disgust. With Zheng guiding him, Li Hao encountered technology that had never existed in his previous life. Not every breakthrough was meant for elite Beast Tamers or dangerous expeditions. Some displays held practical tools designed to improve the daily lives of ordinary people, revealing how deeply the Institute's research could reach into society. Next exhibits were harder to dismiss as conveniences. Zheng showed him technological weapons built to defend against exotic beasts beyond the city walls. Beyond those stood even more formidable armaments, machines that combined engineered systems with the power of exotic beasts. Technology here did not merely support survival, it could wield terrifying force of its own. Till now, Li Hao had focused on exotic beasts and beast tamers. That narrow view had made technology seem secondary, incapable of overturning the balance of power. The exhibition destroyed that assumption. This world already possessed immense technological strength, and the potential behind what he was seeing might prove even more disruptive than the finished weapons. Zheng watched Li Hao absorb the exhibits with bright attention. The boy had tricked a tube of primary life nutrient solution out of him not long ago, but Zheng's fondness had survived the embarrassment. Smiling, he asked whether Li Hao wanted to apply to the Exotic Beast Research Institute next year. Li Hao smiled back and nodded. Of course. Li Hao's answer to Zheng was sincere, but not carefree. The Exotic Beast Research Institute appealed to him far more than Federal Public University. His worry was whether his present results could actually carry him through its doors. Zheng did not answer immediately. He only smiled and pointed at his own eyes. Li Hao failed to understand, but Qi laughed. Old Zheng was famous at the Institute for eyes that could see through almost anything, including a student hiding his real strength. Zheng explained that one of his exotic beasts could see spiritual energy moving through a human body. The moment Li Hao used that energy during the school test, his secret became visible. Zheng even knew he had cultivated a beast taming method. Research mattered more here than raw martial standards, Zheng continued. Li Hao's academics were excellent, his martial foundation was already respectable, and he had probably hidden 30 to 40%. Caught completely, Li Hao admitted the nutrient solution trick too. Zheng waved it away as nothing. Zheng then guided Li Hao into the central tower, the foundation of the City No. 7 Institute. His escort did not erase protocol. They still passed checkpoint after checkpoint before reaching a middle floor and a heavy metal door labeled Research Analysis Room. Zheng said goodbye and continued upstairs. Before Li Hao could knock, the metal door opened and Qin trotted out, stunned to find him there. Li Hao pointed after Zheng and explained that Brother Qi had shown him around before Zheng escorted him through security. Su's voice invited them inside. Once the two entered, Qin keyed the metal door shut, summoned the spirit of the ink sea, and ordered water curtain. The familiar ink-dark barrier enclosed all three men before a word of the Bud of Life pricing was discussed. Qin laid out Su's proposal. Su would personally purchase each Bud of Life for 130 federal gold coins. The Institute would supply the remaining preparation materials for about 20 more. One bud became 5 vials of Source of Life No. 1, putting that production cost at 150. The Institute's channel also required its share. 10 coins from every vial, 50 from a 5-vial batch. Qin's final summary was startling. Su and Qin's side would receive 1 vial, the institute would receive 50 coins, and Li Hao's return for each bud could reach 230. Li Hao's heart hammered and excitement flushed his face. The offer could make every bud immensely profitable, yet he forced several deep breaths until his expression steadied. When he finally answered, it was not to grab the windfall, but to say the price was too high. Without Qin and Su, Li Hao explained, he possessed no safe channel for the buds. Qin's earlier warning had also kept him from carelessly circulating them through the black market. That protection had real value. Li Hao refused to pretend the entire profit belonged to him. Li Hao set his own price at 150 federal gold coins per bud of life. It sacrificed 80 coins from the proposed return, but it preserved a partnership he considered more valuable than a momentary gain. The directors accepted his concession, fixing the terms for the first real batch. Su immediately changed the subject from business to Li Hao's future. What did the boy think of the Exotic Beast Research Institute? Would he apply? It was the second time that day Li Hao had heard the question, and he gave Su the same interested answer he had given Zhang. Su controlled 2 internal recommendation quotas. If Li Hao reached merely the middle tier on the major exam, Su promised to recruit him personally. Qin smiled that the boy might never need such help. Su agreed, but called the guarantee safer and fair compensation for Li Hao's concession. Qin patted Li Hao's shoulder and reminded him to thank Su. Li Hao came back to himself and bowed. Then he drew 20 more buds of life from his beast taming space and handed them to Su. Payment arrived immediately, 3,000 federal gold coins, held by Qin for safekeeping. Intermediary could not have been more satisfied. Qin checked the time and told Su that with the transaction complete, he and Li Hao would leave. Behind them lay a protected partnership. Ahead of Li Hao lay money, an admission safety net, and entirely new choices. Business complete, Qin Yuyang and Li Hao stepped out of the analysis lab and nearly crossed paths with Director Zheng, who had just submitted his inspection records. It was lunchtime, and Zheng greeted them with a respectful smile before inviting both of them to eat with him. Li Hao realized he had not felt hungry once all morning, perhaps because he had been cultivating the beast taming method. Even so, with Qin beside him, he did not answer for them. He merely looked up at his elder and waited. Qin turned the choice back to him. "Kid, are you hungry?" Li Hao shook his head and offered Zheng an apologetic look. Qin smiled, declined on their behalf, and Zheng accepted it gracefully, bowing to Qin before departing alone. Without turning from Zheng's retreating figure, Qin lowered his voice. Li Hao was a little rich now, so Qin would take him to the city number 7 black market. If they could find a decent beehive, the purple gold mysterious bee might develop real combat ability much sooner. The urgency came from fresh intelligence. A recent Institute trader reported violent earthquakes in the north. They had torn open a faulted mountain range and driven rare rock-type exotic beasts up from underground. Su Yusheng was already organizing a team to survey the outskirts, recover ore samples, and handle other Institute tasks. For Li Hao, that meant his first journey into the real wilderness while neither of his beasts could truly fight. Worry rose, until Qin added that Captain Qi Donglai should be guarding the team. Li Hao remembered the ghost vulture suppressing Qin's crow with aura alone. That fearsome creature did not even seem to be Qi's main beast. Reassured but not complacent, Li Hao urged Qin to hurry. If the market held something that could help Xiao Zai evolve, he could gain at least a little power to protect himself. More importantly, when the expedition entered danger, he would not become dead weight for everyone else. Qin was pleased. Plenty of aristocratic children joined Institute expeditions to collect experience, yet few showed Li Hao's awareness. He reminded the boy that every life mattered, and that when a crisis truly arrived, escorts and companions could fail. The one person Li Hao absolutely had to be able to rely on was himself. Their conversation carried them to the flight platform. Soon Qin and Li Hao were mounted on the massive four-winged golden-headed crow, racing northwest above city number 7. The journey lasted about an hour before the beast descended into open ground near the city's protective wall. Near the wall, neither traveler looked like an institute director or a middle school student. Both were concealed in gray robes and masks. Qin recalled the crow, ensuring that even his conspicuous mount would not remain outside to advertise who had come. Qin then summoned the spirit of the Ink Sea. Xiao Miao reshaped itself into 2 crystal-clear bracelets, each bearing tiny blinking eyes, and Qin handed one to Li Hao. "Better safe than sorry. If danger comes, Xiao Miao will protect you." Li Hao studied the living bracelet, then gently fastened it around his wrist. 2 followed the protective wall west for roughly a kilometer. Their destination was not a grand exchange or guarded tower, but a small, inconspicuous house. Only the 2 red-hooded guards stationed outside betrayed that this unremarkable place controlled access to something important. A more bloated guard recognized Qin's gray-robed figure at once. His posture folded into an eager bow, and his voice turned almost embarrassingly flattering. "Lord Mo, it has been a long time. Please come in." Whatever identity Qin used here, it carried weight. And the guard noticed Li Hao. Lord Mo had always come alone, so curiosity overcame caution. Who was this second person? Chin's gaze settled on him through the mask. In a low, hoarse voice edged with displeasure, he answered, "I have taken a student. Do I need to explain that to you?" Guard immediately bowed and apologized. He would never dare gossip, he insisted. Rules were rules, but no one would make things difficult for Lord Mo's student. The sturdier red-hooded guard hurried over as well, equally deferential. The little house still looked ordinary, yet the way its keepers yielded made one thing clear. The road below belonged to Lord. Sturdier entrance guard ushered Lord Mo and his supposed student into the inconspicuous house. Li Hao searched the room, but it looked disappointingly ordinary. The guard drew a walkie-talkie-like device from inside his coat and quietly contacted someone below. Respectfully, the guard told Lord Mo and the young master that he would not accompany them down. If they returned through this route, the guards below could contact him. He bowed, stepped outside, and shut the door, leaving Chin and Li Hao alone in the silent room. Without warning, the floor trembled beneath their feet. The entire room began sinking like a hidden lift, and ordinary walls gave way to steel on every side. Li Hao turned slowly, studying the shaft as the daylight above disappeared. In his hoarse Lord Mo voice, Chin explained why the market could never stand in the open. Several major clans had pooled exotic beast power and advanced technology to excavate this enormous space beneath City No. 7's outskirts. Li Hao's curiosity turned into respect for the wealth behind it. Li Hao quietly opened the Eye of Omniscience. A precise entry appeared, C-grade alloy, tempered through multiple methods. It could withstand a full-force strike from any exotic beast below C-grade and resisted both fire and water. Its one weakness was corrosion. Even the walls were a fortune. Minutes later, the descent ended at a dark lower passage. A deep-voiced middle-aged guard who had escorted them toward the market produced 2 tokens. Because they had entered by a clan passage, each token could summon emergency support, at most 10 enforcers. He warned them to display the tokens immediately if danger found them. When the guide vanished into the passage, Chin stopped Li Hao for one final warning. Stay close. If he saw anything he wanted, tell Chin before acting. Enforcers might patrol the market, but that did not make it safe. And afterward, they would use another exit rather than expose the clan disciple passage twice. This was nothing like a regulated exchange or auction house. No one guaranteed what lay on the blankets and battered trays. A fortune might buy scrap metal, a handful of coins might buy treasure. The perimeter belonged to temporary sellers, some peddling inferior goods, others unloading possessions after sudden misfortune. Discernment was everything. Li Hao kept the Eye of Omniscience running as he walked. Only a fool would possess a cheat and refuse to use it. Information boxes flickered over item after item. Black water essence, D-grade water material. Yellow rock ore, D-grade rock material. Wisteria fruit, merely E-grade. The ordinary readings kept coming. And one information box changed everything. At a dispirited middle-aged man's stall sat an unremarkable plant being treated as a white magnolia. The eye named it differently, Changming Immortal, an A+ grade spiritual plant. Li Hao's attention locked onto it, though his masked face did not move. Remaining lines made the discovery even greater. Changming Immortal could dramatically promote the growth and reproduction of insect-type beasts. With sufficient life force, it could be cultivated in quantity and mature far faster. Wild specimens generally grew around A-grade or stronger snake-type beasts, which explained why obtaining one was so difficult. Li Hao forced down his excitement and asked in the flattest voice he could manage whether Elder Chin had ever heard of a plant called Changming Immortal. Chin was puzzled, then searched his memory. Minutes later, recognition brightened his eyes. Did Li Hao mean the plant exceptionally effective for cultivating insect-type beasts below A-grade? Li Hao confirmed it with one small nod. Chin immediately led him to the stall. The injured seller forced himself upright and produced a smile uglier than crying, inviting them to look and promising that every price was negotiable. Before Li Hao could react, Chin pressed one palm backward. Say nothing. Let him handle this. Instead of mentioning the plant, Chin pointed to the purple-red crystal and asked its price. The seller quoted 65 federal gold coins. If injury had not left him desperate for money, he claimed, a purple thunder crystal of that quality would bring at least 80. Behind Chin, Li Hao quietly summoned another appraisal and kept his conclusions to himself. Deception rested on an astonishing gap. To the seller, the plant was only a D-grade white magnolia worth a few dozen coins. To Li Hao, it was a rare Changming Immortal worth nearly 1,000. When Chin included that plant and the blue profound fish armor with the crystal, Li Hao gently tugged his cloak. Take the deal. And pretended to consider the goods, then sighed. 120 federal gold coins for all 3, take it or watch them leave. The seller muttered through his calculation, 60 for the crystal, 20 for the supposed white magnolia, 40 for the fish armor. Determination hardened his face. Sold, deal. Li Hao had just turned 20 coins into a treasure worth nearly 1,000. The bargain began where the last chapter left it, with the injured stallholder staring at Qin Yuyang's final price. He badly needed money for treatment. After one last struggle, he clenched his teeth and committed to the deal. Seller handed over the purple thunder crystal, the blue mysterious fish armor, and the plant he still did not understand. Chin answered with 1 gold card and 2 silver cards, the physical settlement of their 120 coin bargain. Seller did not rely on appearances. He scanned every card with his portable light computer, waited for authentication, then nodded. Only after the money proved genuine did Chin store the 3 purchases and guide Li Hao into the passing crowd. A value trade could not depend on hauling sacks of 1-coin denominations. The Federal Savings Institute therefore stored account wealth as encrypted digital currency and enabled transfers through portable light computers. That was how Su Yusheng had paid for Li Hao's buds of life, with Chin still acting as custodian. Black market also recognized a harder currency, spiritual crystals. Their pure spiritual power could nourish beast tamers or energize technological weapons. Mining them was difficult, and even a small E-grade fragment could command thousands of coins. Traders exchanged coins or crystals for cards, keeping account identities out of the deal. Once the stall was safely behind them, Chin produced the outwardly ordinary plant and studied it again. He still could not see what Li Hao saw. If this really is a Changming immortal, we've struck a huge bargain. Li Hao smiled and firmly vouched for it. Chin handed the Changming immortal to Li Hao and charged the purchase against the funds he was holding for him. Then came the practical warning. Plant it beside the life force-producing beast, and make certain the purple gold mysterious bee did not greedily destroy the very resource meant to nurture it. Inside his beast taming space, Li Hao put the plan into practice. Life-rich green liquid reached the long-uprooted Changming immortal and vanished into it instantly. Fine new roots pushed outward, spread through the soil, and anchored the plant. The tension in Li Hao's heart finally eased. Before leaving, Li Hao warned Xiao Zai again. No gnawing, no damage, and no treating the Changming immortal as a meal. Only after securing that promise did he withdraw his consciousness, satisfied that the plant could now grow slowly and safely. Reality had changed while Li Hao's awareness was elsewhere. Chin stood directly in front of him, his body positioned as a shield. Beyond Chin waited several sturdy guards in black uniforms, each with a firearm at the waist. The private victory had become a public confrontation. And the guards parted for someone with greater authority. A tall woman in white approached, her features delicate and beautiful, her expression intensely cold. Beside her walked a proud child of 7 or 8. The guards bowed and cleared their path before either newcomer spoke. He lifted one hand and delivered a soft, freezing rebuke. "You don't even recognize Lord Mo?" She ordered the guards to find their captain and accept punishment. They exchanged uneasy looks, lowered their heads, answered yes, and quickly vanished into the market's brilliant lights. Still behind Chin, Li quietly tugged the corner of his robe to signal that his consciousness had returned. Chin's guarded posture relaxed. Keeping his hoarse Lord Mo voice and offering no reason to expose either traveler, he took Li away through the market. Xiao Zhang, he explained why she had let the deception stand. Lord Mo was Qin Yuyang, a prominent City No. 7 figure from the same sect as Institute Director Su Yusheng, and the teacher of Captain Qi Donglai, a high-level Grandmaster Beastmaster. A man of Qin's standing would attract the wrong attention by entering under his own name. Since he wanted concealment, he saw no profit in stripping it away. Her rule was simple: business was business, regardless of who stood behind the mask. Xiao Zhang nodded, though he understood only part of it. He had sensed another aura behind Qin, a young person whose background she wanted investigated. The timing mattered. The Exotic Beast Research Institute would recruit from middle schools next year, and the Bai elders knew of reserved places. Getting Xiao Zhang's older brother inside could advance the family's future plans. Qin Yuyang continued toward the market center, with Li Hao close behind. Only after looking back and confirming that no one was watching did Li quietly ask whether the young woman they had just left was truly from the inner city Bai family. Qin's slight nod was enough. The Bai family had helped found City No. 7, and its roots now reached almost everywhere, including factions inside the Federal Council and the Exotic Beast Research Institute Li Hao hoped to enter. The 8 founding families still appeared united, but generations had divided their ideas and tangled their interests. Li Hao had not merely met a rich young miss. He had brushed against one branch of the city's concealed struggle for influence. As they approached the center, the black market changed. The crowd became orderly, blankets and temporary stalls gave way to proper shops, and Qin moved with the confidence of someone who knew every turn. After several dark turns, Qin entered an inconspicuous shop and shut the open door behind them. In privacy, he dropped Lord Mo's disguised voice and called into the dark back hall, loudly announcing that old Chen's visitor had arrived. An old voice complained that it had known the instant Qin entered and asked why he needed to shout. Then Chen Heng emerged with a staggering gait, heavily wrinkled, apparently frail, and carrying none of the grandeur Li Hao would have expected from a legend. Over tea, Qin introduced his companion as Li Hao, a student from Outer City No. 3 Middle School whom he had brought to broaden his experience. Li bowed, addressed the shopkeeper as Elder Chen, and sat beside Qin, while the name Chen Heng nagged at his memory. Few breaths later, Li's pupils contracted and goosebumps rose across his body. He shot to his feet and with his heart pounding, asked whether Elder Chen was Chen Heng, the Night Shadow War god and one of the previous generation's federal pillars. Chen drew on his pipe, stroked the black cat curled on his lap, and waved the title away as empty fame. Now he claimed he was merely a small black market shop owner. Qin reinforced the point until Li managed to sit again, painfully reserved. Black Cat woke, stretched, and left Chen's lap, only to settle into Li Hao's arms. Knowing it was no ordinary pet, Li froze. Sweat appeared on his forehead as he held the night spirit like a bomb that might explode if he moved. Chen noticed Li's plea and assured him that Little Night rarely approached anyone. If it had chosen his arms, it would not hurt him. Li's heartbeat eased. He cautiously stroked the cat, then aimed an aggrieved look at Qin when the elder burst out laughing. Chen watched the night spirit enjoy Li's touch and murmured that, as the king of the night, it had never approached a stranger like this before. Qin added that his spirit of the Ink Sea and four-winged golden-headed crow had accepted Li just as readily. Chen told Li that such a gift would be wasted if he never became a beast tamer. Li barely began to answer before Qin cut in. Old Chen should forget about poaching, because the City No. 7 Exotic Beast Research Institute had already reserved this boy. Chen refused to concede. His own student on the front line had recently considered taking an apprentice, and Li Hao's talent made him an obvious candidate. The two elders' good-natured argument left Li listening, as if his future were being auctioned over tea. Sturdy young man returned to the shop, then saw the night spirit in Li's arms and recoiled against the wall. Li, baffled by the terror, weakly insisted that the cat seemed well-behaved. The night spirit meowed its approval and glared at the newcomer. Qi Bao stiffly greeted Elder Qin. Chen promised that the night spirit would do nothing while Li held it, and only then did Qi breathe again. He selected the seat farthest from the cat, refusing to trust appearances even if everyone else found his caution funny. Chen asked, "Da Bao, how was your harvest?" Li Hao failed to suppress a laugh. The sturdy young man corrected his teacher with wounded dignity. His full name was Qi Bao. When Qi glared at him, Li discovered he already possessed the perfect answer. Li answered Qi's glare by lifting the night spirit toward him with both hands. Qi's hostility vanished into a pleading look. Only then did Li hug the cat back to his chest, while Little Night happily rubbed against him and meowed as though it enjoyed the joke. Defeated by everyone in the room, Qi Bao obeyed his teacher. He moved to the center of the front hall and opened his spatial equipment, laying out exotic beast materials, ore, spiritual plants, and other expedition resources piece by piece. Qin and Chen leaned forward to inspect the hall. With Qi Bao's expedition harvest still covering the shop floor, Qin Yuyang brightened. Better to arrive at the right time than too early, he remarked. Li Hao followed his gaze and immediately understood. Among those scattered treasures, Qin had spotted something meant for Xiao Zai. His eye of omniscience named it, Jade Emperor Beehive, C+ rank. Worker bees had built the emerald structure from their queen's jade condensation dew. It was as durable as B-rank alloy, and its material could encourage B-type beasts to hatch and grow. Qi Bao asked whether Qin needed a beehive. He could not remember the old man raising any B-type beast. Qin offered no explanation. He merely tipped his chin toward Li Hao, who still cradled Night Spirit. That silent answer was enough. Li mobilized his spiritual power, opened his beast taming space, and summoned the purple-gold mysterious bee. Xiao Zai emerged, circled above his masked head several times, and then saw the emerald hive. Her wandering flight snapped into a direct charge. Xiao Zai landed, rubbed her front limbs together, and began working at a hexagonal opening before Qi Bao could react. Moments later, she had burrowed inside. The hive was still in Qi's hands, but the delighted little head peeking from its entrance made ownership feel settled. Qi Bao stared from the bee to its young beastmaster. Li looked only 15 or 16, yet he already commanded an exotic beast and had won the intimacy of Night Spirit. Qi could only conclude that this reserved youth was exceptionally gifted or descended from a great family. Chen Heng's own reaction was warmer. Night Spirit was one of his primary beasts, and its affection for Li made the old man favor him in turn. The hive was no trinket either. Its jade condensation dew was required for certain healing medicines, keeping such structures painfully expensive. Qi looked at the occupied hive with naked heartache, then appealed silently to his teacher. Chen Heng answered with one slight nod. Qi gritted his teeth and tossed the entire emerald hive toward Li, surrendering both the costly material and the bee already hiding inside it. Li caught it, embarrassed rather than triumphant. He immediately promised Brother Da Bao that he would pay whatever the hive was worth and would not haggle. The jolt made Xiao Zai poke her head from a hexagonal hole, as if checking what these humans were doing with her new home. Qi could scarcely bear to look. Yet with his teacher's word already given, he refused Li's money through clenched teeth and urged him to take the hive away. Night Spirit's calm presence in Li's arms made arguing over it even less attractive. Chen Heng turned the gift into a plan. With a proper hive, Li could let the female purple-gold mysterious bee reproduce a population. Her current rank meant the offspring would begin weak, but a large group of even low-ranked bees could still solve problems one bee could not. Li sent the hive into his beast taming space and followed it with his consciousness. Under Chen's guidance, he chose a branch of an undying tree seedling at a suitable height, set the emerald hive upon it, and carefully secured Xiao Zai's new home. Maturation cycle was a month and a half, leaving roughly half a month before Xiao Zai could begin reproducing. The first colony would only reach E rank. Li did not dismiss it. Quantity had its own power, especially if he joined the Research Institute's wilderness expedition during summer vacation. Li's consciousness returned to reality. During that brief interval, Qi Bao had recovered enough to arrange the rest of his expedition harvest neatly across the floor. Chen Heng and Qin Yuyang inspected each piece while Qi waited beside them, anticipation written plainly across his face. Chen Heng finally delivered the praise Qi had been waiting for, though only in his usual restrained fashion. 2 months away, and the harvest was not bad. Qin was warmer. He patted Qi's shoulder and declared that the milk-drinking tag-along from years ago could finally stand on his own. For a moment, Qi Bao was too shy even to enjoy the compliment. Then he complained that without Qin present, his teacher would never have praised him so readily. Chen Heng's response sent the sturdy explorer fleeing in panic, leaving the others with his harvest and the joke at his expense. After Qi Bao's comic retreat, conversation lingered in Chen Heng's shop until the wall clock struck 6. Qin Yuyang finally rose to take Li Hao away, thanking Chen and Da Bao for helping them find the quality beehive that had brought Li here. Li Hao could hardly have been more satisfied. He had stumbled upon the Changming Immortal and received the precious Jade Emperor beehive for nothing. He bowed in gratitude, but Chen gently steadied him and said the Federation's future would depend on young people like him. Before they could cross the threshold, Qi Bao came racing out of the back hall. He urgently asked whether the Exotic Beast Research Institute truly had a team leaving the city next month, and with a sheepish grin, whether Qin could secure him a place. Qin considered the request, then promised to discuss it with Old Su the next day. But another person was leading the team, and its mission was special. He could make the inquiry, not guarantee the place. Chen merely glared at his shameless student. Outside, Qin walked ahead and abruptly asked what Li Hao thought of the black market. It was not idle conversation. After receiving valuable treasures, Li now had to prove that luck had not blinded him to the place that supplied them. Li Hao answered carefully. Beneath the lights lurked snakes, rats, insects, and ants. Danger everywhere, but opportunity too. Yet City No. 7's market was not pure chaos. Its aristocratic families had imposed rules stable enough for him to recognize their hand. Qin agreed. The Bai family had both the strength and willingness to manage the market, making City No. 7 safer than its peers. But order had a price. Genuine rarities seldom surfaced here. The Changming Immortal and Jade Emperor beehive were simply extraordinary luck. And Qin gave the lesson teeth. Unless Li Hao had a special reason, he should stay away. Bai family order could not prevent murder for treasure, and inside this lawless place, even the federal government often ignored fights and killings. Li Hao accepted the warning. With the warning settled, their talk shifted to cultivation. Li Hao possessed the top-tier heaven and earth beast taming art, but Qin's many years of experience still clarified practical problems. They walked and talked for an hour, reaching Outer City No. 3 Middle School as darkness gathered. Time passed without an instant transformation. The undying tree and Xiao Zai continued growing slowly inside Li Hao's beast taming space. Near the tree's roots, even the rare Changming Immortal barely advanced despite being nourished by the undying tree's power of life. And final exam day arrived. Li Hao rose early, washed, ate breakfast, and hurried downstairs towards school. The ordinary routine ended at the building's shadowed corner, where a furtive figure was waiting and moved to greet him. Li Hao startled and nearly struck back. Only at close range did he recognize Qi Bao, last seen in Chen Heng's shop more than half a month earlier. The sturdy young man now looked miserable, his face bruised and purple as though someone had just beaten him. Qi Bao did not explain the bruises. Wearing a deeply aggrieved expression, he seized Li Hao's hand, declared, "It's up to you now," and thrust a fuzzy black bundle into his arms. Then he became a black blur, bounding away through the forest of high-rises. Li Hao stared after Qi Bao with a question mark written across his face, until the bundle meowed. It was Night Spirit. Chen's earlier guidance had erased Li Hao's fear, and the little black cat had already shown it would not hurt him. He stroked its head fondly. "Why are you here?" Night Spirit answered Li Hao's question by rubbing joyfully against his palm and meowing for attention. The affection was reassuring. The situation was not. Qi Bao had already vanished among the high-rises, leaving Li Hao outside his home with a Dominator-level black cat on the morning of his final exams. Li Hao called Qin Yuyang and reported the absurd morning in one breath. Brother Dabao had appeared downstairs, handed over Night Spirit, and fled. Chin was not at the library. He was handling business at the Exotic Beast Research Institute, and the news caught him completely by surprise. Chin told him not to panic. He would contact Elder Chen himself. For now, Night Spirit could control its own size, so Li Hao only needed to ask it to shrink and keep it close. With that hurried solution delivered, Chin ended the call. Li Hao explained that he had final exams and could not carry a normal-sized cat through school. Night Spirit understood at once. Its black form contracted until it was no larger than his palm, then it sprang lightly onto his shoulder. Li Hao asked it to hide even deeper in his hair and shadows once they reached campus. Final exams had transformed the campus. Even normally lazy Xiao Miao arrived early, and the students Li Hao knew from the ability test bent seriously over their books. Almost everyone wanted one last improvement. The exception was Han Yijuo, the ability test leader, who slept peacefully at her desk as if nothing had changed. Li Hao had long since given up trying to understand his gifted big sister. He only whispered for Night Spirit to stay quiet, then returned to his own review. Hidden from the room, the tiny cat eventually slipped from the shadows and curled up on top of his head. With half an hour remaining, Xiao Miao finally stretched after studying too long. His usual mischief returned. He reached over to ruffle Li Hao's hair. Li Hao sensed the movement and looked up, but Zhao's palm was already descending toward the sleeping Night Spirit. His heart leapt into his throat. Nothing happened. Zhao's hand appeared to pass straight through Night Spirit and landed harmlessly on Li Hao's head. Then the cat's haughty voice sounded inside Li Hao's mind. What was he nervous about? Zhao could neither see nor touch it. Relief replaced panic as Li Hao finally understood how complete its concealment was. The exam day passed without Night Spirit exposing itself. When school ended, Li Hao walked through the gate with Xiao Miao, only to stop at the sight of an old man waiting beneath the large tree. It was Night Spirit's owner, Elder Chen. Li Hao quickly told Zhao that he had remembered another matter and ran off under his friend's puzzled stare. At Chen's gesture, he followed the old man into a deserted corner. Night Spirit perched openly on Li Hao's head as he respectfully asked whether Chen had come to take it back. Chen had not come to reclaim it. He was preparing to leave City Number 7 for a while and had originally placed Night Spirit in Qi Bao's care. But the cat had insisted on finding Li Hao, forcing Qi Bao to deliver it. Li Hao finally understood how Brother Dabao had found his home. Night Spirit had led him there. Since Night Spirit was so close to him, Chen asked Li Hao to care for it until his return. Li Hao agreed without hesitation, but he did not pretend confidence he lacked. He had no experience caring for such a beast and worried that his ignorance might cause Little Night to suffer. Chen reassured him that Little Night could communicate telepathically and rarely made unreasonable demands. Its care was simpler than Li Hao feared. Darkness restored its energy, and it required no food. With those rules understood, Li Hao accepted Night Spirit fully into his care while Chen departed City Number 7. After Elder Chen left City Number 7, Li Hao carried Night Spirit home. The near summer sun was still bright, and the nocturnal beast had abandoned stealth for its ordinary black cat form. Despite being a Dominator-level existence, it curled into a ball, buried its head in Li Hao's arms, and slept through the walk like an exhausted pet. Dim interior coaxed Night Spirit awake. Hao Chunmei was bringing dinner from the kitchen, and Li Dajin had just lowered his newspaper. The moment Li Hao's mother noticed the cat, she exclaimed over how cute it was, wiped her hands on her apron, and scooped it from his arms before he could explain. Li Hao hurried to take Night Spirit back, afraid his mother's bold handling might anger a Dominator. Then he stopped. Night Spirit merely narrowed its eyes in contentment, extended a tiny pink tongue, and gently licked Hao Chunmei's palm. The terrifying beast had accepted her affection, leaving Li Hao's immediate fear without anything to fight. Later, Li Hao brought Night Spirit into his room with his own companions. The contrast was immediate. Xiao Zai perched on his shoulder, trembling so violently with fear that she did not dare move her wings. The tiny black cat needed no threatening pose. Its invisible pressure alone told the juvenile bee exactly how far above her it stood. Li Hao understood at once. Stroking Night Spirit's head, he asked, "Xiao Yi, retract your pressure. Don't scare Xiao Zai." The cat lifted its chin with unmistakable pride, but obeyed. The pressure vanished, and Xiao Zai finally released her tension, cautiously vibrated her wings, and took flight. Little Tree Being ignored the contest entirely. It selected its favorite picture book, settled beneath the light, and read happily. Once the sun went down, Night Spirit stretched, sprang lightly from the desk, and began patrolling Li Hao's room as if it owned the place. Li Hao left the proud cat to it and returned to his schoolwork and the Heaven and Earth Beast Taming art. At the outer city north gate, the evening carried a different kind of tension. A fully armed soldier checked 2 identification cards, found nothing wrong, and respectfully cleared the passage. A thin, middle-aged man in a hood accepted the cards, handed one to his burly companion, thanked the guard, and led the pair into City Number 7. A luxurious room, a young man wearing the same black uniform as the black market guards knelt behind a middle-aged lord. He reported with certainty that Elder Chen had left the black market that day and never returned. Chen had left only the young man he brought with him. The Lord sipped his red wine and smiled. With Elder Chen gone, the investigation could begin. Lord ordered the agent to carry a message to the Chu family's head. If the family found the thing he wanted, he would claim credit for them before the Tiger King. Then he gave the operative clue that mattered. The person possessing that thing had an unparalleled affinity for exotic beasts. The agent silently accepted and promised to arrange the investigation immediately. Lord pressed directly on the Chu family's weakness. For years, the other 7 great families had squeezed it until it could barely breathe. This search was its opportunity. If the family seized it, he suggested, the Chu clan might someday stand as City Number 7's sole dominant power. The promise was not merely payment, it was everything the embattled family wanted. Finally, the Lord warned him to leak nothing and to watch the Church of Light. Something in his words seemed almost magical. A trace of scarlet entered the kneeling man's eyes, spread into a wild stare, and pulled his mouth into an eerie smile. His calm obedience became feverish excitement. He answered, "Understood," rose quickly, and left to put the investigation in motion. Early the next morning, Li Hao prepared to close the school chapter of his life. He recalled Xiao Miao and Xiao Zai into his beast taming space, then explained to Night Spirit that a martial arts exam meant it had to remain home. After washing and eating in a rush, he hurried to school. This was the semester's last day. Because the entire second year had recently completed a comprehensive martial assessment, today's exam contained only a few routine events and would finish before afternoon. For most students, it was merely the final obstacle between them and 2 full months of summer vacation. Cultivating the heaven and earth beast taming art had made Li Hao far stronger than when he first transmigrated. He could have displayed much more. Instead, he carefully held back a significant portion of that power. Even under those limits, he earned good grades across the exam without exposing how far he had advanced. By afternoon, the exam and the semester were over. Summer vacation had officially begun. For Li Hao, however, the next 2 months were not simply a holiday. The end of school also activated the employment contract that made him Director Su's private assistant and began his summer internship at the Exotic Beast Research Institute. Li Hao said goodbye to Xiao Miao, hurried through the school gate, and called the number on his contract. The staff member's manner changed as soon as Li Hao identified himself as the private assistant personally hired by Director Su. There was no need for him to navigate the trip alone. The institute would collect him. Using the location Li Hao provided and the position confirmed through a portable brain computer, the institute's colored feather spirit Cuckoo found him without delay. The official flying beast carried him away from the school and directly toward the research institute, turning a contract on paper into his first real journey as an employee. First-floor lobby of the institute's main building was enormous. Researchers in white coats and chest-mounted ID badges hurried through it in every direction. Li Hao had arrived, but arrival did not tell him where a new summer intern was supposed to report. For a moment, he could only stand amid the traffic and look around. Mature female voice called from behind him, "You must be student Li Hao, right?" He turned and found a long-haired woman of about 45 smiling warmly. Li Hao returned the greeting but naturally wondered how a stranger knew him. Her visible ID badge supplied only part of the answer, Captain Yang Fang. Yang Fang explained that Li Hao's school maintained class photographs, and Yang Ling had already told her about the help Li Hao provided at school. Li Hao understood the connection, but refused to make much of his own kindness. He answered that classmates helping one another was only natural, earning another gentle smile from Yang Fang. As she led him onward, Yang Fang asked whether he had come to process his summer intern entry immediately after the final exam. Why not rest for a few days first? Li Hao scratched his head and admitted the simple truth. He could not sit still. He had wanted to come and see the institute as soon as possible. His timing, Yang Fang said, was excellent. A meeting about the wilderness exploration team would begin in roughly 10 minutes, and Director Su had instructed that several summer interns accompany the expedition. Li Hao had already heard something about the plan from Qin Yuyang, so the danger did not shock him. He followed Yang Fang to hear the details. Inside the conference room, Director Su Yusheng finished laying out the meeting's principal matters. Then the room went silent. Li Hao, newly arrived from his final exam, now sat among researchers and senior institute figures considering a real wilderness expedition. The distance between school routine and his new life had vanished in a single afternoon. First response came from the silver-haired old woman seated to Su's left. Elder May tapped the table and offered to begin the discussion by recommending a team leader. Su appeared surprised that she spoke first, but invited her to continue. Her candidate was Captain Yang Fang, the same woman who had just guided Li Hao inside. Elder May's recommendation was not based on familiarity alone. Yang Fang was highly proficient in the Institute's research on rock-type exotic beasts, matching the expedition's professional needs. More importantly, she was one of the Institute's few advanced beast tamers. She possessed both the specialized knowledge and the strength required to command the team. Su asked Qin Yuyang what he thought. Qin calmly judged the choice acceptable. With that endorsement secured, Su addressed Yang Fang herself and asked whether she was willing to lead. She rose quickly, smiled, and said she had no personal objection. But before accepting without qualification, she asked Director Su for permission to make one small request. Student question now hung over the conference room, but no one below volunteered an answer. After waiting several minutes, Director Su Yusheng turned toward the first row. He called on President Tang, the man who had initiated the expedition and agreed to sponsor it, to state his position. Ham Hui, president of Tang's Chamber of Commerce, slowly heaved his chubby body upright. 3 rings gleamed on his right hand as he stroked his triple chin. Smiling, he told Su to arrange matters however he wished. The institute could provide the people and effort. Tom would provide the money. If the funds ran short, he would simply add more. As soon as Tom sat, a younger researcher thrust his hand into the air. Su allowed him to speak. Stiff and timid, the man asked whether taking middle school students into the wilderness was reckless. The team had to investigate the earthquake-formed Broken Rock Mountain range and help Tom locate rare ore materials. Would untested children not slow that work and become an unstable factor? The concern was reasonable, but Su had not inserted the students without preparation. He laid out the selected contingent: Chu Zicheng, Le Linger, Sun Yi, Li Hao, and Yang Ling. As the 5 names settled over the room, the attendees immediately began whispering among themselves. 3 names required little explanation. Chu Zicheng was a direct Chu family descendant and had already earned early admission to the Federal Public University. Le Linger was City No. 7's youngest primary Beast Tamer. Sun Yi was the most famous of all, heir to the city's foremost aristocratic family and already touching the threshold of intermediate Beast Tamer. Li Hao and Yang Ling received no such confidence. The attendees knew neither the same proven strength nor the same reassuring factional weight behind them. Their whispers sharpened into skepticism. Among this group of celebrated young talents, Li Hao had entered the expedition as one of the 2 uncertain variables. Qi Donglai stood from the corner, rubbing his messy, straw-like hair. With an easy smile, the master-level Beastmaster announced that he would lead the guards. Surely, he joked, protecting a few young brats was not beyond him. The whispers stopped at once. Every face turned either toward Qi or back to Director Su for confirmation. Who confirmed it? Captain Qi Donglai would lead the expedition's guards. Tom Hui then added another layer of protection. Through his relationship with the Zhao family, he would hire several intermediate Beast Tamers to join them. Between a master-level guard leader, professional reinforcements, and abundant funding, the argument that a few students would make the mission unmanageable lost its force. With the security question settled, Qi turned to Li Hao's own interest in the trip. Li Hao answered with a bitter smile. The wilderness fascinated him, and he wanted to go. His problem was at home. He had not discussed anything this serious with his parents, and he did not even know what excuse could persuade them. He laughed as though Li Hao had invented a problem where none existed. He only needed time to hand over his duties. Then he would accompany Li Hao home himself. Patting his chest, Brother Qi guaranteed that Li Hao's parents would be convinced once he took action. That confidence did not reassure Li Hao. It made him uneasy. He knew Brother Qi well enough to suspect that a normal explanation might not be what the man had in mind. Somehow, Li Hao felt that bringing this older brother home would lead to something extremely bizarre. Meeting ended. Qi immediately jogged out of the conference room to hand over his work as quickly as possible. Li Hao did not leave the institute. He moved to the reception platform and waited, the wilderness expedition now approved inside the institute, but still awaiting the decision that mattered at home. While Li Hao waited, he encountered Director Qin Yuyang on his way out. Too many eyes and ears remained nearby for a long conversation, so Qin kept it brief. Li Hao was to meet him tomorrow. Qin would explain the precautions for traveling beyond the city and then send him to the exchange to purchase the necessities he would need. Qin left the institute. Roughly 10 minutes later, movement appeared from the auxiliary building on the institute's left. Qi Donglai came jogging back toward Li Hao, his handover already complete. There would be no delay and no chance for Li Hao to reconsider. Brother Qi was ready to go home and win over his parents. Qi Donglai returned from his handover, ready to make good on his promise. With an arm around Li Hao's shoulder, he cheerfully checked that the boy had warned his parents about an unexpected Brother Qi coming to dinner. Li Hao had. Qi immediately channeled his spiritual power and summoned the ghost vulture from his beast taming space. Qi leaped onto the ghost vulture and waved Li Hao up. Before Li Hao could struggle for a foothold, the beast tilted its body and extended a steel-feathered wing like a ramp. Li Hao carefully climbed along it. The gesture was so natural that Qi's attention sharpened. Director Qin Yuyang had told Qi that Li Hao possessed an unparalleled affinity for exotic beasts. Qi had been skeptical. His own ghost vulture had now lowered its wing for the boy as though welcoming him. Skepticism vanished. In its place came belief and a trace of envy for a gift that could not be trained. Once both riders were secure, the ghost vulture beat its wings and climbed. It could not match the 4-foot golden polygonum or even the colored feather spirit cuckoo for speed, but it was hardly slow. Guided by Li Hao, it crossed the darkening sky for roughly half an hour toward his residential complex. Ghost Vulture landed in an open space inside the complex. Night had already fallen, and most residents were occupied with dinner, sparing the giant beast unwanted attention. Chi recalled it almost immediately. One moment, an enormous vulture filled the clearing. The next, Li Hao was leading an apparently ordinary guest toward home. Li Hao brought Chi inside to find more than his parents waiting. Han Qing and Han Yiduo were present, while Hao Chunmei and Su Lei worked in the kitchen. Han Qing recognized the visitor and greeted Captain Qi with immediate solemnity. Qi merely waved away the formality, smiling instead of asserting his status. Qi pointed out that Li Hao called him Brother Qi. By that logic, he said, Han Qing ought to be Uncle Han. Han hurriedly rejected the tangled hierarchy and suggested they each keep their own form of address. The joke loosened the room, but it also made clear how effortlessly Qi could cross ranks that intimidated everyone else. Still suspicious, Li Dajun quietly asked who this Captain Qi really was. Han Qing's answer transformed the visit. Qi had retired from the frontline army after commanding a company in the 2nd Vanguard Army. He now led Institute Security and, in Han's judgment, ranked among City No. 7's 10 strongest people. Li Dajun stared at the decadent-looking man in disbelief. Qi heard every whispered word with a master-level Beastmaster's senses, yet showed no displeasure. His attention had fixed on the little black cat asleep in Han Yiduo's arms. At his quiet prompt, Li Hao finally noticed Night Spirit there. A private consultation followed, and when asked about accompanying Li Hao beyond the city, Night Spirit nodded without the slightest hesitation. Qi laughed and clapped Li Hao's shoulder. Gaining Night Spirit as reinforcement could spare the exploration team enormous trouble. Li Hao stroked Xiao Yi's head, but his answer was firm. Night Spirit was not joining as a convenient bodyguard. Unless they faced extreme danger, it would not intervene. Qi was not to mistake friendship for free labor. Qi accepted at once. He would call on Night Spirit only if he encountered something beyond his own ability. Otherwise, relying on a top-tier Dark-type beast for routine work would make his years as Institute security captain meaningless. His confidence restored the proper balance. Night Spirit was an emergency safeguard, while Qi remained the expedition's working guard. Chunmei and Su Lei called them to dinner. Li Hao carried Night Spirit out beside Qi, and everyone gathered around the table. All eyes except Li Hao's kept drifting toward the mysterious captain. Under the family's collective inspection, even Qi became uncomfortable. Rather than endure the staring, he cleared his throat and came directly to the purpose of his visit. He first confirmed the common ground. Li Dajun and Hao Chunmei already knew that Li Hao had received a summer internship invitation from the Exotic Beast Research Institute. They exchanged a glance and nodded. That opportunity had sounded safe and scholarly. Qi's next words revealed that the internship now opened onto something far more dangerous. Qi then delivered the real request. In about 5 days, an Institute exploration team would leave City No. 7, and Li Hao was one of its members. He had not come merely for dinner. He had come to ask what Li Hao's parents thought about sending their 15-year-old into the wilderness. Around the table, curiosity hardened into a question of danger, trust, and whether they could let him go. Question of the wilderness still hung over the dinner table. Han Qing shook his head at Li Hao's parents. Xiao Hao was not a bird to be kept in a cage forever. If Duoyu received the same chance to train beyond the city, he would let her take it. Su Lei clasped Hao Chunmei's hand and gently added that an Institute expedition should not be recklessly dangerous. Donglai seized the opening and laid out the expedition's defenses. He would lead the guards himself. 2 more intermediate Beast Tamers from the Institute and 3 hired Beast Tamers would accompany him, a force even the military could not dismiss. Then Qi smiled and added one more advantage. Li Hao had already found a personal bodyguard. Every gaze turned toward the little black cat resting in the boy's arms. Li Hao set Night Spirit on the table. No one could see anything remarkable about it. Hao Chunmei rose, gathered the little cat into her arms, and asked the obvious question, wasn't this just an ordinary black cat? The answer came before anyone could reply. Every light vanished. Darkness swallowed the room, a vast shadow spread across the family, and 2 lamp-bright eyes opened inside it. A gigantic black tiger emerged, nearly 8 meters long, with lightning white stripes, a white king mark on its forehead, tearing fangs, and a tail like a steel whip. It almost filled the room behind Li Hao. When it advanced, Li Dajun and the others rushed to him. Han Qing felt its terrifying aura and still took the front. Li Hao's parents and Su Lei crowded beside him, frightened but refusing to retreat. Courage struck Li Hao harder than the tiger's pressure. Choked with emotion, he told his parents and godparents that the beast was Xiao Yi and would never hurt him. He stepped around their shield and approached alone. Night Spirit lowered its enormous head and rubbed against him with unmistakable affection. Then the tiger shrank into the same harmless black cat. The darkness receded, and even the nearby fire-scaled leopard was released from the crushing pressure. He warned them not to be fooled by the cat's harmless shape. This was Night Spirit, an S-rank dominator rank exotic beast ranked high even among dominators. The name meant little to Li Hao's parents, but Han Qing and Su Lei knew its legends. After exchanging a disbelieving look, Han pleaded with the couple to let Xiao Hao go. Between Captain Qi and Night Spirit, he should be safe. Qi solemnly promised to bring him home unharmed. Still, the parents looked at each other and could not decide. And a strange, deep voice entered the room. It promised to look after the Li boy. Everyone turned, searching for an unseen speaker, but no one could find one. Han Yijuo alone broke into a smile. She lifted the little black cat high for them all to see and announced the impossible. It was Xiao Yi who had spoken. Every head turned back toward the little black cat in Han Yijuo's raised hands. Night Spirit met their astonishment with open disdain. In that same deep, resonant voice, it told them to stop staring. Had none of them ever encountered a beast that could talk? Li Hao was startled, too. Elder Chen had warned him that high-level Night Spirit could communicate telepathically, but never that it could speak human language. Qi Donglai stroked his bearded chin and admitted that although he had heard of talking beasts, this was his first time seeing one. Night Spirit rolled its eyes, wriggled out of Han Yijuo's hands, and shrank even smaller before springing onto Li Hao's shoulder. From that perch it promised to care for the boy, declaring that across the entire southern region, very few things could make it feel threatened. Qi reinforced the promise with specifics. They would not penetrate deep wilderness, only the edge of a newly formed mountain range north of City Number 7. That meant no major danger was expected, and with Night Spirit present, low-level and intermediate wild beasts were no serious concern. Li Hao added that between Brother Qi and Xiao Yi, he would be protected. If real danger appeared, Night Spirit would take him and flee first. Li Dajun and Hao Chunmei held their silence, then finally nodded with helpless reluctance. Li Hao released the breath he had been holding. She smiled, patted Li Hao's shoulder, and rose to leave now that the parents had agreed. Li Dajun offered him dinner, but beneath his messy, face-obscuring hair, Qi gave a cryptic smile. He had business of his own. People were waiting for him at Red Street. Once Qi was gone, Han Yijuo innocently asked her father what kind of place Red Street was. Han Qing shot a guilty glance toward Su Lei, smacked the back of his daughter's head, and ordered her to stop asking questions and eat. His feigned severity answered more than words could. After dinner, Han Qing pulled his godson into the living room and shared what the wilderness had taught him, especially how to protect oneself beyond the city. Every lesson assumed Li Hao had not yet entered the ranks of Beast Tamer. Li Hao quietly preserved that secret and listened. After discussing the beasts outside the city, Han Qing's expression grew grave. Li Hao had to remember one rule above all others. Apart from life itself, everything was secondary. No objective, possession, or opportunity was worth failing to return home. And Han Qing named the danger worse than any beast, the human heart. He did not know how Li Hao had met Captain Qi or the senior who entrusted Night Spirit to him. However powerful or friendly they seemed, Li Hao had to keep his guard up in everything. And Qing trusted Li Hao's sharper mind to understand. More softly, he reminded his godson that everyone would be waiting at home for his return. Warmth filled Li Hao's heart. He smiled and promised that whatever happened beyond the city, he would keep his guard up. At that moment, Li Dajun returned from the bedroom with a wooden box. He set it before Li Hao and opened it to reveal a delicate short sword in its scabbard. After checking the blade, he explained that generations of the Li family had preserved it. Now Li Hao should carry it for self-defense. Before handing it over, Li Dajun had drawn the blade to ensure it was sound. Cold light flashed from an edge that seemed sharp enough to tear through the void realm. Now Li Hao turned the weapon in his hands, and the two large characters engraved on its hilt made his hair stand on end. Cheng Ying. Cheng Ying's engraved name still sent a chill through Li Hao. He stroked the cold, keen weapon while Night Spirit watched from his shoulder. A strange glint crossed the little black cat's eyes, then vanished beneath its usual laziness. Han Qing and Han Yijuo crowded closer, openly excited by the heirloom. Li Hao asked where the sword had come from. Looking between Cheng Ying and its wooden box, Li Dajun softened. Li Hao's grandfather had passed it to him before his death, after generations of the Li family had guarded it. Li Dajun had meant to wait until his son entered Federal Public University. Li Dajun had never become a beast tamer, but he knew the blade could cut iron like mud. The wilderness changed his timetable. Li Hao listened without revealing his suspicion, then silently activated the Eye of Omniscience. A pale information window formed over the weapon, short sword, Cheng Ying. The answer was extraordinary. Cheng Ying truly was a divine weapon from the cultivation era. Ancient forging limits held its present hardness to modern B-grade alloy, but that was not its ceiling. With special materials and reforging by a great master, the short sword had a chance to reach S-grade. Li Hao drew Cheng Ying from its scabbard and tested it with several careful swings into the void realm. Whatever its future might hold, its present edge was real, and his father had placed it in his hands for survival. At Li Dajun's instruction, Li Hao took Night Spirit and the sword to his room. Inside his room, Li Hao released the purple-gold mysterious bee and the little tree being from his beast taming space, then opened the optical computer. The Institute was heading into a layered mountain range born from major earthquakes. Director Su had only said it was not especially far from City Number 7. Search produced nothing. Su Yusheng had withheld the destination's precise location, and a mountain range this knew had left no useful record on the network. Li Hao could not research what did not yet have public data. With final exams finished, he closed the search and turned to cultivation instead. Li Hao sat cross-legged and cultivated the heaven and earth beast taming art. 2 hours later, he exhaled and stretched beneath the moonlight. The little tree being stood quietly in the silver glow. Xiao Zai rested atop its head, and Night Spirit slept at its feet with a faint snore. Since it was still early, Li Hao took Hu Dahai's photographed diary pages from his backpack and resumed reading. The next entry was dated July 30, 10 days since the previous record, and 3 days since the party entered Qingshan Rock Ridge. Hu Dahai was already exhausted. The Huishi travelers seemed tireless. Journey only became stranger. Hu Dahai suspected that the old guide was leading them in circles through Qingshan Rock Ridge. Worse, the travelers had to bow every 50 steps. The repeated motion nearly broke his waist, yet the Huishi tribe continued onward as if fatigue meant nothing. Not until August 12 did the party finally leave Qingshan Rock Ridge. They were one step closer to Sky Sea and had to continue their journey. Yet one disappointment remained in Hu Dahai's last note. Despite everything endured inside the ridge, he never saw the rumored Rock Spirit Emperor. Li Hao rubbed his chin and calculated. From July 27 to August 12, the crossing had consumed 15 days. A guide in a hurry would not have dawdled, and the missing entries likely marked continuous travel with the Huishi tribe. Qingshan Rock Ridge had to be vast, but without hard data that remained only a deduction. The unanswered questions refused to leave him. Hu Dahai's diary had become little more than a ledger, and at last its dry entries made Li Hao's eyelids sag. He checked that all 3 little companions were safe, put away the photographed page, and surrendered the remaining questions to sleep. Before the sun reached the horizon, the optical computer beside Li Hao's pillow began vibrating. Qin Yuyang's name glowed on its display. The instant Li Hao answered, Qin barked, "Still sleeping. If you want good things, you have to arrive early." Li Hao washed in a hurry. He recalled the purple-gold mysterious bee and the little tree being into his beast taming space, gathered Night Spirit in its little black cat form, and rushed out with the breakfast Hao Chunmei had prepared. Outer City No. 3 Middle School stood empty after final examinations, but Qin Yuyang was already waiting. He demanded to know how Li Hao could remain so relaxed with only days left before the wilderness. Li Hao scratched his head and smiled. He had merely taken 1 day to enjoy the end of his exams. And abruptly asked about the beast taming method. Li Hao considered his answer and claimed he was only nearing the threshold of a primary beast tamer. Officially, that threshold was crossed when a cultivator condensed a spiritual energy vortex in the chest, something Li Hao had already accomplished and still intended to conceal. Qin did not linger over the answer. With departure only days away, practical defenses mattered more. He took Li Hao and Night Spirit toward Tang Exchange, where the morning's best wilderness supplies might still be available. Hui himself lounged beside the exchange's heavy door, cigar smoke curling past his slick-back hair as his small eyes measured every guest. An attendant pointed out Qin. Tom's relaxed cheeks immediately gathered into a broad smile, and he hurried over to welcome this rare visitor. Tom found the student behind Qin familiar. Holding Night Spirit, Li Hao bowed and introduced himself as one of the students joining the Broken Rock Mountain Range expedition. Tom had seen him at yesterday's meeting. Calling him a young talent and little brother Li, Tom clapped his shoulder and invited both guests inside. Qin explained that Li Hao had history with him and needed wilderness defenses. Tom agreed they must choose carefully. Deeper in the exchange, a sturdy stall owner presented a jar of purple screaming kite blood and named an ambitious price, 200 federal gold coins. Merchant had not lied about the beast. The jar truly contained screaming kite blood. But Li Hao's appraisal revealed the catch. Its grade was low, its effect limited, and the material was only D-grade. When he looked up, Qin was smiling at him, plainly waiting to see what he would do. Li Hao rounded on the merchant. 200 coins for D-grade screaming kite blood. Are you trying to rob us? The man had expected Qin, or perhaps the wealthy chairman, to see through him, not the student. He blurted, "How did you know?" Then he noticed Qin's icy stare, began to sweat, and cut the price to 100. Qin accepted the concession, handed over a golden note, lifted the jar, and led the party back into the crowd beneath the merchant's apologetic smile. Qin led the party onward through Tang Exchange. Purchases here were settled with voucher items, just as they were in the family-controlled black market. The selection was smaller, but the exchange set the prices, making them far more transparent. As Qin and Tom chatted, Li Hao learned the expedition's full purpose. The Institute would study rock-type exotic beasts in the Broken Rock Mountain Range. But Tom had added another objective: find an obscure material called glowstone. Even Qin's experience offered little help. He had encountered glowstone only in ancient texts and had never seen it himself. Tom did not explain why he wanted it, and Qin chose not to ask. Li Hao tried placing the newly purchased screaming kite blood inside his beast taming space. Xiao Zai answered with rejection so fierce that he felt it through their bond. He immediately pulled the jar back out. Ham noticed the problem and generously supplied a spatial backpack. Beast taming spaces held living creatures, so valuable equipment could be damaged inside them. The backpack could hold no living thing, but its 2-square-meter capacity was ample for weapons, potions, and Qin's selected materials. On the walk home, Qin began with the most dangerous resource, 3 D-grade potential potions. Each could stimulate Li Hao's potential for a short time, but the price would be a long period of weakness. Qin's rule was absolute, use one only as a last resort. The other 3 vials were D-grade recovery potions. They could not erase a serious injury or exhaustion, but they might restore enough mobility to escape. Li Hao answered Qin's instructions with another quiet acknowledgement. Qin had also selected materials tailored to specific exotic beast breeds. Owning them was not enough. In the wilderness, Li Hao would have to recognize each one and choose correctly before the danger reached him. Qin warned him not to rely on Qi Donglai and Night Spirit. Exotic beasts were only part of the wilderness. Bizarre phenomena could kill just as easily. Li Hao finally asked, "Is it really that dangerous?" Qin stopped. His ocean-deep gaze raised goosebumps on Li Hao's skin. Then he nodded once and heavily. He walked the rest of the way in silence and parted at Li Hao's apartment complex. 4 days remained. Li Hao spent every one of them at home, cultivating the heaven and earth beast taming art instead of going out. On departure morning, Li Hao stood ready with the spatial backpack. His mother, Hao Chunmei, hesitated before letting him go. She told him to protect himself, stay close to Captain Qi, and then turned her plea toward the small black cat hidden in his hair. Night Spirit, protect Xiao Hao. Li Hao smiled and promised that Captain Qi and Night Spirit would keep him safe. The assurance was gentler than the truth Qin had given him. From inside his hair came a soft meow. Night Spirit had heard Hao Chunmei and accepted. Li Dajin offered no instructions of his own. He simply stepped close and patted Li Hao's shoulder. The quiet gesture carried everything he chose not to say. Li Hao looked at both parents, crossed to the door, and waved with a smile. Then he stepped outside. He had already messaged Captain Qi after waking, so someone was waiting below. Captain Qi was crouched in a corner downstairs, smoking. When Li Hao appeared with the backpack, Qi rose, tossed away the cigarette, and crushed it beneath his foot. Then the veteran smiled. "Let's go, kid. Today you get to experience the wilderness." Li Hao smiled back and nodded. Qi Donglai's ghost vulture swept Li Hao away from the apartment district and carried him to the Exotic Beast Research Institute. It landed on the broad platform before the main building while the morning was still quiet. No one else had arrived. Li Hao and the expedition's security captain were first. 10 minutes later, a second flying beast appeared. The Azure Eagle was enormous, larger than the Institute's colored feather spirit cuckoo, though still smaller than Qi's ghost vulture and Qin Yuyang's 4-winged golden-headed crow. Li Hao focused on it and secretly opened the Eye of Omniscience. Hidden report identified a C+ advanced boss. Its growth limit reached B-rank commander, its personality was arrogant, and its cultivation followed beast and wind directions. Current cultivation stood at 78%. Before anyone even dismounted, Li Hao already knew exactly what kind of mount had brought them. White-haired elderly man in a suit and leather shoes jumped down first, then respectfully invited his young master to follow. Chu Zicheng landed nimbly. The attendant placed a delicate spatial ring in his hand, explaining that all his expedition supplies were inside and promising to meet him at the city gate afterward. After the attendant flew away, Chu checked the ring and approached the 2 waiting men. He introduced himself and asked their names with a faint smile. The words were courteous, the tone was not. Li Hao caught the condescension behind Chu's stern face, while Chu soon began watching Captain Qi with a strangely intent look. Quiet platform soon filled with Yang Fang's researchers and the remaining students. The Institute staff knew Qi Donglai well and greeted the guard captain one after another with genuine respect. Li Hao received polite greetings too, but only as the young newcomer he was. He returned every courtesy in kind. Yang Fang gave Li Hao the useful version of the research roster. Song Xiang, gray at the temples, was a deputy director in rock-type research. The slightly tall Qian Jinbu worked in his department. Chen Deng and Zhao Minji handled communications. The source identified them only as one fat and one thin, without securely matching either build to either name. Last 2 researchers were Lu Yangyang and Feng Tian. Both were young, striking, and had entered the institute with excellent federal public university grades. More importantly, in the wilderness, both were primary beast tamers. Lu was the taller of the pair. Feng stood slightly shorter beside her. Students answered with introductions of their own. Li Hao stood with his classmate Yang Ling and the aloof Chu Zicheng. Sun Yi and Lalinger completed the 5-person intern contingent. Whatever their backgrounds, Yang Fang's later rule would apply equally to all of them. In the wilderness, they were students expected to watch and learn. Hui arrived last with several followers and 3 privately hired beast tamers. Wei Yu was sturdy, honest-looking, and intermediate rank. Shen Tiancheng looked far shrewder but held the same rank. Yun Fenfen completed their trio. Their arrival gave the expedition a distinct hired security unit alongside Qi Donglai's institute guards. Once everyone was present, Yang Fang's expression hardened. The mission should be relatively easy, she told them, but the wilderness was never without danger. She wanted cooperation, obedience, and every person brought safely back to City Number 7. The hopeful send-off carried a blunt premise: nobody here was expendable. Yang Fang made the chain of command explicit. Researchers would follow her arrangements. Every security member, including the hired fighters, would answer to Captain Qi. The students had the simplest and strictest order: speak less, observe more, and never act without permission. They had only one life, and curiosity did not outrank survival. Yang Fang ended the briefing with a single order: set off. Qi summoned the ghost vulture and loaded the intern students aboard. Wei Yi called out a smaller azure feather sparrow for the 3 hired Beast Tamers. The researchers and 2 institute Beast Tamers mounted the colored feather spirit cuckoo. 3 transports lifted from the platform and turned east. Qi and the students rode the ghost vulture at the front. Wei Yi's azure feather sparrow carried the hired trio, and the institute's cuckoo bore the researchers. The assembly was over. Li Hao was now moving toward City Number 7's east gate and the wilderness beyond it. The expedition's eastward approach brought Li Hao and the others to the foot of City Number 7's towering eastern wall. Before they could pass into the wilderness, diligent, heavily armed garrison soldiers stepped forward and stopped the entire group. Yang Fang handed over the Exotic Beast Research Institute's transit permit. Once the soldiers verified it, they immediately cleared the road. Yang Fang's Federation standing matched that of a garrison battalion commander, so the ordinary soldiers treated her with unmistakable respect. Soldiers raised their hands in salute. "For the Federation, have a safe journey," Yang Fang answered with a slight nod, took back the permit, and led her people toward the open gate. The formal checkpoint had become a solemn send-off. They entered in a deliberate formation. 2 Institute Beast Tamers took point, followed by Yang Fang, Lu Yangyang, and Feng Tian. The 5 interns, including Li Hao, stayed inside the column. Qi Donglai guarded behind them with the male researchers and 3 hired Beast Tamers farther back. View beyond the wall stopped the 5 students cold. The Dongluo wasteland seemed to stretch without limit beneath the open sky. Only a dense line of forest could be made out at its far edge. To the experienced adults, it was familiar. To Li Hao and his peers, it was overwhelming. Yang Fang gave the order to continue. The flying exotic beasts lifted with their riders, while her rock colt took the remaining Institute researchers and broke into a gallop. Airborne and ground elements alike aimed for the ghost wood forest at the far end of the wasteland. Ghost Vulture was faster than the azure feather sparrow and the colored feather spirit cuckoo, so Qi Donglai flew at the very front. As the expedition's strongest combatant, he watched the route ahead and kept Yang Fang informed through his portable optical computer. Nearly 2 hours passed. The scorching sun climbed to its zenith, yet the ghostwood forest seemed no closer than before. Exotic beasts could not run or fly endlessly like machines. Their pace began to tell on them, and exhaustion spread through the expedition as well. From the air, Qi finally found a small oasis ahead. He reported it to Yang Fang, and she weighed the condition of the team before deciding on a short break. The oasis offered relief, but in the wilderness, even a resting place had to be cleared first. Qi circled above the oasis and ordered the ghost vulture to release its commander-level pressure. Hidden lower-grade exotic beasts scattered in panic. Li Hao tried to catch them with the Eye of Omniscience, but they fled too quickly for him to read a single one. After confirming the oasis was safe, Qi landed and sent the all-clear. The expedition gathered there, but no one abandoned caution. Institute and hired Beast Tamers split into 2 shifts, one resting, the other patrolling. Qi recalled the ghost vulture, crouched apart, and lit a cigarette. Li Hao was chatting casually with several peers when Night Spirit's voice sounded inside his heart. From its concealed position, the little black cat delivered a precise warning. Exotic beasts were charging toward the oasis from the north. They would arrive in about 3 minutes. Li Hao's heart tightened, but he did not shout across the camp. He rose and went directly to Qi, drawing puzzled looks from the other students and resting researchers. At Qi's side, he quietly relayed Night Spirit's direction, the approaching group, and the 3-minute deadline. Qi's expression changed at once. He summoned the ghost vulture, vaulted onto its back, and climbed over the oasis to verify the report. A moment later, his shout crashed down from the sky. "Alert! Due north, small beast tide, swamp boars arriving in 2 minutes. Prepare to engage." Qi Donglai's warning erased the oasis's brief calm. Beast Tamers who had been scattered around the resting expedition converged on its northern edge, facing the dust already rising beyond the camp. He summoned a half-story-tall turtle beneath a cyan shell and drew a heavy metal axe. Yun Fenfen vaulted onto the shell with her longbow, an ethereal spirit floating beside her. Shen Tiancheng mounted a giant cyan-black wolf and tapped his gleaming spear against the ground, openly excited. Institute's 2 combat handlers added an ape over 2 meters tall and a python thicker than a man. Behind them, Yang Fang ordered the massive rock colt to crouch like a living wall. The untrained researchers hurried behind it, while nearby primary beast tamers kept a fire-red dog and purple cat on guard. Students revealed their temperaments before the battle began. Chu Zicheng summoned a mantis half a person's height and waited eagerly behind the veterans. Lilinga remained with Yang Ling and the Institute group. Sun Yi simply watched the north, calm beside a leopard-like beast marked strangely and crowned by one iridescent horn. Li Hao quietly inspected the summoned beasts. The rock colt blocked his view of the fire-red dog and purple cat, but his final target was unobstructed. The horned creature was a thunder spirit Zai, C rank, leader rank with A+ high-level overlord potential. Its cultivation stood at 42%, and its personality was simply listed as arrogant. The appraisal explained the next instant. The Zai sensed Li Hao's stare and growled through a mouth full of fangs. Sun Yi stroked its head until it settled, then quietly warned Li Hao not to keep staring. The proud creature would take it as a challenge. Li Hao nodded and looked north. That ordinary-looking nod hid Li Hao's next move. With every eye fixed on the northern dust, he quietly opened his beast taming space and released the tiny purple-gold mysterious bee. No one noticed it climb into the air as Li Hao entered sensory sharing and guided it by thought. Through emerald compound eyes, Li Hao pierced the dust from above. Shadows became bodies. Half a minute later, the leading shape finally resolved. A swamp boar king as large as a small truck, with countless smaller boars packed close behind it. Only half a minute remained. Qi took the greatest threat for himself. He and the ghost vulture would draw away the swamp boar king. Wei Yi and the mystic water spirit turtle had to absorb the first wave, while Yun Fenfen and Shen Tiancheng would carve through the lower-grade boars from the left. Institute handlers received the opposite side, leaving the remaining expedition members to hold the protected center. Then Qi and the ghost vulture surged toward the king, drawing the enormous leader away from the smaller boars and clearing the main line for Wei Yi's defense. Before the ordinary boars reached him, the mystic water spirit turtle hammered its feet down. Solid ground softened into a broad patch of mud. Swamp boars were accustomed to wet terrain, but the abrupt change still stole a fraction of their speed. Wei Yi chuckled, called for the line to hold, and had the turtle gather itself for the collision. The collision never came. A youthful voice called, "Don't rush, let me do it." Sun Yi and the thunder spirit Zai leaped past the hired beast tamers together. The calm student had seen what the turtle's water-laden mud made possible. Sun Yi's order, electric net. Lightning climbed the Zai's single horn. It tossed its head, casting a crackling net across the boars still running through the mud. Moisture spread the current through the front rank. Their earth attribute and natural lightning resistance blunted the shock, but not enough. Legs stiffened, the leaders stopped dead, and the entire herd collapsed into chaos behind them. As the electrified front rank collapsed into confusion, the three hired beast tamers stared at Sun Yi with new respect. He had read the wet terrain, the herd's resistance, and the exact instant to strike. Yun Fenfen gave him a quick, heartfelt verdict. Kid, not bad. Praise did not slow her hands. The ice crystal snow spirit breathed a thread of cold across Yun Fenfen's right hand, and the vapor hardened into an arrow. She knocked it, narrowed her eyes, and quietly ordered, "Path of Frost." The spirit floated forward and swept its ethereal hands toward the leaders. Cold wind skimmed the mud. Because Wei Yi's turtle had already soaked the earth, frost raced across it in an instant, locking the foremost boar's legs inside a rigid white sheet. Yun Fenfen's first arrow punched through a boar. More followed like icy rain, each aimed at a vital point. Shen Tiancheng whooped, "Time to butcher some pigs," and drove his cyan-black dire wolf into the left flank while Wei Yi sent the giant turtle smashing through the center. On the right, Adong turned and found Chu Zicheng waiting behind him, already mounted on his flying blade mantis and gripping an unusually fine longsword. The aristocratic student had never fought a wild exotic beast, but his eyes made it clear that he intended to start now. Cheng smiled, but his permission came with one firm condition. "Stay close to us, don't get separated." He and Adong leaped into the boars and Chu charged after them. His technique lacked experience. His sharp sword and the mantis's superior rank supplied the difference. Formation worked. Chi Dongla and the ghost vulture kept the king isolated on a separate battlefield. 5 beast tamers and the 2 gifted students cut down the ordinary boars fast enough that Li Hao, the researchers, and the other interns remained safe in the rear. Then the king saw its herd failing. Its roar struck like a physical wave. The ground itself rippled across the oasis. Every human in the expedition reeled as dizziness tore through the formation, and the momentum of the first wave victory vanished in a single heaven-shaking blast. Keen-eared flying blade mantis took the worst of it. It crashed down and convulsed, leaving Chu curled beside it with both hands over his head. The bloodthirsty dire wolf faltered too, pitching Shen Tiancheng from its back. Only creatures with dull hearing, or none at all, kept functioning. He caught Shen before the stunned mercenary struck the ground. With no time to recover, he shouted to the mystic water spirit turtle. The massive beast charged without fear and met the rushing boars head-on. Their collision boomed across the oasis and forced even the giant turtle several steps backward. On the right flank, Adong had managed one crucial command before the roar disabled him: protect Chu. The mountain-moving ape obeyed. It caught Adong in one huge hand, then planted itself beside the fallen mantis and the suffering student, using its other arm as a living barricade. Cheng's wood boa had no auditory organs, so the roar barely slowed it. Boars rammed its body, but it endured the impacts, opened its jaws, and swallowed Cheng for protection. Then it drove through the herd toward the mountain-moving ape and the pocket of survivors. Donglai had been hit too, but spiritual power blunted the roar for both him and the ghost vulture. From the air, he looked back once. The turtle was being driven backward. Fighters lay helpless inside the herd. His grim expression hardened, and a cold light entered his eyes. Swamp Boar King finally stopped roaring. Donglai stared straight at it and spoke without raising his voice. "Shadow Claw!" The ghost vulture answered at once, beating its steel-feathered wings and retreating through the air to make room for one clean charge. Then the giant vulture seemed to become a streak of black shadow. It crossed the space between them before the king could renew its roar. Shadow Claw struck with Donglai's full killing intent, and the Swamp Boar King fell. Across the oasis, the force holding the herd's frenzy together was gone. Swamp Boar King lay dead beneath the ghost vulture's finishing strike. Without its roar driving them forward, the remaining boars slowed. Even creatures with little intelligence understood the warning written across the battlefield. This prey could kill them. Few breaths later, the sonic-struck fighters began returning to themselves. Yun Fenfen rose first, rubbing her temples as she checked the mystic water spirit turtle. Then Shen Tiancheng steadied his spear, cursed the boars and his painfully sensitive ears, and promised to wipe them out. Adong and Cheng recovered as well. With the mountain-moving ape and wood boa opening a path, they pulled back through the herd with Chu Zicheng still clutching his head and moaning. His keen-eared flying blade mantis remained unable to fight, so it came with them. With their strongest opposition restored, the expedition drove the remaining boars away from the oasis. Researchers took charge of Chu Zicheng inside the camp, while everyone still standing watched the fight and guarded every approach in case a stray beast slipped through. Li Hao appeared to be watching the battlefield with everyone else, but his real attention was elsewhere. Again and again, he called for Xiao Zai through their bond. Losing the purple-gold mysterious bee here would not merely hurt. It would destroy one of his most valuable hidden advantages. And Xiao Zai flew back. The tiny scout had survived her reconnaissance and answered his call without drawing the team's attention. Li Hao's tension finally eased. The expedition had won its battle, and his own hidden gamble had returned safely with it. Only after the danger passed did the battlefield truly register. Severed limbs and carcasses covered the ground, and the thick smell of blood rolled into camp. Two female researchers and the students Yang Ling and Lalinger turned pale, found a corner, and vomited uncontrollably. Li Hao disliked the blood-heavy air too, but he did not turn away. If he meant to survive this world, this was something he would eventually have to face. Sun Yi looked indifferent. The waking Chu Zicheng, by contrast, seemed almost disappointed that the fighting was over. Donglai lit a cigarette and waited without comment until the four women returned, pale but steady enough to continue. At his signal, Yang Fang took command. They had to pack immediately, she warned. This much blood could draw something far stronger than swamp boars. Donglai stopped them from leaving quite yet. The carcasses were danger, but they were also food. He ordered everyone to take the valuable belly meat, have Yun Fenfen freeze it, and load it into spatial storage. Then they could abandon the blood-soaked oasis. Li Hao accepted one of the exploration team's alloy daggers and crouched beside a carcass. To everyone else, it was an ugly mass of hide, bone, and meat. Through his appraisal, however, useful dashed lines traced the correct cuts. He quietly set the blade against the first one. As Li Hao concentrated his mental energy, his hands accelerated without losing precision. The dagger followed one hidden guide after another. In only a short while, the whole carcass had become several cleanly separated sections, each cut more exact than the work of experienced expedition members. Dong came over intending to teach the newcomer, then stopped. Li Hao's cuts were even cleaner than his own. Had the kid studied anatomy? Li Hao gave an awkward smile, claimed his hands had always been steady, and immediately suggested they work faster so everyone could leave sooner. Question went no further. Adong returned to his own carcass, and the entire expedition settled into the grim work. About an hour later, the dangerous field had become a logistical victory. They had collected enough swamp boar meat to feed the whole team for nearly a month. Yun Fenfen handled preservation. Her ice crystal snow spirit froze the highest quality cuts until frost sealed them hard. Song Xiang, the oldest member of the expedition, then packed the frozen meat into his spatial backpack. The ration supply was secured without burdening their mounts. Once everyone was ready, Yang Fang raised a hand toward the ghost wood forest. The expedition returned to its established groups, summoned its flying and mounted beasts, and left the bloodied oasis behind. With fresh rations secured, they advanced rapidly toward the dark line of forest ahead. The expedition had barely left the bloodied oasis behind when the Dongluo wasteland changed its face. Bright sunlight vanished beneath sudden clouds. A fine drizzle swept across the advancing ghost vulture. He had prepared rainproof jackets before leaving City Number 7, so the drizzle posed little physical danger. Even so, after their first bloody skirmish, the dim sky left a quiet unease hanging over the riders. Sun Yi sat with his eyes closed, ignoring the rain as he replayed the fight and searched for his own mistakes. Nearby, Chu Zicheng lowered his head. Water dripped from his raised hood, leaving his face buried in shadow. Rain had killed Qi Donglai's cigarette. He plucked it from his mouth, tossed it into the wind, and asked Li Hao whether seeing the wasteland's cruelty firsthand had changed his understanding of it. Li Hao never got the chance to answer. Lilinger leaned into the conversation first and asked whether the attacking swamp boars had formed a large-scale beast tide. Qi chuckled at how badly the newcomers had overestimated it. Qi corrected her. Those swamp boars were only a small tribe, and their king was merely at the upper level of C rank. The animals likely lived around the oasis and attacked because the expedition had occupied their home. She added that this was the wrong season for medium or large tides in the Dongluo wasteland. Resources were plentiful. Beast tribes had no reason to abandon their territory and throw themselves against a human city without some stronger pressure. Sun Yi laid out the pattern. Near the end of a regional cycle, dwindling food and living space could drive smaller populations toward resource-rich human cities. Medium tides were different. Disasters or habitat destruction could force beasts across an entire area to migrate. And Sun named a more dangerous possibility. A city might contain something capable of promoting a species evolution. Qi slapped his thigh. City Number 1 had once reported an ordinary medium tide, but he had heard that something extremely special had truly caused it. Qi could not name City Number 1's hidden cause. Sun Yi likewise admitted that he did not know what created large beast tides. The others nodded, thoughtful rather than reassured. Wilderness knowledge had limits, and official explanations did too. Later at the expedition's campsite, Shen Tiancheng raised his cup to Sun Yi. He praised the Sun family's eldest son for commanding powerful beasts and reading the battle so sharply, then drained the cup in one familiar, decisive motion. Sun returned only a faint smile. He took a light sip and answered that his experience still could not compare with veteran Beast Tamers. Lilinger, however, cheerfully declared that his famous reputation at Inner City Number 1 High School was deserved. Dong redirected the table's attention to Li Hao. Only then did everyone appreciate how perfectly the swamp boar meat had been dissected and cut. Li Hao said little, but the expedition's eyes settled on the 15-year-old with unmistakably greater respect. Yang Fang stepped out of her tent carrying hot tea and ended the gathering. It was late. Anyone not assigned to watch needed sleep, because the team would rise early and aim to reach the Ghostwood Forest before sunset the day after tomorrow. The team checked their portable optical computers and saw that Yang Fang was right. Those free from watch duty exchanged goodnights and disappeared into their tents. The campsite quieted, apparently secure beneath the guards' routine. But the camp was not secure. A black shadow flashed past its perimeter too quickly for any expedition member to notice. Without slowing, the hidden messenger abandoned the sleeping team and raced straight across the wasteland toward City Number 7. Nothing disturbed the expedition overnight. As sunlight touched the eastern horizon, Li Hao and the others were already awake, packed, and ready to leave their wasteland campsite. Their next landmark remained the distant Ghostwood Forest. Lilinger and Yang Ling had fared poorly on their first night in the wilderness. Dark circles framed their tired eyes. Seeing their listless condition, Captain Yang Fang seated both students on her enduring rock colt. Their combined weight was no burden to it. Remaining pairings stayed unchanged. Qi Donglai piloted the Ghost Vulture at the very front with Li Hao, Sun Yi, and Chu Zicheng guarding against sudden beast attacks. Behind them, the rock colt became the moving center of a protected formation. Adong and Aicheng guarded the rock colts right aboard the colored feather spirit cuckoo. Wei carried Yun Fenfen and Shen Tiancheng on the azure feather sparrow to its left. After yesterday's swamp boars cost nearly 2 hours, Yang Fang ordered all 4 groups to quicken their pace. Meanwhile, inside an ornate mansion in City Number 7's inner city, the leaked intelligence had reached its destination. An elderly servant hurried into a study with a secret letter and announced respectfully, "Sir, the message has been sent back." Middle-aged man did not answer at once. One hand rested behind his back while 2 strangely shimmering crystal balls turned in the other. The servant waited until the man finally accepted the report and ordered that his third brother be summoned. Soon third brother entered, around 40, simply dressed, tall, and somewhat thin. The open door admitted a blade of sunlight and exposed his eldest brother's face. A head-to-chin scar crossed ruined features, one socket was empty, and the remaining eye was a shimmering metal prosthetic. Even his own brother could not hide a flicker of unease. The eldest brother answered with dry self-deprecation. He had forgotten his mask and startled him. He lifted the black and white covering from the table and put it on. Third brother hurriedly denied being afraid, yet still avoided looking directly at him. Behind the closed door, the eldest brother revealed the report. Their spy had confirmed that the exploration team's first destination was the Ghost Wood Forest. Third brother was to gather several sharp people, trail the group, and learn its route onward to the Broken Rock Mountain Range. This was more than ordinary curiosity. The eldest brother believed the Broken Rock Mountain Range might be connected to a place recorded in a sacred script passed down by their ancestors. That possibility made the expedition's hidden route important enough to pursue with exceptional care. Their spies had failed to obtain the route directly. That was why the faction had gone to the trouble of placing people with the exploration team and relaying messages along its journey. Third brother accepted the plan. He would take several capable followers and use the spies' trail marks to catch up. The eldest brother stopped him with one final warning. Chi Donglai had retired from the front lines, and although his main exotic beast carried permanent damage, he was still not an opponent they could confront casually. Third brother's task was surveillance alone. Follow secretly and never let the expedition notice. Third brother left to begin his preparations. Alone again, the masked man watched him disappear, interlaced his fingers before his abdomen, and considered something in silence. Then his metal eye shimmered beneath the mask. He drew out his personal optical computer and sent a message to an undisclosed number. While hidden enemies made their preparations in City Number 7, Li Hao's expedition pressed rapidly across the Dongluo wasteland. The journey brought only a few minor beast encounters. By sunset, every member had safely reached the Ghost Wood Forest. From far away, the forest had looked almost modest. Up close, that illusion collapsed. Even its outer trees rose like 7- or 8-story buildings. Sunset stained the trunks, mist gathered between them, and strange roars rolled out of the deepening dark. After confirming their position on the map, Captain Yang Fang made the sensible call. No one would enter that pitch-black forest at night. They would camp on the wasteland side of the border and begin the crossing after daylight returned. Tents rose around a new campfire. Lu Yangyang, Feng Tian, Yang Ling, and Lalinger prepared dinner. Researchers studied the forest route with Yang Fang, 5 armed Beast Tamers patrolled the perimeter, and Sun Yi and Chu Zicheng cultivated quietly beside the flames. Away from the others, Li Hao relayed Night Spirit's warning. An insect-type exotic beast had apparently slipped back along their trail toward City Number 7. Chi Donglai exhaled pale blue smoke, looked at Li Hao and the little black cat, and immediately ordered silence. Chi reasoned that the messenger had carried their route back to the city, and the enemy's true target had to be the newly appeared Broken Rock Mountain Range. For now, however, the rival faction could do little before the expedition actually reached it. Trouble was identifying the informer. City Number 7's factions were tangled enough that even the Research Institute contained hidden agents. Chi trusted the retired soldiers Adong and A Cheng and provisionally cleared Yang Fang and Yang Ling. The other researchers and 3 hired Beast Tamers remained possible suspects. Li Hao thought it through. With Night Spirit beside him, his life was not in immediate danger. Yet traveling with an unseen traitor still felt like a thorn pressed against his back. Chi crouched in silence, then rose, spat out his cigarette, and swore he would uncover the faction responsible. Before either could say more, Yang Ling called from the camp that dinner was ready. The ordinary invitation snapped the private conference shut. Li Hao gently patted Night Spirit, and he and Chi returned to the fire without revealing what they had learned. At dinner, Lalinger raised the tempting alternative of avoiding the forest floor. Yang Fang shook her head. The woods might lack vast beast populations, but their canopy belonged to numerous avian exotic beasts. Flying over would not make the expedition safer. And Yang Fang mentioned the legend. Somewhere in the forest lived a pair called the immortal spirit mandarin ducks. Li Hao had never heard the name, but Chu Zicheng leaned forward in sudden excitement. He knew exactly which legendary beasts she meant. Chu explained that the name referred not to one beast, but 2. The male was the immortal spirit mandarin phoenix, the female, the immortal spirit mandarin empress. Each was an S-rank dominator. Fighting together, their strength could likely rise to SS rank. Except for Yang Fang and Chi, the expedition stared in astonishment. Lalinger's proposed shortcut had become far worse than the forest path. With an awkward smile, she conceded the point. They had better pass through the Ghost Wood Forest after all. Flying over the forest was no longer an option. Around the campfire, Li Hao's expedition searched for another answer, but none appeared. With boundless fog gathering among the trees, they reluctantly accepted Yang Fang's proposal. In the morning, they would go through. Yang Fang made the condition unmistakable. Once inside, each traveler must stay close to the person ahead. No wandering, no gaps, and under no circumstances could anyone become separated from the main group. Primary Beast Tamer Lu Yangyang asked what was so special about this forest. Yang Fang fixed her with a stern glare. Special or not, no wilderness deserved carelessness. This was not a protected human city. Or what made this forest different, Yang Fang deferred to Chi Donglai. Qi slowly raised his gloomy face, lit another cigarette, and let the smoke drift past the flames. The beasts were not exceptionally powerful, he said. The forest itself was simply eerie. Qi had entered the forest years earlier with 9 other Federal Army soldiers. Every one of them was an intermediate beast tamer. For 2 days, nothing happened. On the second night, they found a moonlit clearing, made camp, and slept without incident. When Qi opened his eyes, the forest was gone. He was lying on a bed inside an unfamiliar room. His portable optical computer still showed the morning of the 3rd day. Unable to explain the displacement, he prepared to smash the window and escape. Before Qi could break out, the doll left on the bed stood up. It opened its mouth in a smile, jumped to the floor, and easily opened the door. Back at the campfire, Qi's slow delivery made every movement feel worse. Yang Ling and Feng Tian curled inward and asked, trembling, what it had said. Qi repeated the words exactly. "Challenge failed, please come back tomorrow." Then the doll slammed the door. Qi felt something inside his body sever, and an irresistible sleep dragged him under. Qi woke again, yet the time was still the morning of the 3rd day. At the fire, he stopped and let the silence sit. Chu Zicheng smiled, relieved, and Lu Yangyang laughed. Surely Captain Qi had invented a childish ghost story to frighten them. Qi gave a dry laugh. What had been severed was part of his spiritual energy vortex. The joking stopped instantly. Worse, the same price had been taken from all 10 intermediate beast tamers, and the ordeal had not ended after a single morning. Fire suddenly seemed very small against the ghostwood forest. Most listeners could only imagine losing their hard-earned power one morning at a time. Sun Yi reacted differently. He watched the fog with growing interest, turning one phrase from Qi's story over in his mind. Sun Yi asked whether Qi was certain the doll had said, "Challenge failed." Qi immediately understood the point. He stared back, testing him. Sun met the captain's eyes without fear. At last, Qi gave a slight nod, and a smile touched Sun's mouth. Failure meant success was possible. Qi's story left the camp divided. The Institute researchers and younger girls felt the fire shrink beneath the ghostwood forest's silent shadow. Sun Yi and the hired beast tamers saw something else. If the doll could declare failure and steal power, then somewhere inside that nightmare, a successful challenge might exist. Yang Feng rose before the mood could sink any further. Anyone tired could turn in, anyone still awake could talk quietly. But nobody was to stray far from camp. With that restrained warning, the expedition leader left the fire and walked alone toward her tent. Qi Donglai brushed himself off and followed Yang, but not before giving Li Hao a covert signal. Li understood immediately. The captain needed privacy without making the already frightened expedition wonder why its 2 leaders were slipping away together. Li reminded everyone that teams crossed Ghostwood Forest every year and only a minority suffered bizarre encounters. Besides, Yang Feng should know a route that could carry them through quickly. His practical tone worked. Lilinga forced down her fear and openly agreed with him. Away from the others, Qi's manner hardened. People from another faction were inside the expedition, he told Yang. Their journey to Broken Rock Mountain Range might not proceed smoothly. Yang's surprise narrowed into suspicion. Was the warning reliable? Nearly 100%, Qi answered. Qi could not identify the faction. Yang decided they would pretend ignorance. For now, only the informant, Yang, Qi, Adong, Acheng, and Yang Ling could be cleared. Everyone else remained uncertain. The list transformed the friendly camp behind them into a field of possible enemies. Qi would concentrate on the hired beast tamers. Yang would watch the Institute researchers herself. Their most important task was preventing the route from leaking, because Qi was almost certain the infiltrators' true objective was not the forest, it was Broken Rock Mountain Range. Yang gave him the one reassuring fact available. Tom Hui had entrusted the route map to the director. Before departure, the director showed it to Yang, and she memorized every detail. No copy had been shared with the expedition. At present, the route existed only in her memory. Qi opened his personal optical computer and called up Ghostwood Forest. His earlier account, he warned, had not been exaggerated. Living through it had been worse than any retelling. Then he drew a small circle on the map. Yang leaned closer. Was that where his former team had encountered the room? Qi nodded. Voiding that circle might spare the expedition Qi's old nightmare. Changing course could also complicate the secret route to Broken Rock Mountain Range. Yang made no easy promise. Qi closed the map with one concern eased. The route had not leaked, and another left unresolved, whether she would steer them away from the marked ground. Back at the fire, nothing looked openly wrong. Male researchers argued enthusiastically with Shen Tiancheng. Sun Yi and Chu Zicheng listened without much interest, while Li remained skeptical. Adong, Acheng, Wei Yi, and Yun Fenfen guarded the 4 sides of camp. After Qi's warning, even ordinary behavior carried a question mark. Qi ended the lingering conversation. Shen Tiancheng would relieve Wei Yi. Qi himself would relieve Acheng. In 3 hours, the watches would rotate again. Everyone else was to sleep. Tomorrow, they entered Ghostwood Forest, and Qi would tolerate no one dragging the team down or falling behind. Qi did not normally command every member so sharply. Tonight, Li Hao's warning about a mole had lodged beneath his usual calm. As the others prepared to sleep, Qi watched both the people inside the camp and the forest outside it. He still did not know which danger would move first. Following Qi Donglai's warning, the expedition scattered to its tents. The central fire died, leaving only a faint light inside Yang Fang's tent. Dry air hung over the Dongluo wasteland, and cold moonlight silvered the camp and the wall of fog beyond it. About 3 hours later, Sleepy Wei Yi emerged to relieve Shen Tiancheng on the eastern side. Adong and Acheng also exchanged positions. When the quiet rotation ended, Yun Fenfen, Wei Yi, Adong, and Qi Donglai held the 4 watches around the sleeping camp. Deep in the night, a sudden palpitation opened Li Hao's eyes. He did not call for anyone. Drawn by a feeling he could not yet name, the 15-year-old slipped from his tent and turned toward Ghostwood Forest, its depths buried beneath dense fog. As Li Hao stared, the darkness seemed to stare back. A pair of crimson eyes formed deep among the trees. Pale red filmed his own clear eyes. Then a voice sounded inside his mind again and again. "Come." A bright line reached from him toward the forest, and his body began answering the call. Li Hao's hidden guardian acted before the lure could take him farther. From inside his mooncast shadow, Night Spirit froze his body so completely that only his eyes could move. At the same instant, an undying tree branch extended from his chest and flicked 1 drop of life essence onto his glabella. Drop vanished into Li Hao's brow. His whole body shuddered, and the pale red luster drained from his eyes. Clarity returned. Only after Night Spirit confirmed that he could control himself again did it withdraw through his moonlit shadow and release the paralysis. Danger had passed, but its weight struck all at once. Li Hao felt emptied of strength. His legs folded, and he dropped to the ground. With his concealment broken, his aura suddenly became perceptible, alerting Qi Donglai and Adong on the nearby watch. Qi reached him first and demanded to know what had happened. Drenched in sweat and struggling for breath, Li Hao could only point toward the fog. When Qi and the other guard followed his gesture, Li Hao forced out an urgent warning: "Do not stare into the forest." Guards withdrew their eyes, supported Li Hao, and brought him back among the tents. The extinguished campfire flared to life again. Yang Fang, always a light sleeper, unzipped her tent and stepped out, puzzled by the fire and by Li Hao's near collapse. Disturbance drew the others from their tents. Li Hao described the crimson gaze, the repeated calls inside his mind, and the way his body had ceased to obey him. He did not mention Night Spirit or the life essence. By the end of his account, the entire circle had gone cold and silent. Dunyi finally broke the silence. Could a psychic-type exotic beast be responsible? Qi repeated the term and considered it. Such beasts could control humans and other exotic beasts, so the explanation was possible. But the Federation had records of very few species capable of it. She added one worse detail. His previous expedition had encountered nothing like this. If a psychic-type beast now waited inside Ghostwood Forest, tomorrow's crossing could become far more troublesome than expected. Then Chu Zicheng rose with a confident smile. If that was the enemy, he said, he had a way to deal with it. Chu Zicheng had promised an answer to the suspected psychic threat. Yang Fang did not accept confidence alone. She laid out the 3 known defenses: overpower the beast with greater mental energy, counter it with another mental-type beast, or use a special item that could temporarily isolate the attack. Unfenfen had no patience for his polished answer. With open disdain, she told the boy to stop stalling and speak plainly. Irritation flickered across Chu's face, then vanished. Instead of arguing, he raised his right hand and pressed 2 fingers together like a sword. As Chu's fingers passed over his right eye, dim blue light drifted from the pupil. It gathered behind him, expanding into the phantom outline of a vast eye. The unfamiliar sight silenced the camp. Only Qi Donglai gave it a name, his voice low with surprise: a symbiotic exotic beast. The others understood neither the apparition nor Qi's term. Chu did. His expression shifted again before he praised Qi for recognizing something so obscure, worthy of a man returned from the front lines. Yang Fang searched her memory and asked whether spiritual power created this human-beast symbiosis. Symbiotic state could grant extraordinary convenience, but Qi emphasized the price. Once a human entered that state with an exotic beast, the bond could never be broken. Advantage and disadvantage were inseparable. When he finished, Qi narrowed his eyes and stared directly at Chu, weighing what the boy had accepted. While everyone watched Chu, Li Hao quietly activated the Eye of Omniscience. The Phantom's true entry opened before him, Eye Demon in symbiotic state. Its current rank was D- low-level commander. Yet its growth limit reached B+, high-level commander, a far more dangerous future than its present strength suggested. Remaining entries made the specialization absolute. The Eye Demon was cunning, cultivated in the mental direction, and possessed the mental attribute at 100%. Its compatibility was mental B, while its current cultivation level stood at 27%. Li Hao now knew exactly what kind of defense Chu had brought. Chu confirmed that the Phantom was his own symbiotic exotic beast. More importantly, it was mental type, and its ability could isolate mental energy within a defined range. That was precisely the protection the expedition needed. But around the fire, doubtful glances passed from face to face, a claim this convenient demanded proof. Yun Fenfen smiled at Chu without softening her challenge. She did not care how he had formed the bond. If the defense was real, surely he would let Big Sister test it. Chu turned to her and accepted at once. As long as the attack was mental, she was free to strike. Yun gathered spiritual power from her heart and drove it upward into her mind, invoking a secret mental technique. Faint ripples spread from her eyes beneath the cold moonlight. Then she locked her gaze on Chu. An invisible force compressed between her brows and shot toward him like an arrow. The attack never reached Chu's mind. Deep blue light spread around him, forming a barrier between the mental arrow and its target. The force broke against it without harming him. Yun stared at the shield in surprise. Chu had not moved, and now his confidence looked far less like empty arrogance. Yang Fang immediately turned proof into planning. How far could that imperceptible barrier expand? Chu considered the question before answering that it should cover the entire exploration team. Yang looked to Chi Donglai. The veteran gave a single approving nod. The defense was no longer merely personal, it could support the crossing. Yang made the decision. When the team entered Ghostwood Forest tomorrow, Chu would maintain the mental energy barrier. If they returned safely to the City 7 Beast Research Institute, she would report his contribution to Director Su. Chu accepted with a smile, promising unconditional cooperation, and boasting that with the magic eye present, no mental attack could touch them. Deep blue barrier still surrounded Chu Zicheng when Yun Fenfen admitted what it had stopped, an upper D-rank mental attack. Surprise tightened her face, followed by embarrassment. A Beast Tamer's strike had been dismissed by someone not yet 18. Chi Donglai lit another cigarette and lowered his head in thought. Yang Fang researched exotic beasts rather than attack strength. The guards, students, and researchers knew mental techniques only by reputation. Even Sun Yi had never witnessed one. When Chi offered no verdict, Yang Fang turned to Li Hao. No one else possessed a mental attack, she explained. She wanted him to endure Yun Fenfen's pressure, not a full assault, but a deliberately gentle application. Li Hao alone had felt Ghostwood Forest's mysterious influence. If Yun's controlled pressure proved stronger than what he remembered, while Chu's barrier could still stop Yun, the team would finally have evidence that the direct crossing was survivable. Hope flickered among the Institute researchers. Li Hao's cooperation might save an entire day. Yang Fang could not share their simple relief. She was responsible for every life here, including his. Chi looked up sharply, equally aware of the risk. Chi's concern went deeper. Li Hao was favored by his teacher, Qin Yuyang, practically making the boy his junior brother. Nearby, Yang Ling, Lalinger, and Sun Yi watched anxiously. Chu Zicheng and the other Beast Tamers remained indifferent. Li Hao disliked being treated as a convenient guinea pig. Yet the test could help everyone, and passing through the forest would bring him to Broken Rock Mountain Range sooner, to see more of this world. After weighing both sides, he chose to try. Yang Ling anxiously asked him to reconsider. Ghostwood Forest was not their only possible route. As she spoke, she looked toward her mother, Yang Fang, a silent appeal for the expedition leader to abandon the test entirely. Sun Yi's objection was harsher. Li Hao had only just endured the forest's mental energy. Taking another exposure immediately could do more than exhaust him. If it went wrong, Sun warned, Li Hao's mind might collapse. Chi Donglai grabbed Li Hao's shoulder and told him not to act on impulse. The team's success was not his burden. His own life came first. The blunt protectiveness warmed Li Hao despite the pressure gathering around him. Li Hao shook his head at Yang Ling and Sun Yi, then reassured Chi. While wiping his forehead, he angled one finger toward the depths of his hair where no one else could notice the signal. Chi understood. Night Spirit was secretly protecting him. Yang Fang's guilt only deepened. She ordered Yun Fenfen to be careful, extremely careful, and under no circumstances hurt Li Hao. Yun studied his slightly pale face with a strange expression. Then she nodded. The test would proceed. With Li Hao's consent confirmed, Yun Fenfen raised the green ball of light from her palm and softly gave the command. Confusion. Its steady glow broke into colorful specks. Like a cloud of tiny fireflies, they drifted toward him beneath the cold moon. The specks were slow. Li Hao could easily have stepped aside, but dodging would defeat the entire purpose. He needed to feel their pressure and compare it with what he had survived before. So, while everyone watched, he walked directly into the glowing swarm. The world immediately began to twist. Cold moonlight melted into multicolored ribbons pouring from the sky. Solid earth became a dazzling field of color, while the people around Li Hao changed into wide-eyed dolls dressed in bizarre costumes. Every familiar shape was being swallowed. And a thread of coolness emerged from his chest. The undying tree had released spiritual liquid through the beast taming space into his spiritual energy vortex. Clarity-bearing power swept across his body, washed out every invading speck, and restored the cold moon, the firm ground, and the real faces around him. Senses had returned, but revealing such effortless recovery would expose too much. Li Hao concealed the truth and let the others see a boy badly drained by the test. Qi Donglai moved in to support him, and the convincing display gave the expedition the confidence it needed to proceed. Yang Fang offered an intermediate life nutrient solution. Li Hao checked Qi's face, accepted the test tube at his nod, and drank. Pure life force and healing medicine spread through him, erasing his mental fatigue. He judged it at least 10 times better than the primary version, still weaker in life force than his own bud of life, but medically broader. And Li Hao's color returned, Qi finally breathed easier, and the others dispersed to their tents. Fewer than 4 hours remained before dawn. The test had made entry into Ghostwood Forest all but certain, so every scrap of sleep now mattered. Qi lit another cigarette and offered the case to Li Hao. Li Hao declined with a smile. Then Qi's own smile turned bitter. He bowed his head and apologized. Bringing Li Hao along had reduced the boy to a lab rat. Beneath the unkempt captain's words lay guilt and secrets he still had not shared. Li Hao finally let him in on the trick. If even Qi had failed to notice, the others had no chance. The deception protected Li Hao's secrets and helped the team advance sooner. Reaching their destination a step earlier could bring everyone home a day earlier. Qi rubbed his forehead, finished his cigarette, kicked Li Hao's backside, and called him a truly troublesome kid. At first light, the sun crested the eastern horizon and began thinning the fog around Ghostwood Forest. The exploration team assembled, rested as well as 4 short hours allowed. Their route was no longer theoretical. They were preparing to step inside. Their protection came from Chu Zicheng's symbiotic eye demon. Its mental energy barrier extended roughly 8 meters in every direction, barely enough room for the entire exploration team. Inside the forest, that tight circle would have to move as one. Donglai took the point with an alloy long knife. Yang Fang and the Institute researchers followed. Adong and Cheng guarded the left, Wei Yi and Shen Tiancheng the right. Chu and the Eye Demon held the center, with the interns behind them and Yun Fenfen sealing the rear. Once every position was set, Qi waved them forward. Together, beneath the barrier, they entered the deep and silent Ghostwood Forest. Morning found Li Hao moving deeper into Ghostwood Forest with the expedition. Sunlight entered from the east, yet the heavy mist barely thinned. No one knew what breathing it might do, so every member wore an Institute-issued gas mask beneath the Eye Demon's protective barrier. Qi Donglai led from the front, sweeping a high-intensity flashlight over the dark path. A small, tawny lizard rested on his shoulder, turning its head at intervals. From farther back, Li Hao narrowed his eyes and studied the unfamiliar creature. Li Hao's appraisal named it at once: rock-armored dragon lizard, dormant form. Its true rank was A-, low-level lord with an A+ advanced lord growth limit. It was cautious by nature, compatible with beast, dragon, and rock cultivation, and already 84% developed. Final note changed the picture. Internal injuries had drained the lizard's life chi, reducing its effective strength from lord rank to B-level commander. A master beastmaster owning such a creature was unsurprising. Its present weakness was not. Then it sensed Li Hao watching and turned emerald green eyes directly toward him. The formation soon halted before a huge lake. Yang Fang warned everyone not to approach and opened a simple Ghostwood Forest map on her portable light computer. She searched, frowned, and searched again. The lake was not there. Qi asked if she was certain. Yang answered with a firm nod. While the group hesitated, Lilinger quietly suggested going closer to investigate. From the rear, Yun Fenfen immediately shut her down. The lake plainly had problems. Reckless suggestions could get people killed. Lilinger pouted behind her mask, angry at being called a little girl, but chose not to argue. Yang Fang considered the lake for a long moment, then made the cautious call. They would go around. Everyone agreed. Following her directions, Qi turned onto another route through the forest. Yet as the unexplained water vanished behind the trees, the team's mood remained oppressive. Several hours passed beneath nearly identical trees. The team had never allowed Chu Zicheng to lower the light blue mental energy barrier. A single surprise mental attack could be fatal. At last his pace faltered. Sweat covered his face, his breathing turned ragged, and his spiritual power approached exhaustion. Yang Fang stopped the team before Chu fell. Resting did not mean abandoning mental defense, so she called to Yun Fenfen at the rear. Yun was to summon her Firefly Light and take over from the Eye Demon, giving Chu time to recover his spiritual power. While the others rested, Wei Yi and Shen Tiancheng asked permission to scout the path ahead. Yang thought it over, then summoned Adong and Cheng to accompany them. Her conditions were strict: stay close and return within 10 minutes. Under the team's watch, all 4 disappeared into the darkness. Only 7 or 8 minutes had passed when footsteps broke the silence. Adong and Cheng stumbled back alone, panic written across them. Yang felt a bad premonition immediately. Qi caught the older Cheng, steadied him, and demanded that he calm down and explain what had happened. Cheng pointed into the darkness behind him. The words came out in a tremble. The big lake was in front of them again. Hours of detouring had changed nothing. The same unmapped water had somehow returned to their path, and Wei Yi and Shen Tiancheng were still missing. Yun Fenfen's expression changed drastically. She hauled the collapsed Adong upward and demanded to know where Wei Yi and Shen Tiancheng were. Panting, braced on both hands and close to tears, he resisted the memory for a moment. Then he answered. Something in the lake had taken them. Dong's tearful answer left the entire exploration team deathly quiet. Yun Fenfen stood frozen until a sudden shudder brought her back. Then she turned to Captain Chi Donglai and pleaded with him. Whatever had taken the scouts, she could not abandon Wei Yi and Shen Tiancheng. He first passed the exhausted A Cheng to Song Xiang. Then he made the division clean. He and Yun Fenfen would attempt the rescue, while Yang Fang guarded everyone else. The missing men were not Institute members, but Yang Fang could not ignore people facing death. She nodded. She shook his body. The small tawny lizard sprang away from him and expanded in midair, rapidly reclaiming its true form. It landed as a rock-armored dragon lizard nearly 10 meters long, its hard earth-yellow scales stretched over muscles that rose like hills. Its thick limbs ended in buried claws, and sharp fangs framed a cold stare from emerald-green eyes. Yet the most striking detail was damage. A terrible scar crossed its abdomen from left forelimb to right hind limb. With no time to hesitate, Chi took Yun Fenfen and charged after the scouts. People left behind wavered, but Yang Fang's presence kept panic from becoming collapse. Silence returned as everyone waited. Inside that uneasy stillness, Sun Yi edged close to Li Hao and lowered his voice. He suspected Li Hao had already tamed an exotic beast and wanted him for a covert pursuit. Sun Yi supplied the means, a capped vial of concealment reagent. But they were only acquaintances, so Li Hao refused to trust it blindly. The Eye of Omniscience identified stealing mouse blood essence. It weakened a user's aura, though beasts with exceptionally sensitive noses could still pierce the concealment. Li Hao unscrewed the vial and drained it in one gulp. Sun Yi drank his own dose. Then, while the rest of the exploration team remained unaware, they left a note behind, slipped out of camp, and chased the route Chi Donglai and Yun Fenfen had taken. As they ran, Li Hao asked the obvious question, why recruit him instead of Chu Zicheng? Sun Yi's face tightened with disdain. In his judgment, the second-generation heir possessed little beyond useful treasures and a few tolerable beasts. Worse, the other great families disliked the Chu family's way of doing things. Sun Yi had already spent a valuable concealment reagent, so he demanded honesty in return. He knew Li Hao possessed B-type exotic beasts, and he was certain they had already been spread along the route. Li Hao could only marvel inwardly. The heirs of great families were not ordinary observers. Li Hao answered by summoning the purple-gold mysterious bee. Sun Yi's guess was exact. Before Chi and Yun Fenfen departed, Li Hao had quietly placed several newly hatched E-rank worker bees on the rock-armored dragon lizard. Now that hidden network gave them a living trail through the ghost wood forest. Back at camp, Yang Fang found their note and nearly fainted with anger. It promised that Li Hao and Sun Yi were only going to watch Captain Chi's battle, would remain careful, and would not act rashly. Fighting for calm, Yang Fang asked her daughter how long they had been gone. Yang Ling could only estimate that it had been more than 10 minutes. Yang Fang calculated the distance and let out a quiet sigh. By now, the two should be close to meeting Captain Chi. She could only hope nothing had happened. Nervous, Yang Ling asked whether they should go after them. Yang Fang answered with the problem her daughter could not solve. Should she drag the whole exploration team after them or leave people who could barely trust a chicken unguarded? The youths must have hidden reliance. Li Hao was difficult to judge, and Sun Yi might possess methods stronger than her own, so they would wait. Yang Fang sat on a protruding root, frowning toward the route ahead. While Yang Fang held the camp behind them, Li Hao and Sun Yi pressed deeper into ghost wood forest. The purple-gold mysterious bee led them through turn after turn until a faint glimmer appeared between the trees and steadily bright. Forest opened onto a vast lake whose surface shimmered with the color of moonlight. Li Hao and Sun Yi barely had time to take in the strange beauty before violent impacts and snapping vines sounded from one side of the water. Towering tree was fighting like a living siege engine. Vines as thick as giant pythons lashed at 3 figures below. 2 dodged aside, but the nearly 10-meter rock-armored dragon lizard took a crushing strike head-on without giving ground. The enemy was deep green, crowned with dense maple-red leaves. Strange patterns crawled over its trunk beneath 2 pearl-bright eyes and an abyssal mouth. The other fighters were Captain Chi Donglai and Yun Fenfen, confirming that the boys had found the rescue party. Li Hao and Sun Yi knew they could not interfere in a battle at this level, so they stayed hidden at a distance. Sun Yi studied Captain Chi's technique closely. Li Hao watched the entire tree instead, and suddenly tugged at Sun Yi's clothes. Shriveled human skin swung from one thick branch. Its clothing made Sun Yi voice the dreadful identification, Shen Tiancheng. On another branch, living but tightly wrapped in vines, hung Wei Yi. The tree's movement set the dead skin swaying beside him. Li Hao focused the Eye of Omniscience on the monster and gained a name, energy swallowing ghost tree. Yet he had never seen the species in any book or record. When he quietly tested the name on Sun Yi could only stare, then shake his head. Yun Fenfen could see Wei Yi fading inside the vines. Panicked, she warned Captain Qi that the tree had spent energy fighting them. The moment it needed to replenish itself, it would drain Wei Yi dry. Shen Tiancheng was already dead. Wei Yi could not die too. Qi Donglai had once commanded the No. 2 Vanguard Army and still possessed immense combat power. But his principal beasts had been injured badly enough to drive him from the front line. No one here knew exactly how far his strength had fallen from its peak. The tree had reached at least commander rank, not far below the rock-armored dragon lizard's present strength. Worse, plant-type beasts were defined by stubborn vitality. At its peak, the lizard could have crushed this enemy. With its life chi still unrecovered, a quick victory was no longer assured. Li Hao and Sun Yi were still watching Qi Donglai wrestle with the decision when someone slipped silently behind them. The newcomer was the sturdy young man Li Hao and Qin Yuyang had met in City No. 7's Black Market, the man who had brought them the Night Spirit, Qi Bao. Qi Bao's arrival exposed both boys to the battlefield. Qi Donglai spotted them, and the frustration he had been holding back erupted. He roared across the shore, demanding to know what they were doing there and ordering them to return to camp immediately. Qi Bao walked out of the shadows as if no commander-rank monster were waiting nearby, foxtail grass held between his lips. Smiling, he asked why Boss Qi was angry with 2 kids. Then he made a brazen promise. Now that he was here, the plant-type beast was as good as caught. Qi Bao answered his own boast with a smile. Under Qi Donglai's astonished gaze, he opened his beast taming space and summoned 2 humanoid beasts, one an elegant, floating gentleman in black, the other a wild figure wrapped in living fire. Li Hao concentrated, and the Eye of Omniscience opened a private appraisal. Card Puppet, C+ Advanced Boss Rank. Its growth limit was B, Commander Rank, its personality gentle, its cultivation direction mental type, and its current cultivation level 76%. Second profile named the Flame Puppet. It too was C+ Advanced Boss Rank, but its growth limit reached B+ Advanced Commander Rank. Volatile by nature, it cultivated both mental and fire types and had reached 82%. Qi Donglai shouted that the tree demon was Commander Rank. Qi Bao could not defeat it alone. Qi Bao only chuckled. With no concern on his face, he led both puppets straight into the energy-swallowing ghost tree's attack range. The tree's vines shot forward like giant pythons. Qi Bao showed no panic. He merely swept one hand toward the attack and gave the card puppet a single order: deflect. The gentleman puppet moved to turn the first deadly exchange aside. Then the elegant silhouette changed. The card puppet's one slender body expanded into an enormous fighting form, and its gentleman's cane gave way to a greatsword. The transformation carried a new name, Card Type 9. Flame Puppet evolved beside it. Its adult-sized body grew larger, a pair of flaming wings burst from its back, and the raging red fire washed into an eerie pale blue. Li Hao stared at both transformed beasts in disbelief. The eye now labeled the first beast card puppet, Card Type 9. Its underlying C+ rank, B growth limit, mental type direction, and 76% cultivation had not changed. Its personality was now arrogant, and its actual combat power was advanced commander rank. Flame Puppet Card Type 9 produced the same shock. It remained C+, with a B+ advanced commander growth limit, a volatile personality, mental and fire type cultivation, and 82% progress. Yet its current combat power had also reached advanced commander rank. Card Type 9 charged with its greatsword while Flame Type 9 beat its wings into the sky, gathering a huge fireball between its hands. Seeing their astonishing pressure, Yun Fenfen seized the opening and shouted, "Save the person first, the one on the left treetop." Qi Bao narrowed his eyes toward the left treetop and found Wei Yi already pale from captivity. His priorities changed at once. He called the card puppet by its shortened name and ordered, "Card, save the person first." The energy-swallowing ghost tree was stunned for only a split second, but that was enough. Card Type 9 shot out its right hand, tore Wei Yi from the treetop, and hurled him clear toward Yun Fenfen and Qi Donglai. He was no longer a concern. Qi Bao looked up at the winged flame puppet hanging over the battlefield and issued the command he had been holding back. 2 words turned the rescue into an execution: burning annihilation slash. Qi Bao's command carried straight across the battlefield. The winged flame puppet pressed its palms together, then drew them slowly apart. Between them appeared a longsword wrapped in purple fire. Even dozens of meters away, Li Hao and Sun Yi felt its heat against their faces. Flame Puppet snapped into motion, its wings turning it into a streak of fire. At the same instant, the card puppet roared. Its mountain-like muscles swelled again, and its legs drove into the earth like pillars. One explosive twist of its waist tore the energy-swallowing ghost tree from the ground. Card Puppet hurled the uprooted monster directly into its partner's path. Tree and swordsman crossed in the sky for a single instant. Then the energy-swallowing ghost tree crashed down nearby, while the flame puppet was already back beside Qi Bao, roaring at the fallen enemy as if one cut were not enough. Thin wound opened from the tree's blood-filled maw and spread until the trunk separated into 2 halves. Blue flames crept over the cut. Root tentacles thrashed, and the upper branches strained to reconnect the body, but the fire charred both exposed surfaces black. After 5 or 6 desperate minutes, the enormous creature finally died. Only when the tree showed no sign of life did Xiao Miao relax. He nodded to both puppets and recalled their towering combat forms. The immediate danger was over, but Qi Donglai's grave stare made it clear that Xiao Miao's unexplained presence had created another problem. Xiao Miao hurried to explain. When he had put Xiao Yi into Li Hao's arms days earlier, he had quietly left behind a tracking trick. He patted the small pouch on his chest, and a fist-sized mouse crawled out. The tiny creature looked far too cute to explain a pursuit through the wilderness. Sun Yi recognized it at once, a spirit-seeking mouse. His answer surprised Xiao Miao. These creatures were very low-grade and possessed almost no combat power, Sun Yi explained, which made them exceptionally rare in the wild rather than desirable as ordinary battle beasts. Combat, however, was never its purpose. Sun Yi said spirit-seeking mice possessed tracking abilities other exotic beasts could not match. Rumor claimed one could smell a target from 1,000 miles away. Xiao Miao smiled and nodded. That extraordinary nose was exactly how he had found them. Xiao Miao admitted the rest without shame. Elder Qin had promised to let him join the exploration team, then sent no further word. Rather than remain behind, Xiao Miao used the mouse to track everyone down. He pointed toward the unconscious Wei Yi on Yun Fenfen's back. Without that decision, he argued, the big man would probably be dead. Qi Donglai could not excuse Xiao Miao's disobedience, but punishing the man who had just saved Wei Yi was equally difficult. Yun Fenfen broke the stalemate. This place was still unsafe. They needed to leave, and Yang Fang could decide the rest. After a moment, Qi Donglai reluctantly agreed. Before they moved, Qi Donglai turned to Li Hao and Sun Yi. The two youths were to apologize to Yang Fang later as well. They nodded obediently and hurried after Yun Fenfen and the others, with Wei Yi still unconscious on her back. For now, every unresolved argument had to wait until they reached safety. The retreat carried them back into the darkness around the campfire. Then the party noticed a small figure dancing in the firelight. Its steps were light, almost graceful, yet from a distance every movement looked mechanically wrong. No one mistook the sight for harmless play. Doll's enormous eyes blinked from time to time. Each blink caught the campfire's reflection, flashing through the darkness while the body continued its measured dance. The combination was more sinister than any open attack. The group could only stare, every nerve tightening as the thing performed for an audience that had never announced itself. A bead of sweat slid down Xiao Miao's deathly pale face. He stammered the question no one else wanted to ask. What was that thing? Qi Donglai had gone just as white, but he forced the answer out. It was the same doll he had encountered before. And Qi Donglai had first told the story, Yun Fenfen, Sun Yi, and the others had suspected exaggeration. Now the impossible scene stood in front of them. Their nerves drew tight. No one moved and no one dared make a sound while the doll kept dancing in the darkness.